para determinar si es necesaria cualquier modificación. Debe saber que ese juez lo pone hoy bajo libertad condicional, independientemente de si es directamente o como condición de su fianza. Las condiciones que se anuncien hoy en esta audiencia entrarán en efecto inmediatamente, aunque usted se encuentre aún encarcelado. Durante todo este proceso, usted tiene el derecho constitucional de permanecer en silencio. Si decide no permanecer en silencio, todo lo que diga podrá ser usado en su contra. Todo lo que usted diga donde yo me encuentro, así como también donde usted se encuentra, está siendo grabado. Hay un abogado de la Fiscalía presente escuchando todo lo que aquí se dice, así que no diga nada sobre el delito en sí. Por favor, recuerde sus derechos durante el transcurso de este proceso y pase al frente cuando se llame su nombre. Gracias. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I see we have a Mandarin interpreter. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will well and truly interpret Mandarin into English and English into Mandarin to the best of your ability in the cause now pending before this court?
Yes, I do. My name is Yan Li, Mandarin interpreter, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Let's call up Ping Wang.
好的，我们现在叫一下平黄。
Ma'am, you are charged with resisting an officer without violence.
女士，你现在在这里被指控是拒捕，但是是无暴力拒捕。
Do you plan to hire a lawyer that you select, or do you want me to appoint the public defender?
你是希望自己请一个律师为你辩护，还是希望法官给你指派一个免费的律师，公派律师？
法官派一个吗？
Can judge appoint one for me?
Yes, ma'am. I'll provisionally appoint that office to represent you.
好的，可以。我们现在假定让我们的办公室给你指派一个公辩律师。
After reviewing the affidavit, I find probable cause.
在我看过宣誓陈述书之后，我相信这里是有合理依据的。
Her bond has been set at $1,000.
你的保释金现在被定为$1000。
Have a nice day, ma'am.
好的，祝你今天愉快，女士。
1000块保释金的，我也没有犯法。
I did not break the law, Your Honor. Why do I have to pay $1,000?
Ma'am, I found probable cause. You're innocent till proven guilty.
女士，我现在这里是说你是有合理依据，也就是说你仍然是无辜的，直到你被定罪为止。
Bond is meant to make sure you come back to court.
这个保释金的目的是为了让你确保你再次出庭受审。
If you post the cash bond, you'll get most all of it back when the case is over.
如果你现在交了现金保释，那么你
Get that 10% back. That's how he makes his money.
但是这个案件了结的时候呢，你就是等于给他们要交10%，这是他们赚钱的方式。
Have a nice day, ma'am. Step to your left.
好的，祝你今天愉快，请你向左走。
Miss Lee, thank you so much for helping us today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to do the Mr. Alvarez. Do you have Spanish speakers that you're here for?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'm going to try to get the privates out real quick, but let's get Ms. Maglini done with her cases and get her moving on, if you don't mind.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is... My apologies.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Maglini.
I was just going to announce we also have a Portuguese interpreter present, Your Honor. We have at least one Portuguese case.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware of that. I didn't know the gentleman was I didn't read the fine print. Who is our Portuguese case?
Last name Domingo.
Last name is Domingo.
The interpreter has José Domingos Caramucci.
All right. Let's call that case up. And Mr. Interpreter, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will well and truly interpret Portuguese into English and English into Portuguese to the best of your ability in the cause now pending before this court?
Yes, I do. Paulo Lara, court-certified Portuguese interpreter.
Thank you so much, sir. Jose Domingos, you're charged with petty theft and false ID given to a police officer.
Senhor Scaramucci, senhor Domingos Scaramucci, o senhor está sendo acusado de furto de valor pequeno e de identidade falsa que foi apresentada a um policial.
Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
O senhor gostaria que eu nomeasse a defensoria pública para o senhor?
Pode ser, eu gostaria de conseguir essa fiança para mim poder.
Yeah, it could be. I would like to see if it's possible to see the bond for me.
Sir, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Eu provisionalmente nomearei o defensor público para lhe auxiliar.
After reviewing your paperwork, I find probable cause for the 2 charges.
Depois de analisar os documentos apresentados, eu determino que há causa provável para respaldar a sua acusação.
Your bond on the petty theft is $500.
A sua multa, a sua fiança para a acusação de furto é $500.
Hey, what up? How is everybody doing today?
Bond on the false name to a police officer is $1,000.
E a sua fiança referente à imputação de apresentar documento falso para um policial está no valor de $1.000.
Have a nice day, sir.
Tenha um bom dia, senhor.
Mr. Lara, I think that's everyone. Thank you so much for all your help.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too, sir. Mr. Alvarez, if you only have a case, let's go ahead and call yours and get you moved
What up,
on.
Helen? What up, Naomi?
If I could
No
call
face.
State v. Gina Pasarella.
JB, Kelsley.
Pasrella, 24 CF 1140. Judges have violation of probation. Pasarella, PAS.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were here on a violation of probation. What put you on probation was felony petty theft. Mr. Alvarez, are you representing her in this matter?
Judge, I am representing here on the violation of probation. Yes, sir. I already filed my notice.
Okay. Any probable cause challenge to the warrant?
No, Judge, I have a copy of the amended affidavit of violation of probation. I will not be challenging that, Judge.
All right. So, Ms. Pasarella, I do find probable cause for the VOP. Anything else as it relates to bonds, Mr. Alvarez?
Judge, I've got a pending motion for bond or ROR, but I believe I need to take that up with F2 and Judge Carpenini.
I believe you're right, yes, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and, based upon the warrant, find probable cause, hold Ms. Pasarella, no bond, and let you set up whatever you need to set up with the circuit judge. I can tell you the VOP hearing appears to be, or the next court date is May 12th, is what the clerks have it as. But you can certainly set something up before then.
What up, Katie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet. Anything else, Mr. Alvarez?
No, sir. Have a good weekend, sir.
You too, sir. Have a great day. Any other privates that want to jump in real quick? All right, hearing nothing. Ms. Baglini, let's start with our Spanish. Let's do Oscar Gauntlet.
What up, T? What up, Chelsea? What up, Hoover Clips?
Mr. Gauntlet, you are here based upon a capias that Judge Ramirez issued. I believe you already have the public defender representing you on 15 CF 1061. Would you agree with that?
Está aquí basándose en una orden de detención emitida por juez Ramírez. Creo que ya tiene defensor público en caso 15 CF 1061 y la defensora pública ha dicho que está de acuerdo.
Sir, I've looked over the paperwork and I've talked to Judge Ramirez and there's some confusion.
Señor, he revisado la documentación y he hablado con juez Ramírez y hay un poco de confusión.
The paperwork known as the capias makes it look like you failed to appear for court yesterday.
La documentación conocida como capias representa como si usted hubiese incomparecido ante el tribunal ayer.
I've been told by her that was not her intention. She knew that your attorney told you you could leave and was there in your place.
Ella me ha dicho, la juez me ha dicho que esa no era su intención, que ella sabía que su abogado le había dicho a usted que se podía ir y que el abogado iba a estar allí a nombre
What up, Dan?
Instead, her capias was issued to enforce the court's order that was previously made.
What up, Mrs. Hamilton?
En lugar de eso, la orden de detención que
What up,
se
Hector?
emitió era para
Nikki?
hacer cumplir la orden del tribunal que anteriormente se había emitido.
I'm finding probable cause based upon the document and my information received from Judge Ramirez.
Determino que existe motivo fundado basándome en el documento y la información que recibí de la juez Ramírez.
You'll be held no bond and we'll send you to see a circuit judge on May 12th.
Estará detenido sin fianza y irá ante un juez de circuito el 12 de mayo.
¿El 12 de qué?
The 12th of what?
May 12th, next month.
Mayo 12, el próximo mes.
Have a nice day, sir. Next up is Carlos Ramirez Mendez.
Carlos Ramirez Mendez, come on down. Hopefully everybody's doing good today.
Sir, you're here on 6 different charges. Do you
What
want
up,
me
Les?
to appoint the public defender to represent you?
What up, Becca?
Señor, está aquí por 6 cargos distintos. ¿Quiere usted que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos para que los representen?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll appoint that office to represent you.
Me nombraré esa oficina para que los represente.
After looking over the
Wow.
affidavit, I find probable cause for all 6 charges.
What's up, Jay?
Tras revisar el affidavit, encuentro que motivo fundado por los 6 cargos.
Your bond on the unarmed burglary of an unoccupied conveyance is $5,000.
Su fianza para el cargo de allanamiento delictivo no armado de un medio de transporte vacío es $5,000.
Your bond on the resisting without violence charge is $1,000.
Su fianza por el cargo de resistencia sin violencia es $1,000.
Your bond on the possession of drug paraphernalia is $1,000.
Su fianza por la posesión de parafernalia para narcóticos es $1,000.
On the charge of possession of methamphetamine, it's $5,000.
Por el cargo de posesión de metanfetamina es $5,000.
The bond is $250 on the charge of petty theft.
Y fianza de $250 por el cargo de hurto menor.
And lastly, your bond is $5,000 on the charge of introduction to contraband into a detention facility.
Oh, that was done.
Y por último, su fianza es de $5,000 por el cargo de introducir sustancias ilícitas en un centro de detención.
Those bonds will be conditions of pretrial release.
Esas fianzas se fijan como condición de libertad previa al juicio.
If you post bond, immediately report to pretrial and sign up with them in person.
Si paga la fianza, inmediatamente repórtese con el Departamento de Libertad Previa a Juicio o Libertad Condicional e inscríbase con ello personalmente.
Okay.
Call them on Fridays while your case is pending.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat that for the interpreter?
Sure, call that office on each Friday while your case is pending.
Okay.
Y llame a esa oficina cada viernes mientras su caso esté pendiente.
While on pretrial release, you are prohibited from having any intentional contact with the listed victim.
Mientras esté en libertad condicional, se le prohíbe tener cualquier contacto o comunicación intencional con la víctima enumerada.
Stay 500 feet away from the victim, as well as their home and vehicles and place of employment.
Mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima y también de su residencia y vehículo y lugar de empleo.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que pase buen día, señor.
Hey, what up, Raven? How's it going?
We have an Angel Caraballo Pacheco. I've been told that he is combative. Is that what I understand, Deputy Letchworth? So he's not here now, won't be brought up.
Correct.
Ms. Goins, you want to just bring him back tomorrow and see if he's in better spirits tomorrow?
Better
All right,
spirits.
so, Mr. Clerk, we're going to bring Caraballo back tomorrow for the weekend judge. I think it's Judge Abdoni, is what I've heard.
Yes.
That brings us to South County. Bernardo Garcia Perez.
South County. Come on down to the price is wrong.
He's at Central.
All right, sir, you're here having been arrested for 3 charges. Do you want the public defender?
Él está aquí porque lo arrestaron debido a 3 cargos. ¿Quiere usted un defensor público?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll appoint that office to represent you.
Le nombró esa oficina para que lo representen.
Sir, I've looked over the paperwork provided and I find probable cause for the 3 charges.
He revisado la documentación que se me proporcionó, señor, y encuentro que hay motivo fundado por los 3 cargos.
Your bond on the charge of no valid driver's license is $1,000.
Su fianza por el cargo de no tener licencia válida para conducir es $1,000.
Your bond on the charge of resisting an officer without violence is $1,000.
Su fianza por el cargo de resistencia a un oficial sin violencia es de $1,000.
And because you have a prior DUI in Michigan, on the
what?
current charge of DUI, your bond is $3,000.
Y ya que tiene un cargo de conducir en un estado de ebriedad anterior en
What up,
el estado
Angelica?
de Michigan, para este cargo de manejar bajo los efectos, su fianza será $3,000.
Full room, if you will.
If you bond out, you must immediately
Hey, what up, Boyd, if you will?
the Office of Pretrial Release.
Si sale bajo fianza, debe inmediatamente ir a registrarse con la Oficina de Libertad Condicional.
Sign up in person and call that office on Fridays.
Inscríbase personalmente y llame a esa oficina los viernes.
Your special conditions are that you cannot possess or consume alcohol.
Sus condiciones especiales son que no puede ni poseer ni consumir alcohol.
You cannot go to any bars, nightclubs, or lounges.
Hey, Patrick, thank you.
Tampoco podrá ir a bares, discotecas o tabernas.
How's he going to have
You'll be
fun?
subject to random urinalysis that tests for alcohol.
Estará sujeto a análisis de orinas aleatorias para verificar presencia de alcohol.
Damn, son, where'd you
And I'm going
find
to give you a
this?
curfew. You need to be in your approved residence by 10 p.m. each night and stay there till the next morning at 6 a.m.
Y le daré un horario restringido. Tiene que estar en la residencia que tiene aprobada dentro de las 10 p.m. cada noche y quedarse allí hasta la siguiente mañana a las 6 a.m.
Next up is John Machecha Serna.
Come on down, John Machecha. Machecha, damn, what kind of name is that? Come
Sir,
on
you're
down
here
to the
because
price is
you
wrong.
have 7 new charges that have been added on to existing charges.
Señor, está aquí porque tiene 7 cargos nuevos que se le agregaron a los cargos existentes.
What up,
It looks
G-Town?
like you currently have a private attorney,
Hey, what up, John?
Tonmil Rodriguez.
Parece que tiene un abogado privado actualmente, Tomiel Rodríguez.
Did you hire Mr. Rodriguez or was he court appointed?
What up? It's a girl. It's your
¿Contrató
girl.
usted al señor Rodríguez o se lo nombraron en el tribunal?
Lo contraté.
I hired him.
Hey, a
Are
big
you
baller
planning
shot
on
collar.
reaching out to have him represent you on these add-on charges?
¿Tiene planeado contactar al señor Rodríguez para que lo represente en los cargos que se van a agregar?
Correcto, sí.
Correct. Yes.
Sir, I've looked over the paperwork that's been provided and I find probable cause for these new charges.
Señor, he revisado la documentación que se me ha proporcionado y encuentro que hay motivo fundado por los nuevos cargos.
Okay.
On the new add-on charge contained in 26 CF 3283,
El nuevo cargo agregado contenido
It is
en
full today.
26 CF
Everybody got picked up today in Polk
3283.
County. It's the weekend. It's Friday night. Where you going to be at, in
charge of
jail?
Trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, the bond based upon the capias is $5,000.
Hey, John, thank you.
Por el
I hope
caso
you
de
guys have a few hours of free time right now, because
una,
we're definitely going to be on for a ride today, if you will.
y medio de transporte.
Lexa, thank you.
La fianza, basándome en la orden de detención, es $5,000.
And on the charge of grand theft over $5,000, you'll be held no bond on that case number.
That's
por
right.
el cargo de hurto mayor, más de $5,000, estará detenido sin fianza para ese número de casos.
Now turning to case number 26 CF 656.
That's right.
Ahora hablemos del caso.
Hey, Lexa,
de
damn, thank you, Lexa.
3656.
Did you just get paid? Is it payday today or what?
Charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, the bond is $5,000.
Por el cargo de entrada ilegal en una propiedad que no es una edificación o medio de transporte, la fianza es $5,000.
That thing stinks right now.
To criminal mischief greater than $200.
It stinks like butt.
It's $5,000.
DICK, PUSSY, if you will, and feet.
A propiedades
Maybe with a sprinkle of throw up in there.
La fianza es $5,000.
People not showering for days.
3 and 6, which are each
Something
grand
ugly.
thefts over $5,000, you'll be held no bond.
Por los cargos 3 y 6, cada uno son hurtos mayores, más de $5,000. Por eso quedará detenido sin fianza.
Maybe with a little bit with a bleach on the side.
Trespass, the bond is $5,000.
Por el cargo 4, entrada ilegal, la fianza es $5,000.
And on count 5, criminal mischief greater than $200, it's likewise $5,000.
This is going to be Polk County,
Y
Florida.
por cargo 5, daño a propiedades mayor de $200 es igual a $5,000.
And was he previously on pretrial? So, sir, all the previous conditions announced by
Hey,
the
Ryan,
judge
thank you.
will still be in effect for your pretrial.
Hey, if you guys haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. Tap the screen. Let's get to 20,000 taps, so we can go ahead and hit the FYP. The more, the merrier. And I highly appreciate you guys for helping me grow this channel, if you will.
Have a great day, sir.
Buen día, señor.
Have a great
Next
day
up
in
is
jail.
Mario Martinez Garcia.
Hey, thank you. Just let's get it up to 20,000. That's all I ask for right now, and then the rest we'll just let it happen naturally, if you will, or
Mario
natural.
Martinez Garcia has been charged with 3 crimes.
Yeah, I'm not the one.
Martinez Garcia ha sido acusado de 3 delitos.
Hey, are they wearing shorts?
Sir, do you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
Señor, ¿desea que le nombren la oficina de defensores públicos para que lo representen?
Yes. Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
I will provisionally appoint that office.
Le nombro esa oficina provisionalmente.
Hey, what up, Nisha?
Sir, I've looked over the warrant in this case, and I do find probable cause for your 3 charges.
Señor, he revisado la orden de arresto en este caso.
Holly,
Encuentro
thank
que
you for
hemos
that daily
juzgado
heart.
por los 3 cargos.
I hope this is
2
live.
of the 3 charges are contained on a warrant that Judge McDaniel previously approved.
Hey, does anybody know when Miami-Dade is going to start back up, please?
Están,
Hey, gracias.
Una orden de arresto que juez McDaniel anteriormente aprobó.
On the charge of defrauding, defraud to obtain property less than $20,000, the bond is $5,000.
Por el cargo de fraude para obtener propiedades menos de $20,000, la fianza es $5,000.
On count 2 of the warrant, grand theft, more than $750, the bond is $5,000.
Por el cargo 2 de hurto, de la orden de arresto del hurto mayor, más de $750, la fianza es $5,000.
And after reviewing the paperwork, I'll find
What
probable
up, Bo?
cause for the 3rd charge, which is
Nicole?
resisting without violence.
How do you resist without violence?
Encuentro que hay motivo fundado por el tercer cargo, que es resistencia sin violencia.
What up, Em?
The bond for that charge is $2,000.
La fianza por ese cargo es $2,000.
If you post those bonds, you must immediately check in with the Office of
Hey, she's
Pretrial
out.
Release.
This one right here?
Si paga esas fianzas, debe ir a registrarse inmediatamente con la oficina.
How are you going to sleep in a packed courtroom?
Sign up in person with that office and call them while your case is pending every Tuesday and Thursday.
Inscríbase con esa oficina personalmente y llámelos cada martes y cada jueves mientras su caso esté pendiente.
While on pretrial release, you'll have a curfew of
What up,
10
nurse?
p.m. to 6 a.m.
Mientras esté bajo libertad condicional, tendrá un horario restringido de 10 p.m. a 6
2:30.
a.m.
Hey, thank you, KB.
You will not be able to possess or
And Nikki.
use any firearms, weapons,
What up,
or
Gail?
ammunition.
No podrá ni
What up,
poseer
Fine?
o usar armas de fuego, cualquier otra clase de arma o municiones.
You will not be allowed to have any intentional contact with the listed victim.
No se le permitirá tener cualquier contacto o comunicación intencional con la víctima enumerada.
Stay 500 feet away from the victim, as well as their home, vehicles, and place of employment.
Mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima y también de su hogar, vehículos y lugar de empleo.
What up,
Have a nice
H-Bam?
day, sir.
Buen día, señor.
That brings us to Jorge Silva Rodriguez.
Jorge, come on down. What do you guys think Jorge did? What do you guys think Georgie boy did right here? Why? Drop one, flush one, courtesy flush.
This gentleman has been charged with operating a motor vehicle without a driver's license.
How dare he throw the book at him, your honor.
De utilizar un automóvil sin licencia para conducir.
That charge is normally a second-degree misdemeanor, but it's been upgraded because of Mr. Silva's unlawful entry in the country.
Este cargo normalmente es un delito menor en segundo grado, pero el cargo ha sido incrementado debido a la entrada ilícita a este país por parte del señor Silva.
Sir, do you want me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Señor, ¿desea usted que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos para que los representen?
Sí.
Yes,
I'll appoint that office.
se los nombro.
I reviewed the paperwork and find probable cause.
He revisado la documentación. Existe motivo fundado.
Your bond is $1,000.
Fianza es $1,000.
Because you have a hold for ICE, I'm going to ask the clerks to prepare a detainer for my signature.
Ya que tiene una orden de detención para ICE, le pediré a la Secretaría Judicial que prepare esa orden y yo la firmaré.
Have a great day, sir.
Buen día, señor.
Next up is Jose Quiros Marquez.
Jose, where you at, Jose? Come on down to the Price is Wrong.
Quiros
Did he say $1 million?
with a Q.
$1 million? $1 million.
Sir, you've been charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle, but it's been upgraded 1 degree because of your unlawful entry into the country.
Life in prison.
Señor, ha sido acusado de hurto mayor de un automóvil, pero el cargo se incrementa de un grado debido a su entrada ilícita al país.
Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
¿Desea que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll provisionally appoint that office.
Provisionalmente le nombro esa oficina.
After looking over the paperwork, I find probable cause and set your bond at $10,000.
Tras revisar la documentación, encuentro que hay motivo fundado. Fijo su fianza en $10,000.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que pase
Vayas
buen día,
con
señor.
Dios. Hey, thank you for that daily heart.
Next
Highly
up is
appreciate that.
Juan Rodriguez.
Juan Rodriguez, come on down. What is it going to be? No driver license, stealing a
Mr.
car.
Rodriguez, you're charged with domestic violence.
Domestic
aggravated
violence?
Battery.
Agua.
Señor Rodríguez, se le acusa de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física agravada.
Do you want me to appoint a public defender to represent you?
¿Quiere usted que le nombre la oficina de defensores públicos para que los representen?
Sí, seguro.
Yes, sure.
I'll appoint that office.
Le nombraré esa oficina.
I reviewed the paperwork and I find probable cause for the charge.
He revisado la documentación.
Hey,
Determino
don't
que
forget to
existe
hit that
motivo
follow.
fundado
It's
para el
free.
cargo.
It's free for you. It's free for me.
Setting
It's
your
like
bond
breathing
at
air.
$15,000 and making it a condition of pretrial release.
Establezco su fianza en $15,000 y será condición de su libertad condicional.
Hey, Patrick, thank you. Highly
To post
appreciate you.
that bond, you must immediately check in with the Office of Pretrial Release.
Si paga esa fianza, debe ir inmediatamente a registrarse con la oficina de libertad condicional.
Sign up in person with them and call their office every day.
Every day.
Debe escribirse con
Yay.
ellos personalmente y llamar
Thank you,
a esa
Patrick.
oficina cada día.
You have all the standard conditions of pretrial release plus the following special conditions.
Tendrá todas las condiciones normales de libertad condicional, además las siguientes condiciones especiales aplican.
You cannot possess or consume alcohol.
What up, Just?
No puede ni poseer o consumir alcohol.
Cannot go to any bars, nightclubs, or lounges.
Number 3.
No podrá ir a bares, discotecas o tabernas.
You'll be subject to random urinalysis that tests for alcohol.
Oh, and thank you.
Estará sujeto a análisis de orina de forma aleatoria, prueba de alcohol.
You cannot be in possession of, nor can you use firearms, weapons, or ammunition.
No podrá estar en posesión ni utilizar armas de fuego, cualquier otra clase de arma o municiones.
You cannot have any intentional contact with the listed victim.
No puede tener ningún contacto
Who's from Los
intencional
Angeles?
con la víctima enumerada.
This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party.
Esto quiere decir directamente, indirectamente, mediante terceros.
Stay 500 feet away from the victim, her home, her vehicles, where she works, or where she goes to school.
Mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, a su casa, sus vehículos, donde ella trabaje o vaya a la escuela.
Because you resided with the victim prior to being arrested,
Ya que
what
residió
up,
con la
Miss
víctima
Queen?
antes del arresto,
you will get to return there one time within 48 hours of your release.
se le permitirá retornar allí una vez dentro de 48 horas de su liberación.
You have to be accompanied by the police to return to the home to retrieve your essential items.
Essential
Debe
items.
ir acompañado por la
What is it, like a
policía
toothbrush?
para volver a la
Deodorant?
casa, para conseguir sus
ID?
artículos esenciales.
Insurance card?
Things such as medicine and clothing and work tools.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about medicine.
Cosas como medicina, ropa y herramientas de trabajo.
What up, boy, ma?
Sir, I'm also going to order that if you post bond, you be held in the jail until you've been equipped with a GPS monitor.
Bo
Señor,
County,
también
up.
ordenaré que si usted paga la fianza, que lo detengan en la cárcel hasta que le coloquen un monitor GPS.
I'm not putting
GPS.
you on house arrest, but I do want to make sure that you do not go within 500 feet of the victim.
No lo voy a
500
poner
feet
en
or
arresto
500 foot?
domiciliario, pero quiero
What up,
asegurarme
Jessica?
que usted no se acerque a menos de 500 pies de la víctima.
Step to your left, please.
Next.
Hacia su izquierda, por favor.
Mr. Rodriguez, we've already handled one of your clients. I don't know if you're here for another one, talking about Mr. Tom Neal Rodriguez.
James feet his foot.
Yes, good afternoon, Judge. I did not realize he was set for this afternoon, but
Hey, are those women right
I
there?
had a virtual visitation with him, and they told me he was here. So
Are the women
But
in
it's
blue?
Mr. John Cerna.
Hold on. Why does she have a red top?
Is that who it was? Yeah, Madam Clerk's telling me.
Do they have shorts,
who it was. I basically gave him the bonds that were on the warrant, or the
Is she
same
bald?
bonds that the clerks generated from their
She's
case.
bald.
So I didn't change what the clerks.
Does she have a
had already
beard,
done.
too?
There was some no bonds, and I think the others were
The
5,000. But, yeah, so,
Understood.
yeah, didn't know if there's anything else you wanted to address. I think he's already been returned to the cell.
I see some.
Nothing further.
Are these legs up here?
You bet. Have a great day, sir.
You too.
What is that?
Next up, we have Jakara Vasquez. Looks like
Jakara.
Geraldine Jorquera Vasquez.
A
And
group
you're
of
here
doctors
because
and
you have
engineers.
a warrant out of Hillsborough County.
What up, Shannon? Where you been at?
Of retail theft.
Ooh, she's a shoplifter.
Señora,
She has
está
sticky
aquí porque
fingers.
tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Hillsborough por 2 cargos de robo de tiendas minoristas.
One of those counts is related to a coordinated effort.
Uno de esos cargos está relacionado a esfuerzos coordinados.
And the second count involves theft greater than $3,000.
Damn, she was coming
El
up.
segundo cargo trata de robo mayor de
Does she have her
$3,000.
hand in her pants? Or does she not have a hand? Does she only have one hand?
Ma'am, I
Hold on.
cannot appoint the public
Let me
defender
zoom
to
in right here.
represent you.
Is that a baby
Señora,
hand?
no le puedo nombrar la oficina de defensores
Oh, I can't
públicos
zoom in
para que la
anymore.
representen.
You can always hire an attorney now
That's it.
or ask for the public defender when you get back
Oh,
to
no.
Tampa.
Pero usted puede contratar
No.
un abogado privado ahora o pedir un defensor público cuando regrese a Tampa.
I'm finding probable cause.
Determino que existe motivo fundado.
I do Arizona, Maricopa,
Judge
and
in
Pima County.
Hillsborough, on the charge related to coordinated retail theft, set your bond at $2,500.
Por el cargo relacionado con el robo de tiendas coordinado, el juez de Hillsborough fijó su fianza en $2,500.
I see she has both of the
On
hands.
that second charge involving theft greater than $3,000, the Hillsborough judge wants you held no bond.
Damn,
Por
she's
el
like on a
segundo
one-man
cargo, con
shoplifting
robo,
spree all over the state.
Mayor de $3,000.
I wonder if
El
she
juez
takes
de
orders.
Hillsborough, quiere que la detengan sin fianza.
We'll notify them.
It might be my
Assuming we have
medication,
nothing else
family
holding
man.
in our jail.
Les avisaremos a ellos, asumiendo que usted no tenga algo más que la detenga en nuestra cárcel.
We'll let them know that they can come get you. If you're still here next week on Friday, we'll bring you back to talk to a judge.
Man, Best Buys are still in business?
Les avisaremos que pueden venir a buscarla, pero si sigue
It's
aquí
a
la
me,
semana que
Mario.
viene, el viernes volverá a ir ante un juez.
Have a nice day.
Pase buen día.
Norma Marano Cosme.
What is it, like half price on the items?
Ma'am,
2 quarters
you're
on the
here having
dollar?
been arrested on 8 different charges.
8?
Señora, está aquí porque la arrestaron por 8 cargos diferentes.
Damn.
Do you want me to appoint the public defender's office?
¿Quiere que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos?
Sí.
Yes.
That room's fuller than a
Appoint that
church.
office.
Your Honor, Deborah
Le
Balance,
nombro provisionalmente esa oficina.
I have a probable cause challenge to make when the court's ready.
And you haven't even seen this room yet.
Señor juez, tengo un reto
We got one more right here.
cuando el juez me permita.
This is the church right here.
Adelante.
I'm challenging the probable cause because I could not find in my reading of the affidavit that there was any evidence regarding this.
Señor juez, estoy retando el motivo fundado porque no pude encontrar en mi lectura de la affidavit que haya alguna evidencia en cuanto a un momento. Thank you, Ms. Goins.
Okay. That Ms. Marcano
Mercado?
possessed or displayed an expired or canceled license.
Expired license?
No pude encontrar evidencia de que la señora Marcano tuviera.
Oh, she's going to have to do some hard time for that.
Una licencia
An
cancelada.
expired license. Damn, and she has 8 charges? I wonder what the other ones were.
I have a citation. You don't believe that? That gets me where I need to be.
Damn, in Florida they lock you up for anything.
Pero no creo que eso me dé la información que yo necesito.
Just curious if you.
There would be no different than
What up,
they
Tam
wrote
Tam?
in the affidavit.
No sería
Florida.
diferente a lo que ellos escribieron en la affidavit.
Driving on a spare.
I just always look at this as sometimes there's charges that the name we give them explains, the factual basis. I hear what you're saying.
Es que a veces, en ciertos casos, en los nombres que se dan explican la base fáctica, pero oigo lo que ha dicho, señora abogada.
Anything else, and I'll find out what Mr. Matthews' position is.
What up,
Algo
Lori?
más, abogada, y luego hablaré con el fiscal para escuchar su postura.
Nothing further from the public defender.
Mr.
Nada
Matthews,
más de la defensora pública.
what's your position on the probable cause challenge?
Señor Matthews, ¿cuál es su postura en cuanto al reto de motivo fundado?
Considering the other charges, including the felony charges, the state will leave that
Felony?
back to the court. I do not intend to request 24 hours to perfect should the court not be inclined to find probable cause.
Considerando los otros cargos, incluyendo los cargos de delitos.
I never realized how bad Florida was until I started watching these courts.
No, voy a solicitar.
I gotta definitely keep that in the back of my mind when I'm ever out in Florida.
Si el juez estuviese dispuesto a encontrar que existe motivo fundado.
On that charge, I do not find probable cause. She'll be released on her own recognizance.
Por ese cargo, encuentro que no existe motivo fundado y será puesta en libertad bajo palabra.
Damn, chula.
I do find probable cause on the remaining 7 charges.
What up, AZ?
Encuentro que hay motivo fundado por los restantes 7 cargos.
On the charge of failure of a registered owner to notify DHSMB of a change in address.
What?
The bond is $250.
$250 for not updating your address? What? That's preposterous. That's an outrage. What up, G? What up, Lex?
La fianza es $250.
Spitting on the sidewalk?
On the charge of battery on a law enforcement officer, the bond is $5,000.
$5,000?
Por el cargo de agresión física a un oficial de
And she beat the cops?
La fianza es $5,000.
On the charge of depriving an officer of his means of communication, the bond is $5,000.
Por el cargo de retenerle a un oficial sus medios de comunicación, la fianza es $5,000.
On the charge of driving while license suspended or revoked, the bond is $250.
Por el cargo de conducir con la licencia suspendida o revocada, la fianza es $250.
On the charge of resisting an officer with violence, the bond is $5,000.
Por el cargo de resistencia oficial con violencia, la fianza es $5,000.
As to the charge of resisting an officer without violence, the bond is $1,000.
With violence and without violence, how does that work?
Resistencia oficial sin violencia, la fianza es $1,000.
And as to the charge of escape, which is
Escape?
a second-degree felony.
Oh, she's gonna go away for life. That's it. She's
Por el
done.
cargo de escaparse, que es un delito mayor en segundo grado.
Punishable up to 15 years in prison.
15 years.
Penado con hasta 15
Ay, ay,
años de
ay.
prisión.
I'll set the bond at $15,000.
Oh, yeah, she's gonna do some time.
$15,000.
Jason Bourne.
Left, ma'am.
Hacia su izquierda, señora.
Mr.
Ay,
Green, I
ay,
think
ay.
that's everyone.
That's it.
Thank
All the
you,
Spanish
Your Honor.
speakers. All right.
Have a
All right.
nice day, ma'am.
We're gonna commence with the
All right,
English
everybody, we're gonna pick
English
up the
speakers
pace
only.
A little bit now that we've completed the interpreter cases. I'm going to do the gentlemen. There's just a handful of them there in South County. Then I'll move on to the ladies at Central. Finish up with the men there at Central in the back.
Did he say he was
There's
gonna do
just
the
4
gentleman?
things I do today. I tell you what you're charged with in case you don't already know. Talk to you about a public defender. Be prepared to tell me if you want one. I've already reviewed your affidavits back in my office, so I know what the allegations are. And I'm
Damn,
going to
look at
to
that.
understand
Woo, it's like a stampede.
a bond for you if you're entitled to one. All right, let's do the gentleman there in South.
Damn.
How about Dakota Alderman?
Dakota, come on down. I thought that was gonna be a woman.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Isn't
Good
Dakota
afternoon,
a
sir.
girl name?
You here for 2 charges. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir. What's the charges, sir?
I'm going to get to that. Yeah, I'm going to appoint the public defender as you're requesting. I reviewed the affidavit, finding probable cause. On your bond, on your charge of possession of cannabis, which is known as marijuana, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000.
Smoke weed
On the
every
charge of
day.
possession of drug paraphernalia, I'm going to set your bond also at $2,000. Now, you're out on bond on 26 CF 2818. Because you picked up these new charges, I'm going to revoke your bond on that case, hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State, and appoint the public defender if they weren't already appointed. Have a great day, sir.
Yes,
Next,
sir.
great one. Next up is Tyler Berry.
Tyler, come on down to the Price is Wrong.
I have a challenge on Mr. Berry when the court's ready.
All right. Mr. Berry, you're charged with 5 different charges. As far as the reading, Ms. Goins?
Don't waive it.
Do any waiving, or you?
Read it. Don't waive it.
Are you asking me if y'all want to do waiving?
What's up, Crystal?
Trafficking.
Just the trafficking.
No.
Okay.
Judge, if we're going to argue probable cause, we're going to have to argue the facts, and the charge is going to have to be announced.
I agree. I mean, it's going to be hard to tiptoe around it, yeah.
That may be, no problem.
All right. Sir, you're
Tiptoe.
here having been charged with 5 things. They are unlawful use of a two-way communication device to commit a felony, use of a computer to seduce or solicit or lure a child.
Oh, wood chipper.
Traveling to meet a minor.
He got caught on.
A computer.
He got caught on
child.
to catch a predator.
Human trafficking, and then lastly, attempted lewd lascivious conduct by a person 18 or older. By a person 18 or older on someone 18 or younger.
18.
All right,
Oh.
those are the charges. Do you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
Yes, please.
I'll go ahead and provisionally appoint that office. Ms. Goins, go right ahead with any probable cause challenge.
That's all bad right there.
My cause challenge is on the human trafficking, and I point to the definition and explanation as human trafficking has been defined in this
What up, Jen?
piece of legislation, which is 787.06. It appears under the circumstances of this particular case that there is a lack of probable cause. This was a phone. It was basically alleged phone solicitation.
Alleged.
But there was nothing in here to show an intent to, let's see, to hold someone under fear of some kind of harm to that person, to use them as any kind of slave or labor.
What?
And that is the basis of my position, and I know the state will have a response to that.
In the criminal justice system, sexually based offenses are considered especially heinous. In New York City, the dedicated detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Victims Unit. These are their stories.
One second, I've got the statute pulled up, and I'm just looking over they have a charge under 3G of that statute, and looking at the terms.
Man, good thing they gave us that little silence right there.
All right. It says, under definitions, human trafficking means transporting, soliciting, recruiting, harboring, providing, enticing, maintaining, purchasing, patronizing, procuring, or obtaining another person for the purpose of exploitation of that person.
I like how they pulled up
What's your thoughts on
the definition.
that charge, the probable cause challenge, and the facts that are laid out in the affidavit?
The subsection cited, which may or may not comport, I mean, this is a lengthy statute, so whether the title that's in the clerk's page comports, I would note that the subsection that the accused is charged with for this count, subsection G reads, for commercial sexual activity in which any child younger than 18 years of age or an adult believed by the person to be a child younger than 18 years of age is involved, commits the felony. In this case, Judge, the commercial activity, I read the entire, there's numerous pages of texts and Snapchats And among those, and it'll take me a minute to find it again, was the solicitation for an underage officer who had identified herself or himself to be, I believe it was 15 years of age.
15.
The accused in electronic communications requested to pay the 15-year-old to perform sex to meet up to further that purpose. And when the defendant met at the agreed location at the agreed time, had money to cover the charges, the financial charge for the sexual act that had been commissioned. The state's position is that that meets the definition of the attempt to have a commercial sexual activity with an underage person, a person the defendant thought was underage, and that he solicited that through electronic communications or other means. Thank you.
Not even object to?
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr.
Is that Mr. Berry?
He was talking to the deputy. I don't think he appreciates that his hearing is going on and the attorney that's here representing him is talking to the judge. And when he talks to the bailiff to his left, I can hear it. It interrupts our hearing. So go right ahead, Ms. Goins.
All right. And first of all, is the state suggesting that this is supposed to be an attempted offense? Because it would be my position that there certainly is no completed offense here. And they did not charge attempt. They actually charged the charge. They didn't charge it in sort of an inchoate.
What up, Christopher?
State's position is the solicitation was complete when the offer was made. He traveled to the location with the money to complete it. But the solicitation occurred when the electronic communication was sent, and it was received by the undercover officer. And that was for the purpose of procuring the sex for which he appeared to consummate.
They got him dead to rights.
Completed before he ever left his home.
Of course he knew. Of course that sick puppy knew.
Ms. Goins, you got any authority on this? I know human trafficking, we hear it a lot, the term a lot more than, it's a relatively new term that gets brought in. I just didn't know if you had any authority that I could
Hey, Glide, I like that.
Your position's correct.
Well, I'm just looking at the definition and the purpose of that statute starting at 78706.
It is. Pollen is bad this time of the year.
But at this point, I don't have anything additional as legal authority, but this is an argument that will be made and persist throughout this case.
Sure. Just wanted to give you, always want to give you that opportunity.
I'm not sure. It depends on how long this one is for, Lacey.
Follow it. If it's binding on me, I'm going to do it. We're at the first appearance probable cause stage. I read it. It's certainly there can an argument be made that sometimes the police are trying to put round holes into square pegs, and that'll say in here reading the actual where it's charged. And how it's charged, I do believe there's sufficient probable cause contained in the affidavit for that purpose. Again, it can be hashed out and sorted out in the division, but for today's purposes,
you're welcome, Lacey.
To be probable cause. That being said, sir, I'm going to find probable cause on all of the charges that you're here for.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to set your bonds on the charge of unlawful use of a two-way communication device. Bond is $5,000. On the use of a computer to solicit or lure a child, it's also $5,000. On the charge of attempted lewd, lascivious conduct by a person 18 or older on someone under 18, I'll set it at $10,000.
That's it?
On the charge of traveling to meet a minor, which is punishable up to 15 years in prison, I'll set your bond at 15.
15.
And the big one is the one we just talked about. It's human trafficking is identified here under that statute number as a first-degree felony, punishable up to 30 years in prison. I'm going to set your bond on that one at $25,000. See, I'll do the math real quick. Looks like it's $60,000. I'm going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with the Office of Pretrial Release, sign up in person, calling them on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Mr. Matthews, what special conditions is the state seeking in this particular case?
Not released, remand.
Seeking 16
How dare they even consider releasing him?
22A, 24 GPS monitoring.
Castration?
And 25. I can read the contents list, but of course. Yeah.
This is Polk County, Florida.
Sir, I'm going to, in addition to this
Right, JB?
conditions of pretrial release, I'm going to give you the following special conditions. I'm not going to do 16. Candidly, this is not an allegation of violence. So I don't think telling you not to have weapons or firearms, don't feel like taking away your right to bear arms. You haven't been found guilty yet, and this is not even alleged violence. So I'm not going to do 16. I will do 17, which is, candidly in here, there's 17 is it's a fictitious alleged victim, so there's really not a victim. I won't even do 17. I think where we really need to do is 22 and 22A, which is you shall have no contact with any child under the age of 18, and you must stay 500 feet away from any school, child care facility, park, playground, or any library at any time. Basically places where children congregate. I'm not going to do GPS monitor, but I will do 25. You're not allowed to be in possession of, nor can you access or use any computers or other electronic devices with internet or intranet capabilities. And sir, anything I've done today, I'm not going to be your judge.
No GPS monitoring.
Your case. You can always take it up with that judge if you want to make any motions.
Hey, that makes no sense.
For Mr. Berry's benefit, that all issues regarding bond as well as all legal issues will be pursued and can be pursued in further hearings outside of first appearance.
How are you going to give somebody with no driver license GPS monitoring, and you're going to give this monster no GPS monitoring? What?
Theft. Sir, do you want the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll point him. Finding probable cause, your bond is 500. Have a great day.
All right.
That brings us to Kenton Dicki. Mr. Dicki, you're charged with false
what?
Information of ownership to a pawnbroker.
How dare he?
Greater than $300. Dealing in stolen property and grand theft greater than 10 grand, but less than 20,000. You want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint that office to represent you. I've looked over your paperwork. I find probable cause. Setting your bond at $10,000 on the false verification of ownership to a pawnbroker. It'll be $15,000 on the dealing in stolen property, and it'll be $5,000 on the grand theft. Can you pull up so $30,000 total? Sir, I'm going to make these bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, all the standard conditions plus special conditions.
Damn, son, where'd you find
17,
this?
Which is you're not allowed to have any intentional contact with the victim.
What else? What
Stay
else?
500 feet away from the victim, their home, their
Lisa.
vehicles, where they work or where they go to school. And of course, the pawn shop, I want you to stay away from that location. So that'll be condition 21, which is you can't go within 500 feet of the event location, which here would be the pawn shop. Have a great day.
Sharp,
sir.
you ain't lying, Sharp.
Thank you.
You bet. Next up, we have.
Hey, what do you guys think the proper sentence would be for the case before this one? The one that went to try to attempt to meet up with that underage minor.
Good afternoon, sir. You have two crimes that you've been charged with. The first one is stalking.
Stalking?
The second one is criminal mischief, $1,000 or more in damage. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hey, I would say we would start with a nail clipper and clipping his teeth off. And then we'll take it from there. We'll just let our imaginations run wild.
These charges, have they been elevated based upon an allegation of unlawful entry or something of that? Because stalking looks like it's charged as an M1. Actually, I take that back. Stalking's an M1. It's correct here. Criminal mischief's over 1,000, so that's an F3. I stand corrected. Yep. All right, sir. I've looked over it. I've looked over the affidavit from the sheriff. I find probable cause for the charges. Going to set your bond at $5,000 on stalking and $5,000 on the criminal mischief greater than $1,000. That charge is a third-degree felony. The stalking is a misdemeanor. I'm going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pretrial. Sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, all the standard conditions, plus the following special conditions. You're not allowed to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from her, her home, her vehicles, where she works, or where she goes to school. Step to your left, please.
This guy can't own any weapons, but the other guy can? Make that make sense.
Mr. Rhodes is charged with possession of meth, possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, please.
I'll appoint that office. Finding probable cause, your bond on the meth is $5,000. Your bond on the paraphernalia is $1,000. Have a great day, sir.
Okay, what's my charges?
Possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The meth's a felony, the paraphernalia is a misdemeanor. Have a great day, sir.
You. Okay.
Dustin Watson.
Dustin Watson, come on down
Mr.
to
Watson,
the price.
You have 3 charges. It looks like 2 of them are based upon an information filed by the state, and then the third one looks like it was a new arrest based upon interaction with the police, is what's alleged. So the two charges on the information that have been filed are aggravated battery and felony battery, which is based upon this being a second or subsequent offense. And then the police have charged you with resisting without violence. It looks like they alleged you resisted when they went to arrest you for the 2 I mentioned originally. Do you want the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll go ahead and appoint that office to represent you. I've looked over both.
Thank you for the repost.
Information.
Emily, thank you.
That was generated and the affidavit. And from my review of these documents, I find there's probable cause. Going to set your bond on the aggravated battery at $15,000, on the felony battery $5,000, and on the resisting without $2,000. So you add it up, it's $22,000. Those bonds are going to be conditions of pretrial release. If you post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up with them in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
What up, 420?
You have all the standard conditions that everyone has, plus the following special conditions, which are you can't possess or carry weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right, I think that's everybody. Have a great weekend, Deputy.
Your Honor, hold on. We have one more that was an add-on. Last name Bell. What's your first name? Terrence Bell.
Yeah, we don't have anything on a Terrence Bell.
Okay, well, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Hang on 1 second. I'll see if before we run him off, I'll see if the clerks are able to obtain anything. If not, we'll just have to bring him back tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
We got an indication he wasn't out on this morning, but we can just bring it back tomorrow.
Yeah, bring it back tomorrow.
So the clerks have nothing?
But we don't know if the attorneys present have it.
Do y'all have y'all received any information on Terrence Bell?
I have not.
Okay, so we'll just mark on the order that he'll be a bring back.
Mr. Bell, sorry, we don't have any information for you. The clerks don't, the public defender doesn't, probably because it was a late add-on. The good news for you is you don't have to wait all the way until tomorrow afternoon. They're going to bring you back tomorrow morning, bright and early. Have a great day, sir.
Bright and early.
All right, on to the ladies. First up, we have Britney Balance. Miss Balance, you're charged with domestic battery. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint that office. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $5,000, making it a condition of pretrial release. So if you post that bond of $5,000, You must immediately check in with the Office of Pretrial Release. Sign up in person, calling them on Fridays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 17. You can't have weapons or firearms in your possession. You can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim as well as the victim's home, vehicles, and place of employment. Have a great day, ma'am. That brings us to Jasmine Childress. Ms. Childress is charged with 4 crimes. Ms. Childress, do you want me to appoint the public defender for each of these crimes?
Yes.
I'll appoint that office provisionally. I've looked over there's 2 under one case number and 2 from another. I've looked at all the paperwork and I find probable cause for all the charges. Let's start with case number 26 CF 3702 on the charge of battery on a person greater than 65 years of age. There's probable cause. Your bond is $5,000. On the charge of felony battery based upon a prior offense, it's $5,000. Then we have the new charges, which is possession of meth. I'll set your bond at $6,000, and your bond on the possession of paraphernalia at $2,000. Probable cause for all 4. I'm going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All the standard conditions plus the following special conditions. You can't use, possess, or carry firearms, weapons, or ammunition. And you can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim in this case. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a nice day, ma'am. Next.
Your Honor, Deborah Goins.
This is Florida, Polk County, Florida.
Set the bonds on the,
So it was 5 and 5 on each of the ones containing the information.
That's
I ticked it up, yeah, it was 5 and 5. I gave her a slight tick of 6 and 2 based upon her picking up the new charges while having those other charges coming down the pipe.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
you bet. So next up is Cerica Cologne. And you're
Cerica?
charged with written electronic threats to kill or do bodily harm to another. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint that
Damn,
office.
son,
Looked
where'd
over
you
your
find
paperwork,
this?
finding probable cause, setting your bond at $10,000, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you post that bond, you must immediately check
What up,
with
Kristen?
pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, all the standard conditions, plus special conditions 16, 17, and 18. 16, as you've already heard, is you can't have weapons or firearms or ammunition in your possession. 17 says you can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from her, her home, her vehicles, where she works, or where she goes to school. 18 says you do get to go back there one time within 48 hours with the police, within 48 hours of you getting out of jail if that occurs. The purpose of going back that one time is to retrieve your stuff, your essentials, things like medicine and clothing. Have a nice day, ma'am.
May I clarify that name, Your Honor?
Sure, that's Cerica with an S, first name, last name Cologne, C-O-L-O-N.
Thank you.
Colon.
You bet. 10,000 plus pretrial release. Next up is Robin Marie Crawl with a C, C-R-A-W. Ms. Crawl, you're charged with violation of a pretrial release condition on pretrial that was in place on a domestic violence charge. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes.
Okay, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've
I
looked
think I
over.
already have one.
Say again?
I believe I already have one.
You have one for your old charge, which is the battery, 26 MM 1681. Since you got arrested yesterday for this, or very recently, you don't have one, I don't believe, on this.
Hey, Jessica.
That's where you might be confused. You have one for the battery that you got picked up for violating your pretrial release on that battery. So I'll appoint the public defender on this one. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $2,000. Going to make that bond a condition of pretrial release. If you post bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, call them on Fridays, all the standard conditions, plus 16 and 17, no weapons, firearms, no intentional contact. And because I found probable cause on this charge,
She's been sleeping this whole
you were
hearing.
out on pretrial bond on a previous criminal charge, I am going to revoke that bond on 26 MM 1681, holds you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State.
What up, Brody?
And you just told me, we've confirmed you have a public defender or attorney on the old one. So I don't need to appoint one since you already have one.
What up, Christopher?
Have a nice day, ma'am.
Judge, if I may, very quickly, may I request clarification that the no victim contact in the new case, the victim that's ordered to have no contact is the victim listed in MM 261681, as that prohibition will be no longer in force if the bond is revoked.
Look at this who's
Yeah,
sleeping on the
that's
floor.
fine.
Yes, yeah. I just wanted to be sure that was clear. Thank you, sir. I know you knew that.
Yeah, he's right, ma'am. So just to clarify, you're no longer on pretrial release on the battery because I just revoked that. You're being held no bond. So now I put you on pretrial release for your new crime of violating pretrial release, which the conditions I'm going to give you on this new one is you can't have any contact with that gentleman that's the victim of the domestic battery. So you can't have any contact with him, can't have weapons or firearms, okay? So just so he wanted to make sure you knew that when I say the victim of this crime,
Kim, thank you.
pretrial release violation, is the victim of the previous battery that you're in jail on a no bond. Have a great day. Yeah, that's always, and that dynamic kind of was clear to me after, a few months back. It kind of dawned on me, you're right, that if you revoke the earlier one, the new one, there's going to be, no pretrial release conditions if you don't do it on the new one.
Yes, sir.
And so, yeah, it's always a good idea to clarify that.
I appreciate
you asking. Yeah.
Thank you for that
Moving
daily
right
heart.
along, it looks like, is it Aisha Farrington? Is that your
Aisha?
name, ma'am?
It's Ike.
I apologize. Aisha Farrington. Ma'am, you're charged with violating your probation on 2 separate petty theft charges. That's what you're on probation for. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll provisionally appoint them, finding probable cause, looking at Judge Cole's warrant. He wants you held no bail, he calls it, no bond, so we'll hold you no bond. You'll go see the judge in the M7 division on May the 18th. Have a great day.
This is Polk County, Florida.
That brings us to Aisha Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you have 4 new charges you've been arrested on. Do you want the public defender appointed?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint them provisionally on all 4 charges. I've looked over the paperwork from LPD and the warrant that's also part of your 4 charges. Finding probable cause
Thank you,
for
Boston.
all 4.
Hey, thank you, Kim.
Your bond on, there's 3 charges that I signed a warrant when I was the duty judge back in October. And those 3 charges are tampering with a witness, domestic battery with a prior conviction, and felony battery. Then you picked up a new charge, and that new charge was when they went to arrest you, they charged you with false ID to a police officer. So let's start with the old charges. Having found probable cause, I'm going to set your bond at $5,000 on the tampering, $5,000 on the domestic battery with prior conviction, and $5,000 on battery with a prior conviction. So $15,000 total for those 3. Going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. But I'm also going to find probable cause for the new charge of false ID to a police officer, setting your bond on that at $2,500. So we're going to make pretrial on all 4 charges. The conditions are, if you bond out, you have to report to pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions that everyone has, plus special conditions 16 and 17. You can't have any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives in your possession, and you can't have any intentional contact with the alleged victim. And there's a second victim, which is the first victim's mother. So you can't have contact with either one of those ladies. You have to stay 500 feet away from them, their home, their vehicles, where they work, and where they go to school.
Yes, sir.
She was whooping everybody's ass and taking names.
Yeah, do victim and victim's family, because it's, yeah. All right, have a great day, ma'am.
This is going to be Polk County, Florida.
Next up, we have Tiffany Hawthorne, who's been charged with violating her probation. Ma'am, do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender, finding probable cause, holding you no bond. You'll go see the judge on May the 12th. Have a great day.
Hey, don't forget, if you enjoy the stream, please hit that follow. It's free. Free for you, free for me.
Ingram, a greenback from yesterday.
It is, sir.
That was one that I kind of surmised.
Surmised?
Just
Luis Harvey.
On the 10 charges listed in the affidavit, but there was an 11th one in the first appearance list that the state was given 24 hours to find information on.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better.
I grabbed the affidavit, I saw a bunch of charges going, one scheduled for today. So she was just completely omitted.
I was not the first appearance ASA yesterday.
Is this live?
I did submit an amended affidavit this morning, but I can't speak directly as to what took place yesterday.
Yeah, sure.
Look at the time and the date right there.
Your understanding.
Yes, sir, that was my understanding.
I'm always, unless it just jumps out the page at me that it's an amended or an updated, I always hesitate to read, because I'm not even sure sometimes what the thought process as to why there was no probable cause. Ms. Goins, it looks like the charge that was omitted yesterday was possession.
She was here
of
yesterday, yeah.
Prazolam.
Oh, President, I remember her.
Yes.
Are you still maintaining that there's no probable cause?
There is nothing in the affidavit that explains who that was. And there were numerous,
Yeehaw, thank you.
in this case, but that particular one, when you read the affidavit, it does not give an explanation that would connect it to anyone.
Polk County,
You got
Florida.
the amended one? I just want to make sure
Yes.
that you didn't just rely on the old one.
Let's see.
And so,
I do have the amended one that was sent, I believe, by Mr. Scott
Thank you, Navy Life.
Matthews,
Matthews,
what's the
exactly.
best way for me to determine the one I'm looking at, if it's the amended or not?
At the very top of the narrative portion, there are some asterisks, and then it reads, "This is an amended affidavit to add the charge of possession of alprazolam with closed asterisks."
Yeah.
And it speaks directly to the location of alprazolam being in the defendant's bedroom, next to the floor, next to her bed, and her purse containing items including...
It looks like she needs an alprazolam right now.
Yeah, Miss Leatherwood, she's out of
She
the
looks like
office
she's on
today,
edge.
and so Miss Ashley was the floater JA that helped me prepare this, and I don't...
Hey, thank you, amazing.
I think she provided me the original, and that's like I said, I had it. So now, Miss Amber here has the amended one up, so let me take a good look at it.
If I'm reading the affidavit on the face of the amended affidavit, it is possession of alprazolam. On the docket, it reads with intent to sell, but I don't see that on the affidavit.
Yeah, it's the very last one. Clearly, there's no with intent to sell.
Oh, yeah, they just suspended it. You're right.
So if there's a probable cause challenge shooter with intent, I think that it was not the intent of the case filing agent to have that before the court. So I would not dispute that.
She's like a walking pharmacy right there. She had the Xanax bars on deck. She had like a cocktail, pretty much a cocktail of whatever you needed. You need some promethazine, you need the Percocets, and the alprazolam. She got you. Hey, thank you for sending the heart. Highly appreciate you. She had that purple drink.
Just a moment ago, where the asterisks at the top, the purpose of the amended information, and the part related to
Yeehaw!
Prazolam.
Thank you, Pretty Ricky.
Added to the back end of it.
We're doing job interviews right now. We're doing job interviews for Amazon, Walmart, Target, Circle K.
It's not amended to the actual previous affidavit. It is a second affidavit that is an amendment to the charge. I don't have the earlier one, so I don't have them in front of me to compare. I can probably look them up. I will note that the body of the narrative...
I don't think she's going to get the job, though.
To sell or distribute, and I see that in the narrative, but on the face of this charge is an F3 possession. So that is the charge, I think, is put before the court. As far as what's charged by information later, what, if anything, the intake ASA does that.
What up, Barbara?
Additional information that I don't have at this time.
Be careful out there in Polk County.
On behalf of Ms.
Looks like she wants to throw up.
The claim charge on the affidavit itself is possession of alprazolam, not possession with intent. And I was asking if the court has the one from yesterday. Yes, may I look at it, Your Honor? I just wanted to compare it because I'm trying to see the difference. Okay.
Yeah, she's definitely aching. Yep. She needs a hit real quick. Or a chocolate bar. Give her some sweets.
Of the defendant's bedroom, purse belonging to the defendant was located on the floor in her bedroom next to her bed. In the purse was a gold bag containing the following items: multiple Ziploc baggies containing a variety of pills.
A variety?
And then it looks like they say a variety of pills. There's a variety of pills. There's
substantial
1, 2, 3,
variety.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, she's going to prison for sure.
Roughly 16 different types of pills.
Did she have any blue 30s?
And they've identified one by their markings as being alprazolam, 6 white rectangle pills labeled Y21, alprazolam. To me, it certainly seems like it's possession of alprazolam with intent to sell. The state doesn't appear to be pursuing it. So,
I can say to the court, when you look at the only difference now between these, and I've read it word for word, the only difference is that on the front of the affidavit, on the new one, that was Mr. Matthews sent to me, the only thing that's different about it is that at the bottom, they add possession of alprazolam.
I think that was the whole reason. Yeah, I think that the whole reason that they brought it back today was because you said the clerks had it on y'all's list, meaning that they came in from the jail.
Hey, the trailer park is going to be dry. People are going to be hurting today at the trailer park.
On that one, so they added a charge. Yeah, I'm going to find probable cause. It seems like
she was the pharmacy.
Scribner's error. The omission of the last charge wasn't included yesterday. Well, now it's included, and the paperwork that was there yesterday probably would have supported it. It just didn't have the charge on the front. So the narrative supported it, just wasn't identified. So now clearly that problem has been corrected. So I'm going to find possession of alprazolam, not intent to sell. So you can, Devin, you can say no PC with intent to sell. Alprazolam's an F3, so I'm going to set the bond at $5,000. And was this pretrial release yesterday? So, ma'am, anything that you were placed on yesterday for pretrial release, this is just a new charge, a new bond. That'll be part of the judge's ruling yesterday. So if you go on pretrial, if you bond out, you're on pretrial release with all the conditions the judge gave you yesterday. Have a great day.
Man, that reminds me of the one time that I took the alprazolam for a flight.
Jarquera. Actually, we did her.
Biggest mistake of my life. I blacked out.
So we're at Teesha Knight.
Teesha Knight.
Miss Knight's charged with a VOP. What put her on probation was grand theft. You want the public defender?
Florida.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause based upon Judge Harb's warrant. Judge Harb wants you held no bond. We'll hold you no bond. And we'll send you to see a circuit judge soon. Have a great day.
When is the court date?
Miss Shannon Linen. Miss Linen, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, possession of cannabis resin. That cannabis resin makes it a felony.
Smoke weed every day.
Yes, sir.
Damn, she had that resin on deck.
To represent you. Finding probable cause based upon the paperwork. Your bond on the paraphernalia is $1,000. On the meth and the cannabis resin, it'll be $5,000 apiece.
Smoke weed every day.
$11,000. Have a great day.
Yeah, she's definitely messing around.
Christina Montroy. Miss Montroy, you have 4 total charges. 2 VOPs that are warrantless VOPs and 2 new charges of burglary and grand theft.
She doesn't look like a burglar to me.
Represent you?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you on all 4 charges. Finding probable cause, I've read the affidavit. There's an affidavit for the new charges and a very similar one for the warrantless VOPs. Having found probable cause, I'm going to set your bond on the burglary of a structure. In this case, they say it was a shed. I'll set it at $5,000.
Yeah, she's looking for the power tools.
$5,000. Going to make those two bonds conditions of pretrial release. You're able to post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial.
What up, Jared?
Calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions plus special conditions. 17, which is you're not allowed to have any intentional contact with the listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim as well as their home, vehicle, place of employment, or any school they attend. And of course, I want you to stay away from the event location, which in this case would be the shed behind the home of the victim. I find probable cause for the two warrantless VOPs contained in 25 CF 7115.
Polk County.
I'll hold you no bond on each of those. Have a nice day, ma'am.
Imagine you wake up in the middle of the night and you walk into your shed and you see her.
Pyle or Pele?
It's straight up Resident Evil time.
Trespass. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, please.
I'll appoint that office to represent you. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000. Have a nice day.
Next. Look at this fool laid up on the floor.
My notes show that she may have bonded, but do we have an Elania Ruffle Carriganese? Ma'am, is that you?
Oh, she bonded.
Okay, there you go. So my information was correct. She would be bonding. Then we're moving on to this young lady, which I'm guessing will be Kandra Speed.
Yes, sir.
You're charged with domestic violence battery. Do you want the public defender? I want the public defender to represent you. I looked over the paperwork, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $2,500, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you post that bond, immediately check in with pretrial. Sign up in person, calling that office on Fridays. You have all the standard conditions plus the following special conditions. Do not use, possess, or carry firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Hey, what up, Sancho?
Have any intentional contact with the victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a nice day, ma'am.
Is there two victims or just one?
Well, it's charged as domestic violence battery. Normally there have to be 2 counts for 2 victims.
Okay.
I can tell you.
The only reason why I asked was because on my paperwork it said I had 2 victims. That's why I was just asking. But I was only with one.
I've read it, but I don't want to give you bad information. Let me,
She doesn't know how many people she beat?
The affidavit, I have it right here.
Yeah, Judge, Your Honor, check out that affidavit, David, if you will.
Yeah, I thought so. It's an LPD affidavit, and the only victim.
Yeah, but we got to go into the courthouse.
Yeah, I will tell you this: in the body of the affidavit, where they identify people, they do list 2 different people as being victims. But I think that could easily be a typo. But clearly in this one, the victim, that's initials are AW. AW is who's been identified in the affidavit as the one victim.
Or maybe she'd be somebody that was pregnant?
Have a great day.
I don't know. Would that consider 2 people?
Bethany Sakowski.
Look, everybody, she's bald.
Giving false name or ID to a law enforcement officer. Ma'am, do you want the public defender?
Yeah, but that's not what happened.
That's what trials are for, ma'am. I'm not here to conduct a trial. I'm not being flippant with you. I'm just saying, I always tell people, I read the affidavit. I wasn't there. I don't know if it was true or not. If I was there and I saw it,
thank you for the
I couldn't
follow.
be the judge, because I'd be a witness. So I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just telling you what they swore to. And that's why, you're innocent until proven guilty, and you get to talk to your lawyer, and y'all can talk about any potential defenses and
Britney, that you
trial and make the state prove it. So, yeah, you've been charged with knowingly giving false name or ID to a law enforcement officer. I think you told me you wanted me to appoint the public defender, if I heard you right.
Yes.
Does she have tattooed sideburns?
I'll appoint that office to represent you.
I wish I could zoom in more.
Real quick, I'm going to take another peek at this affidavit from the Winter Haven Police Department, because you have an open case, and I want to see how this This impacts.
It looks like she has tattoo sideburns. Or is that hair?
I reported a broken tooth, which is what happened. I didn't report a false name.
Yeah, you don't talk about it real quick, okay? Because everything's being recorded, and you don't want to say something that could hurt you.
Sure.
Her lawyer didn't help her out. Where's the lawyer? Where's a lawyer when you need one? So the different colored tops. I'm not sure because I'm not from Florida. I've never been to jail in Florida. But if anybody's been in Florida jail in Polk County, can you guys tell us why she's wearing a burgundy top and blue bottoms, if you will, and why is everybody else wearing blue? The blue is obviously they're women. The women are in blue, men are in orange. But she's definitely a different one right here. Medical? Oh, somebody said that that it might do because she's in medical, or a few people. Thank you, guys.
What's that charge in 26 MM?
For mental?
1682.
Is this live? Hell no, this is AI generated. I'm not real. I'm actually in bed sleeping right now.
All right.
And my imagination's coming up with all of this.
I looked over it. You're right. They do acknowledge that you called them to make a report as to a broken tooth or veneer, and then they confronted you about the details of it, and that led to the new charge. So I'm finding probable cause for the charge of knowingly giving false info to a police officer regarding an alleged crime. I'm going to set your bond on this at $2,000. Now, having found probable cause for this new crime that allegedly occurred while you're out on
Thank you, Hector.
Trial release for another charge, I think it's proper to revoke your bond on 26 MM 1682 and hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State, and I'll appoint a public defender on that case if you don't already have one.
Hey, how many of you? How many of the 755 people watching right now? How many of you guys are real? How many of you are bots, and how many of you are AI generated? And what fraction of you are my imagination?
Looks like on this charge right here, it's May the 8th for arraignment. It looks like you're in front of Judge Gibson on that date. And as far as your other charge, they'll always try to get the two together at some point, but I don't know the court date on that, on the earlier charge. Have a great day. Deborah Taylor. Ms. Taylor, you're a fugitive from justice is what we call it. So basically you have a warrant from another state. Your state is Missouri. I am allowed to appoint a public defender because they can help you make decisions as it relates to your extradition, if you want to go willingly or you want to fight it. So do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint that office to represent you. Finding probable cause after looking at the paperwork. I'm going to hold you no bond, and we'll send you to see a judge real quick. It's kind of a quick turnaround. You'll go see the circuit judge on the 27th. On the 27th. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Deborah Goins, I just wanted to ask the court, then at this point, the only thing she has before the court is the fugitive from Missouri, and she has taken care of the local misdemeanor charges.
I didn't even know about the misdemeanor.
That's a face only a mom can love.
Felony charge also.
Yeah. I just know she's here as a fugitive from justice.
Right.
So different than maybe out of county things, the way we handle them. But as far as the fugitive from justice, she's got the no bond hold. We'll send her to see the circuit judge to talk about extradition. If she has other charges, then
thank you, Melissa.
to go to court dates for those.
Okay. When is the extradition hearing?
If you will.
27th at 8:29. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
You got Kimberly Thomas.
First appearance, yes.
Charged with domestic violence battery. Ma'am, do you want the public defender?
Thank you for the repost.
All right, I'll appoint that office to represent you. So she's recommended for straight pretrial release.
Oh, Q Zucks.
Ms. Thomas, I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over your paperwork. I find probable cause. Ms. Amber, who is sitting to my left, I don't know if you can see her. She works for pretrial release services. They've done an investigation. They've recommended you for straight pretrial release.
CL20s.
I'm going to go along with that recommendation. What that means is you'll be getting out of jail today without putting up any money. So you'll be getting out. probably going to be too late by the time you get out and make it to the pretrial office.
What up, Ed?
So you'll have to go the next business day. So if they're not open tomorrow, you'll have to go Monday morning. Sign up with them in person.
That's the first OR today. You're right.
Yeah, sign up in person, call them every Friday while your case is pending. You have all the standard conditions everybody has, plus 16 and 17. 16 says you can't possess weapons or firearms or any type of ammunition while you're on free trial. 17 says you can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, third party, social media. Can't have contact any of those type of ways. Stay 500 feet away from the victim's home and vehicles, place of employment, or any school they attend. Okay? I'm going off of memory. Did you and the alleged victim allegedly live together?
So he is
we'll
my
talk
son.
about it, okay?
Okay.
I'm just trying to decide, should I let you go to that home one time to get your stuff?
Talk about it.
We no longer live together.
Fair enough. That's not, I don't want you talking about it, because I don't want you to say anything.
We want her to talk about it.
Did you want to go to the location if y'all live together? Okay. Have a nice day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Your Honor.
Crystal Tigner
Hey, the guy's up.
is charged with trespass and petty theft. Do you want the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $1,000 on the trespass, $250 on the petty theft. Have a nice day. Looks like we have Esmeralda Torres.
Refused.
So she refused to come to first appearances. Ms. Goins, what do you want to do? Is the day the first day she's refused? It looks like she has, just so you know, she has an open case that might be in the old M8 division as non-restorable.
Hey, don't forget, guys, hit that follow. It's free. It's free for you. It's free for me. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Hit the follow. Y gracias a ti.
I was going to raise a probable cause challenge on this, so I'm going to
Thank you, guys.
set this up for Ms. Smith to pick it up tomorrow.
Okay.
So if we may do
This
that.
is Polk County, Florida.
Maybe she'll be in better spirits and could come down for her hearing tomorrow. All right. Well, Madam, Mr. Clerk, set Ms. Torres over for tomorrow morning with Judge Antoni.
Hey, thank you guys for the
Mariah
daily hearts, too.
Walker? Mr. Grayjack, you wait, or you just let me know when you're ready on something.
And also, if you could do me another favor, repost and share this stream, please.
Mariah Walker bonded, okay. So Mariah Walker is bonded, leaving us to Ashley Whitehead.
Hey, thank you for that daily heart. Hey,
Whitehead,
Daisy.
you're charged with resisting an officer without violence and interfering with a first responder on duty. Do you want me to appoint the public defender? I'll appoint them. Having reviewed the paperwork, finding probable cause, your bond on the resisting is $1,000. Your bond on the interfering with a first responder is $250. Have a nice day.
Your Honor, Deborah Taylor, if I may inquire about the bond. Ms. Whitehead?
Whitehead, Ms. Whitehead, Ms. Whitehead.
I just want to inquire.
All right. Now we're going down to the gentleman now. Come on down to the price is wrong.
Looking at this affidavit, would the court consider a $500 bond instead of $1,000?
Let me take a look again.
This is Polk County, Florida. Why is there no privacy? Man, you walk outside, there's no privacy in your house. Everybody has Amazon, Fire Sticks, Google, whatever. Everybody's giving up their information. Privacy is a thing of the past. You better go back in time, back to the 70s and 80s before all this new technology came out.
Just alleged pulling away and tensing as the basis for the resisting. That's how I read it.
Tensing and resisting.
The wifey just brought me some.
With officers trying to secure another situation.
Some food.
Well, and obviously I agree factually with that, but the thing is that was the other charge.
Correct.
Privacy in jail.
She picked up one charge, she resisted with another, or she picked up another by resisting.
trying to video activity that was apparently too close to the officers.
Correct, there's the statute.
Shout out to the wife.
I know there is, Mr.
I was starting to get hungry.
I know. Would you-
I can learn things too, so I'm here to learn.
And for anybody that's wondering, this is live. This is happening in real time. This is not a figment of your imagination.
Let's ask Miss Amber. Does Amber, she have prior record? She does, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave the bonds with her. I didn't enhance them, she got standard bonds, even though pretrial puts her in the category of someone with an extensive prior history. So I didn't raise them, but I also don't feel like lowering them is appropriate, so. All right, have a nice day, ma'am. $12.50 is your bond for the 2 charges. On to the gentleman. First up, we have Henry Allen. Mr. Allen, you're here for 6 different charges. It looks like the first 2 charges, you failed to appear for jury selection, and then you have 4 new charges based upon them, I think, trying to apprehend you for failing to appear at jury selection. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender on all 6 charges.
Well, yes, Kevin Cox.
I can't hear you.
Yes, Kevin Cox from the FTN.
So Mr. Cox is on the old cases.
Yes.
All right. So on that, like you said, you failed to appear for trial. I'll just be specific on the charges of resisting an officer with violence and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So you failed to appear for jury selection. You already have Mr. Cox. He'll continue to represent you. You're going to be held no bond on those 2. On the 4 new charges, having found probable cause, I'm going to set your bond at $7,500 on the resisting with violence, $7,500 on the battery on a police officer, $7,500 on depriving an officer of means of protection or communication, and finally $2,000 on resisting without violence. So no bond on the old ones. Looks like it's $24,500 on the new charges. Have a great day. Tor Armstrong. Mr. Tor Armstrong is charged with 4 new crimes.
Tor Armstrong?
Public defender on each of these?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over the paperwork provided to me, finding probable cause. Your bond on count 1, possession of firearm by convicted felon, is $10,000. On the domestic violence ag assault is $5,000.
Damn, what's up with them glasses?
Battery is $2,500. And on the petty theft, it's $1,000. All of those bonds, which added to be about $18,500, are going to be conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, all the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 17, which is you can't have weapons or firearms in your possession, and also you can't have any intentional contact with the alleged victims. There's 2 victims in this particular allegation, so stay away from each of those victims. Say 500 feet away from their home, their vehicles, where they work, and where they go to school. Have a nice day, sir. Adam Brady. Adam Brady is charged with trespass. Mr. Brady, do you want the public defender?
He kind of looks like Welvin.
I'll appoint the public defender. I've looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause. Looks like you also have an open charge of 26 CF 2831. What are those charges for? Looks like meth paraphernalia, marijuana.
Yes.
And so then he's picked up, while being out on bond for those, he's picked up this new charge of trespassing. All right, sir. So having found probable cause for the trespass, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. Having found probable cause for this new charge while out on bond for those others, I am going to revoke your bonds in those 3 charges in case number 26 CF 2831. Hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State. And I'll appoint the public defender on that if you weren't previously appointed. Have a nice day.
The court date?
Court date, Mr. Devon, can you tell us what the court date is for that last gentleman? His name is Mr. Brady, Adam Brady.
May 8th.
It's May 8th, sir, in the morning. Have a great day. Mr. Grayjack, do you want to call up Mr. Castro?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then we have Teesha Knight. She's the alleged victim in the case. I don't know if pretrial release already had a recommendation on contact, or, because that's what we were asking for, non-violent contact. But
Let me pull it up. I read it back in my office, but I have it here.
I don't have any challenges to PC.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yeah. So I've got it right here beside me. Mr. Samir Castro has been charged with domestic violence battery. Mr. Grayjack, are you So, sir, you already have a private attorney, so I'm not going to ask you about a public defender. You already have an attorney. I've looked over this affidavit. I read it back in my office. I'm finding probable cause based upon the sheriff's affidavit. Give me 1 second. I do see that the alleged victim, is it pronounced Keisha? Keisha. She was able to be contacted by Miss Amber's office, and there's a questionnaire that's been prepared for me to review. I haven't had a chance to review it, so I'll do it now. Okay.
This is Polk County, Florida. What was this guy charged with? I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy eating my food. Orale, what up, Chad? And what up, Bill Cool Things?
Grayjack, no probable cause challenge, you said? Yeah, just wanted to make sure I heard you right. Yeah, and I find probable cause. I've read it in my office.
Thank you, guys.
So I'm finding probable cause. You want to be heard as it relates to bond and/or conditions of pretrial release?
Judge, I just asked for nonviolent contact and straight pretrial release. I don't think he has any prior record.
Does the gentleman have any prior record? Okay. And y'all didn't recommend him for straight pretrial release?
Sometimes you just gotta walk away. It's not worth it. No matter if she's breaking your G.I. Joe collection that you had as a child, you might as well just walk away. No need to put hands on her.
Yeah.
I know it ain't easy.
For straight pretrial release. I appreciate he has no record. I'm not inclined to give him straight pretrial. I'll adjust his bond down based upon him not having a record. Candidly, I tell people domestic batteries come in all shapes and sizes. You know, I've seen everything from throwing a pillow at someone to a water bottle, plastic bottle. I've seen some really bad stuff. So it comes in all shapes and sizes. The allegation here, again, is just allegations, is it wasn't a pillow, it wasn't an empty water bottle, it was this.
M&Ms?
So I don't usually, and that's what she was kind of hinting, she was kind of saying, Judge, I know how you are. Because I don't usually like to, say again?
I don't need your hints today.
She does this enough with me to know that, you know, when it comes to someone allegedly striking someone with a closed fist.
10 times.
Yeah, 10 times.
According to the defendant.
I don't typically like to do straight pretrial. So what I'm going to do is, having found, Mr. Matthews, you want to be heard on anything as it relates to?
Judge, I can anticipate, I would accept the proffer that the victim would testify that she wants contact. With all due respect to that and to the situation regarding the allegations and what both the victim and the defendant saying.
She wants contact?
The position would be until there's further proceedings that there be no contact. I can certainly understand where the family would be coming from. On the other hand, this appears to have been something that didn't even involve the victim, and the defendant himself said he pushed her against the wall and punched her in the face about 10 times.
What?
I don't know what led to that or was under.
Hey, everybody's looking at that for look.
But
that was nervous. Hey, he looks like Joey.
State's position.
He looks like Joey from 90 Day Fiance.
Anything else, Mr. Grayjack?
No, parents are also.
Is that Jovi?
In domestic batteries come in all shapes.
That guy's
and
checking
sizes.
him out. He's checking him out from head to toe. Look,
Generally,
he's like,
get more higher bond than a
scrumptious, umptious, if you will.
two guys fighting at a bar. You know, they don't go home together. There's not that heightened
Jovi's screwed.
sensitivity. So domestics between boyfriend and girlfriend, husband and wives tend to be a little bit scarier situations than
He's about to
brothers and
faint.
sisters. You know, brothers and sisters have been fighting since the beginning of time when they're little, and then they grow up and they usually, don't do that kind of stuff anymore. I've read the affidavit. I know what the allegation is as far as what he thought he saw. And
He might be holding 2 pockets by tonight.
So I'm find probable cause and set the bond at $1,000.
Don't drop the soap.
Going to make it a condition of pretrial release. Sir, if you're able to post that bond, you got to go sign up with pretrial services here in Bartow. If you bond out soon, you're probably not going to make it there today, so it'll probably have to be Monday morning. Sign up in person, calling them on Friday.
Hey, Maria, thank you.
You have all the standard conditions that everybody has on pretrial release, with the exception, with the special conditions that you not use or possess any firearms, weapons, or ammunition.
And don't be using your fist for violence.
You can't have any guns, weapons, no knives. Can't have any of that stuff around him, otherwise he's going to violate his pretrial. In addition to that, since your sister wants contact and doesn't object to
His
you coming
sister?
home, I am going to allow you to have contact with the alleged victim, but this contact is prohibited from being physically or verbally threatening.
What in the incest is going on there?
Whatsoever. So we call that good old-fashioned peaceful contact. No screaming, yelling, throwing pillows.
Tobias Beecham.
No name calling, none of that aggressive stuff. That'll get you right back into trouble, okay? You feel like you're losing your temper, walk out, walk down the street, catch your breath, and cool down. You can't have anything but peaceful contact.
They're like, I got dibs on him.
Anything else from the defense? No. All right. Have a great day, sir. Thanks, sir.
Have a great day. Oh, you better be clenching them cheeks, boy.
Next up, we have Mark Cardona.
All right, Mark Cardona, come on down.
Mr. Cardona, you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Looks like it's 2 separate counts. Do you want me to appoint the public defender? No, he was already put to bring back.
His cheeks are through, whoa.
Yes, that was a bring back on the probable cause question with regards to whether a pepper ball gun was a deadly weapon. And
Pepper ball gun?
I did receive an amended affidavit from the
Damn,
state
Dr.
where the
Phil?
officer
Yeah, I prefer to be called
tried to
Steve
go
Harvey, if you will.
into about what a pepper ball gun can do, but I still say, even with the new affidavit that's submitted, with regards to the facts
Órale.
alleged in this case, that the
Oh, this is the guy from yesterday?
alleged pepper ball gun was allegedly pointed towards a vehicle in which some people were riding, and therefore it would not be a deadly weapon because the manner in which it was used could not be, there's no probable cause to show that it would cause serious bodily injury or death.
Damn, they get down differently out there in Florida.
Judge, I think you have the facts that the state has presented this time. My understanding is it was a realistic looking device that shot out pepper balls. I don't know about this particular one. I know that, and I don't have personal experience with pepper ball guns, but I can tell you that with regard to other air operated paintball guns and things that would be of a similar nature, taking one of those to the eye would certainly cause great bodily harm. Thank you.
And the point is that is exactly what I'm saying, is we went beyond whether or not it was a deadly weapon. To me, this case would center around whether or not it was used in such a way that could have caused serious bodily injury or death. And as I've described, the way in which they described the facts, it would not have been in a position to cause great bodily injury or death. And even the officer mentions in the last sentence of the addition
Steve
that was made
Wilco.
in the affidavit, that he's not saying that the gun could, but unless it was used in a particular way. And just pointing it towards a car in which people are riding is not, I guess if you held it up to somebody's
Maduro.
and deliberately shot it, that something would happen. But that would certainly be serious in danger because it would hurt the eyes, just like the state was referencing. But they don't have the facts to meet that, to find it, it's a deadly weapon in this case. That was my whole premise for making this challenge.
And there's also the kind of activity that tends to result in the return of actual live fire.
Ms. Goins, I find there's probable cause, candidly. I'll give you my analysis. I know you're looking at me like, to me it's pretty common sense. And by that I mean the ag battery. Let's just take it a step further. Ag battery. It doesn't have to be a knife or a gun or a machete. It could be something that's not intended to cause bodily harm.
Like a M&M?
You always hear about the baseball bat. A little T-ball bat that my 5-year-old used to hit a T-ball wasn't intended to whack someone in the head, but if it's used in that manner, it could be an aggravated battery. The difference between that and an ag assault is, if this gun didn't even project anything, hypothetically, it was a very real-looking gun that didn't project anything, but you hold it out the window during a road rage incident and it looks like a gun, the whole point is that it causes fear because the person that sees it thinks it's a gun.
Damn, this fool got screwed.
A real-looking gun at a road rage pointed out the window at somebody. I think the fact that it is an actual device that projects
what up, Fiona?
Balls out of it is stronger than if it was just a toy that looked a lot like a gun. But I think the toy that looks an awful lot like a gun is the basis for an aggravated assault if the people who saw it thought it was a real gun in that situation. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Polk County, yep.
Saying that wouldn't it be
and you don't have to stand up. We're just.
Well, no, I think it's a good thing that I stand up. But the thing is, with regards to that, it's sort of not an oxymoron. It seems like the antithesis of what you would expect.
Polk County, Florida.
You could commit a lesser crime with an instrument that isn't actually a deadly weapon. And then with aggravated battery, if you commit that crime with what isn't an actual deadly weapon, you don't commit the crime of aggravated battery. So
no wonder she's, look at her.
Just because it looks like a gun, then somehow that takes that element of that offense away. And I disagree. I think that the state has to actually show it is a deadly weapon. They don't say through the eyes of the beholder. They just say that it has to be a deadly weapon. That's an element of the offense.
The flip side of it, how often do we see maybe family members, somebody does something that very egregious, like, I don't know, takes that Little League baseball bat and swings at their brother, and then when the brother cools down and they go, hey, were you in fear? And he goes, no, I wasn't in fear. But yet the baseball bat went right by his head. My point is, that won't result in a charge because the alleged victim says, I wasn't in fear.
What up, Joe?
The common sense, the average man would say, oh, I was
Gracias.
in fear. The guy swung a baseball bat and came this close to my head.
Hey, thank you, Grace.
The element there is through the eyes of the person being swung at. Here,
Spooky, thank you.
the people that are in the other car, like, we looked out our window, this guy's flashing his lights, he pulls up next to us, rolls down his window, points a gun at us. My God, we were scared to death, we're about to be shot. I think that's an aggravated assault.
The only crime here is his hair.
A real gun, but a toy gun, or in this case,
Exhibit A.
It's a pepper ball gun. So I just think that it's an aggravated, if you have any authority that says I'm wrong, that it's not based on the eyes of the person who's seeing it.
Yes.
Now, again, that's why I tried to draw the distinction between a bad ag battery and,
Well, I'm just saying, the element is deadly weapon. And for that
Thank you for that,
reason,
Daily Heart.
I made my
And that TikTok site ads.
So at this point, I'm sure this will be litigated further.
yeah, I was inclined because, road rage, the alleged pointing of a gun at what could have my goodness, someone hits the gas and tries to get away, they run into a car at an intersection, all kinds of things that could happen. I was leaning towards enhancing the bonds based upon your argument.
Enhancing it?
Do that. So I'm going to find probable cause. I'm going to set his bond on each of these two F3s at $5,000, $10,000 total, and make it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able, sir, if you're able to post that $10,000 in bond, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions that everyone has, plus the following special conditions. While on pretrial release, you cannot use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're also not allowed to have any intentional contact with the listed victims, and there's two of them in this case. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victims, their home, their vehicle, where they work, or where they go to school. Step to your left, sir.
Next!
I have a question, Your Honor.
Who has a question? Identify yourself.
Yeah, just don't talk about your case, sir. Go ahead.
No problem. I'm a traveling chef, so when you say knives, am I not allowed to use my equipment?
Yes, sir. I can make an exception here that you're able to use kitchen utensils, aka knives and the like, while you're on the clock. You know, while you're working, you can do that.
You're on the clock at midnight is coming.
Walking down the street, you know, because that would be a violation of your pretrial release. When you're not on the clock, yeah, you can't have that stuff. Okay.
What about when he's at home cooking?
State, do you? Are you local?
No, I'm local. Normally it's just around.
Okay.
Polk County, Orange County.
I only asked
with my equipment.
Anybody want to hire him?
Because when you're on pretrial, you're not supposed to leave the state without getting the court's permission. But I don't want to deprive you from making a living, so I would lift that. But if you only work here, Polk Highlands, around this area, we'll leave it where it is. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mandy Hens. Hey.
I believe we're next up to, I have that Michael Delgadillo Urbina has already been transferred out of the jail. Is everyone on the same page?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
yeah. He's already been transferred.
Cha-cha.
I think we're up to Marquise Del Moro. Is that you, sir?
Marquise.
Yes,
All right, you have a warrantless VOP. 3 things put you on probation. They were meth possession, paraphernalia possession, and resisting without. Do you want the public defender?
Yeah.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint them to represent you. I'm finding probable cause for a warrantless VOP. It looks like they're accusing you of trying
Looking
to
for a
sneak
date.
somebody else's urine in a bottle and pass it off as yours. So that's what they violated you for. I'm going to hold you no bond. You're going to go see the judge on May the 12th. Have a great day. Richard Diaz is charged with possession of cannabis, possession of paraphernalia, and resisting without. You want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause,
Smoke
setting
weed
the bond
every
at
day.
$1,000 per count, $3,000 total. Have a good day, sir. Devlin Diggs is charged with operating a motor vehicle with a suspended license, a third or subsequent offense, making it a felony, and operating a commercial motor vehicle that's not properly insured. Sir, do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint that office to represent you provisionally. Looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause. The driving while license suspended is charged as a felony, so the standard bond is $5,000. On the no insurance, it's $250. Have a nice day, sir.
Cubo from El Salvador, that's right. I'm going to be out there in June. Save the pupusas for me.
Dudley is charged with domestic battery and domestic false imprisonment. Sir, do you want the public defender?
I'm sorry,
What? Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to do here.
Well, I can't give you any advice. I can just tell you that you're able to change your mind. And by that, I mean, if you say, Judge, let me try to hire my own lawyer, and you change your mind, you can ask for the public defender later.
Polk County, Florida.
Whatever to be able to bond out and go home. If that's the way I have to go, then yeah, I'll take a public defender and come back.
No, sir. I'm going to address your bonds either way. You know, if you want the public to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll take help with this because, yeah, I need help.
Yeah, you definitely do need help.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Sir, I've looked
What
over
up,
your
803?
paperwork that's been provided from the police authority, finding probable cause for each charge, setting your bond on each of these at $5,000 cash or surety. So you know the false imprisonment is a felony, the domestic battery is a misdemeanor, but they're each going to get $5,000 bond, $10,000 total. If you bond out, you must immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, calling that office on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You have all the standard conditions that everyone has, but based upon the allegations, I'm going to order that you not be in possession of, nor can you consume alcohol. You can't go to any bars, nightclubs, or lounges. You'll be subject to random urinalysis that tests you for alcohol. In addition to that, you can't use, possess, or carry firearms or weapons or ammunition. You can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, where they go to school. And I think you said 18 to 20. Oh, she does want contact. So sir, disregard, I'm not going to do 17, which I just mentioned, which says you can't have contact. The victim wants contact.
Yeah,
So
I was going to say we
can't have weapons or firearms.
Okay.
You are allowed to have contact with the victim, but this contact is prohibited from being physically or verbally threatening. You can't be violent or abusive in any manner whatsoever. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, that's perfect. That gives me a chance to fix it. Thank you.
Have a good day, sir. Alvin Dunovit is charged with domestic violence battery and resisting without violence. Sir, do you want me to appoint the public defender? I think I heard yes, so I'll provisionally appoint them to represent.
Why is this guy walking all the way to the
Having looked over
front?
your paperwork, finding probable cause. Your bond on the domestic battery is $2,500. Your bond on the resisting without is $1,000. These bonds will be conditions of pretrial release. You're able to post those bonds, check in right away with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Fridays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16, 17, and 18, which says you can't have weapons or firearms in your possession. You can't have any intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim as well as their home and vehicle. And you get to go back to that residence you shared with them one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, if that occurs, accompanied by the police to retrieve your essentials, things like medicine and clothing. Have a great day. Okay, well, I don't, she may or may not.
That's right, Josh.
That I read the affidavit and it looked like the police believe she lived there. So if you can confirm with the pretrial release that they're able to confirm that she doesn't live there, I don't mind you going back to that home. I don't want it to sit empty. But if she's there, you're going to have to find somewhere else to go, okay? And just so you know, when I looked at the affidavit,
Repeat the question, sir.
Affidavit, it showed you living at one address, her living at candidly another one, yeah, but there was a witness that lived real close to yours. Okay, so yeah, 16 and 17, we'll go ahead and take out 18. She don't live there anymore. So wherever she's living, it looks like she's now in Winter Haven. You got to stay 500 feet of wherever she lives, her home, her vehicles, her place of employment, or any school, okay? Have a great day, sir. Michael Encarnacion is charged with driving while license suspended. Sir, do you want the public defender?
I was gonna get my own lawyer.
Okay, we'll put that down, and you can always change your mind later if you do change your mind. Finding probable cause, your bond is $250. Have a great day.
Hey, that's something that I wouldn't want on my rap sheet. Driving without a license?
Charged with 5 different crimes. Mr. Friend, do you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
5 crimes.
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint that office to represent you. I've looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause for all 5. Here's the bonds.
How come he's not saying what it is?
Possession of drug
Oh, there it is.
paraphernalia, it's $1,000. On the charge of possession of meth, it's $5,000. Possession of alprazolam, known as Xanax, is $5,000. Possession of weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon, it's $10,000. And attempted possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon is $5,000. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
You bet. I've been told that Garrett Green
What up,
is
Mike?
not available. Is that right?
Hospital.
All right. We'll take that as a yes. Armani Gregory. Mr. Gregory, you have 3 charges: possession of cannabis, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of a
Smoke
weapon
weed
or
every
ammunition
day.
by a convicted felon. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. 1 second, let me take a look at something.
Hey, thank you, Ocean. I'm feeling a lot better since I had the last procedure done. My walking's still a little bit messed up, but hopefully, by the summer, I'll be back. I'll be back up to the way I was walking before. Florida, yeah, this is Polk County, Florida. Yeah, the bubonic chronic is not legal up in Florida. You're gonna end up here if you travel over there with that. They'll throw the book at you. How many years is it for bubonic chronic up in Florida? 5 years, 10 years, 15, life? I don't know. But that's just absolutely bananas. Hey, thank you, Kendra.
Just wanted to draw the distinction. A convicted
Medical card,
felon's
that's
not
right.
allowed to have a firearm or a weapon. I'm sorry, a firearm or ammunition.
Oh, that was done
They're
just
also
with
not
the.
allowed to have a weapon that's concealed. Okay.
What up,
So in
Simply
this
Kate?
case, they allege that it's a stun gun that was concealed. So I'm going to
Órale.
find probable cause for these 3 charges: setting your bond at $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and
Smoke weed
$10,000 on
every
the possession
day.
of a weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon. And of course, the weapon is a
What up,
stun
Doodle?
gun that was alleged to be concealed. Have a great day, sir.
No, that gun.
Been
That
told
gun.
that Jertovian Haynes has been transferred. We agree?
That GUN is gonna do him
Brings
in.
us to Sean Hess. Mr. Hess has been charged with possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia. Do you want the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll appoint him. Finding probable cause, your bond on the meth
Is that Willie
$5,000.
Nelson?
Bond on the paraphernalia is 1. Have a great day. Ronald Scott
Yeehaw!
Cruz
Thank you
is
for
here
that,
failing
Jesse.
to appear for court arraignment, specifically on a charge of criminal mischief, an M1.
Oh,
Sir, do you want
it's
the
a
public
stun gun.
defender? And let's see, you don't show he already has one, right? So I'll go ahead and provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm looking at a KP assigned by Judge Patey. Finding probable cause, she set your bond at $500. Have a great day.
Hey.
Ricardo Jacques.
You definitely got to proceed with extreme caution.
Sir, do you want me to appoint the public defender? Yeah. I'll appoint
Why does he
him.
have his hand in his pants?
I've looked over your paperwork and I find probable cause for the 3 charges. I'm about to tell you what they are and their bonds. In the meantime, it looks like you got a lot going on. Got an open case, 26 CT 2377 with a bond, and then you have notice to appear cases that are as old as 25 CT, 26 CT, 25 MM. A lot going on there. The only one that's parkable is the 26 CT 2377. Just the notice to appears would not be.
Oh yeah, Cinderella.
Finding probable cause, going to set your bonds on these following 3 charges as follows. On the possession of cannabis, going to set your bond at $2,000. On possession of drug paraphernalia is also $2,000.
25 mLs.
And on driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender, I'm going to set your bond at
Habitual?
$7,500. Now, because I've found probable cause for these 3, and you're out on bond on at least 1 charge, I am going to revoke your bond on 26 CT 2377, hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State, and appoint the public defender if you don't already have them. Have a nice day, sir. Well, let's see. On these 3 new charges, and I'm not talking about the old one, but the 3 new charges, you go to court on May the 19th. Have a great day.
May the
Webster
19th.
Jamal Elijah Jamal Webster, excuse me.
I'll ask you heard on this one.
Sure.
Oh, he has a lawyer. Does he have a lawyer, or is that the
Mr.
prosecutor?
Elijah Terrence Jamal Webster Jr., you've been charged with 4 things. 3 counts of burglary with an assault or battery, which are first-degree felonies punishable by life in prison.
Damn.
And then you're charged with the 4th charge of domestic violence, battery by strangulation.
Strangulation, that's no bueno.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over all the
What up, Codex?
paperwork provided, finding probable cause.
Vanessa?
Matthews, go right ahead.
Your Honor, with regard to the first 3 counts, the burglaries was of a dwelling. It was the same dwelling with 3 different individuals that were assaulted or battered once the burglary, the entry was completed. Those being PBLs, the accused is not entitled to a bond. The state is asking for
no coffee.
Hold the accused no bond pending further proceedings because it is burglary of a dwelling. It is an enumerated dangerous offense qualifying for a motion for pretrial detention should the court not be so inclined. I would also respectfully note that in 2018, this same individual was charged with domestic battery on the same victim who is a victim in the instant case. Also was charged with battery by entering the residence or staying in the residence when he wasn't supposed to in 2026. And also was charged with domestic battery in 2019, though not a victim in this case. Thank you.
Ms. Goins, anything from
That's all bad.
At this point, understanding the constitutional basis for allowing 0 bond, which for Mr. Jamal's benefit, it can be raised later at a bond hearing. But I'm not in the position to put on evidence or anything else today in order to go beyond that. But he will have, I'm sure that he's going to have a bond hearing once his lawyer is.
Mr. Jamal, I'm going to find probable cause for all 4 charges. On each of the burglaries with an assault or battery, I'm going to hold you no bond. On the domestic battery by strangulation, your bond is $5,000. It'll be a condition of pretrial release. If you postpone, check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 17, which is no weapons or firearms or no intentional contact with the victim. Step to your left, please. Next up is Martavion Genty. Mr. Genty's charged with possession of cannabis with intent to sell. The allegation is that it was over 20 grams, but it's charged as with intent to sell. Sir, do you want me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause, going to set your bond at $5,000. I can also see you have an open case. So as a result of me finding probable cause for this felony, I'm going to revoke your bond in 25 CF 7532, hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State. We'll appoint the public defender if you don't already have a lawyer. Have a great day, sir.
What's my next court date?
Well, let's take a look. On this charge that you're here for, it's May the 19th.
All right, yes, sir.
Have a great one. Keyshawn Jordan.
Yeah, Florida definitely does not play around. If you go out there messing around, intentionally or unintentionally, you're done.
5 new ones and 2 warrantless VOPs that are contained in 22 CF 4045.
Oh, thank you.
Do you want the public defender on all of these charges?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender for all 5 new ones plus the 2 VOPs. I've looked over the paperwork.
Is that Puma?
Cause. On your charge of knowingly driving while license suspended, the bond is $2,000.
That looks like Puma from New York.
It's $2,000. Resisting without, $2,000. Paraphernalia possession, $2,000. DUI, $2,000. Add them all up, it's $10,000 for the new charges, but you're going to be held no bond on the 2 VOPs. Have a great day, sir.
Yes, sir. My license is not suspended.
It is now.
When my next court date?
Your next court date for the VOPs are May the 12th. Your court date for all those misdemeanors, the 5 new charges, is May the 8th. Have a great day, sir.
This is Florida, Polk County, Florida.
James Little. Mr. Little, you're charged with a warrantless BOP for marijuana sale, manufacture, or delivery. Do you want the public defender?
Smoke weed every day.
I think I heard you say yes, so I'll go ahead and appoint them provisionally. Finding probable cause, holding you no bond. You'll go see the circuit judge. Kind of a quick turnaround.
Forever I haven't.
Well, actually,
The judge is behind on payments.
well, we're gonna send you to see the circuit judge on this BOP. Have a great day, sir.
When's my court date?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna ask that. Yeah, go ahead and tell us what his court date is.
His court date would be April 27th at 8:29.
So that's fugitive from justice, because that'll be this, I see HFUG, it'll be this one too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 427, you got a quick turnaround. Have a great day.
The judge is trying to get out of there. He wants to go play golf.
Angel Lopez Torres, 6 new charges. Sir, do you want the public defender to represent you? Sir, do you want the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I've looked over the paperwork, finding probable cause. I'm going to set your bond on the possession of cannabis at $1,000. On the possession of a canceled or revoked DL, it's $250.
DL,
On
driver
the
license?
battery with a prior conviction, a felony, that's $5,000. Paraphernalia possession is $1,000. Driving while license suspended, I'm going to set it at $2,000. And on the DUI, I'm going to set it at $2,000. All of those bonds are going to be conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, calling them on Fridays. You have all the standard conditions, plus the following special conditions. You can't use, possess, or carry firearms, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from them, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a great day, sir. We are up to William Massey. Mr. Massey is charged with three offenses out of Osceola County. Mr. Massey, I can't appoint a public defender here because it's a different circuit, but you can always ask for a public defender when you get back to Kissimmee or hire an attorney at any time. I've looked over the paperwork that's been provided to me. On the VOPs out of Osceola County, it looks like it's for charges such as tampering with physical evidence, fleeing to elude. Your bond is going to be no bond. If you're still in our jail a week from today and haven't been transported, we'll bring you back to see a judge on the 24th.
Yep.
Have a great day, sir.
So yeah, they want to extradite him to Osceola County, if you will.
Is charged with possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint that office to represent you. I've looked over your paperwork back in my office here. Finding probable cause. I can also see you have an open case. What is the charges on 26 CF 1236?
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Okay. Sir, having found probable cause, I'm going to set your bond on the possession of meth at $7,500. On the paraphernalia, it's $2,500, $10,000 for the new charges. But I am going to revoke your bond in CF 26-1236 and hold you no bond pursuant to the authority of Parker versus State. Appoint the public defender if they weren't already previously appointed for the Parker case. Have a nice day, sir. Michael McLeod.
Definitely a lot of messing around out there in Florida.
Mr. McLeod, it looks like you're charged with battery on a firefighter or an EMT. In this case, it was an ER doctor is what the allegation is.
ER doctor?
You want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at the standard bond for this, which is $5,000. Making it a condition of pretrial release. If If you bond out, you have to report the pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Fridays, all the standard conditions, plus special conditions 16 and 17. You're not allowed to use or possess firearms or weapons or ammunition. You can't have any contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicle, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You got Carlos Moody.
Hey, Dollface.
Mr. Moody is here on
I'm
two
sure they are.
charges where he failed to appear for arraignment. Cocaine possession, paraphernalia possession. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint them if they haven't already been appointed. Finding probable cause, holding you no bond, but Judge Carpenini, actually in this case it's Judge Ramirez, wanted to do a 5-day hearing. So we're going to do a 5-day hearing and get you in front of Judge Ramirez. And it looks like that's going to be April the 20th, maybe Monday,
Yes.
at 8:30. Have a great day, sir. Move on until you get there.
He has no cocoa. How is he gonna have a good time?
James Mosley is charged with domestic violence, ag assault, and domestic violence, battery by strangulation. Sir, do you want the public defender? I'll appoint them for finding probable cause, setting your bond on the domestic violence, ag assault with a deadly weapon at $10,000. On the domestic violence, battery by strangulation, it's $5,000.
He went old school with the strangulation.
Conditions of pre-trial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pre-trial services.
Hey, Faith, thank you.
Person calling them daily. You have all the standard conditions plus the following special conditions. You can't use, possess, or carry firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You can't have any intentional contact with the listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, or school they attend. And I'm going to order that if you post bond, you be held in the Polk County Jail until such time as you've been outfitted, equipped with a GPS monitor. I'm not putting you on house arrest, but I really mean it when I say no contact with the victim. The best way I can do my best to make sure you don't violate that is to put you on a GPS so the court knows at all times where you go, and specifically make sure you don't go within 500 feet of the victim. Have a great day.
Absolutely, Lea. Or Lea.
Francis Rain. Sir, you're charged with burglary of an unoccupied structure. I believe it was the shed that I talked to the lady earlier about.
Oh, that was a crime partner.
Resisting without and grand theft. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender. Yes, sir, you have a right to plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest, but I heard you say innocent. But yeah, this isn't your arraignment today. So I'm finding probable cause, setting your bond on the burglary at $5,000. On the grand theft, it's $5,000. And on the resisting an officer, it's $1,000. Making those bonds a condition of pretrial release. If you post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, all the standard conditions plus special conditions.
Hey, that's what you call a crackhead date. Going to break into somebody's shed.
Having any intentional contact with the listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work or where they go to school. And of course, you need to stay 500 feet away from the event location, the alleged shed related to the victim's home.
That's a cheap date right there.
Hey, Judge, we skipped Yasser Pierre Louise.
All right, you're right, we did. Yasser Tariq Pierre Louis
Yes,
is
sir.
charged with false information to a police officer. Sir, do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
I'll
Nikki.
appoint them, finding probable cause, setting your bond at
Sharissa.
$1,000. Now, having set that bond, I can see that you currently have a hold from ICE. So I'm going to ask the clerks to prepare a detainer for my signature based upon your hold from ICE. Have a great day, sir.
I got a question, sir.
Say again?
It's an absent.
I have a question.
Okay.
So
just don't talk about your case.
Yeah, so if I got asylum in this country, they can send me back to my country.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know anything about the deportation, things like that. That's between you and the ICE people. I don't do any of that kind of work, so I really don't know.
He
Have a great day,
sounds
sir.
African.
Robert
It's gonna be a
Reese.
rough flight.
Mr. Reese is charged with domestic battery. Do you want the public defender?
Why?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. No known criminal history. Okay. Mr. Reese, you've been recommended for straight pretrial release. Let me take a look to see if I agree.
They're gonna let him go?
I've read your affidavit. I just want to jog.
Oh, he was
my
Haitian?
memory as to
Or
the
his name was
details.
Haitian? Hey, what up? Never got caught. What's up, Ignacio?
Yes, sir. You might have heard that little speech earlier. I was talking about domestic batteries come in all shapes and sizes. Most of them are between husband and wife and boyfriend, girlfriend.
What up,
This
Les?
one is allegedly between you and your brother.
Oh,
So you've been recommended for straight pretrial release. I'll go along with that. So you'll be getting out of jail today. You don't have to post any money, but you have to, when you get out of jail, you won't make it today, but you'll probably you have to do it Monday morning.
hey, this is the fourth person he let go, right?
Pretrial services, sign up in person, and call them on Fridays while your case is in the system. You have all the standard
What's happening back there?
conditions that everybody has, plus the following special conditions. You can't use or possess any firearms, weapons, or ammunition while you're on pretrial. And as far as the victim, the alleged victim, so it's 17. So yeah, I don't know anything about the victim wanting to have contact. So I'm going to order that you have no intentional contact with your brother, directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from him, his home, his vehicles, where he works or where he goes to school. Now, you didn't live with him, did you, prior to being arrested?
No.
I just wanted to make sure, because if you did, I'll let you go back and get your stuff. But if y'all live separately, no reason to do that. Have a good day, sir.
What is my court date?
Let me see if the clerks have it already. He'll be getting out of jail, so is that correct? So it looks like it's May the 7th. May the 7th.
May 7th.
Yeah, May the 7th. Have a great day.
Welcome to Polk County, Florida.
I believe we are up to, I have Adrian Romero was transferred. Does everybody agree?
Yeah.
All right, Adrian Romero's been transferred to Osceola County. It looks like we're up to Joshua Rowe. Mr. Rowe has a VOP for burglary of a dwelling with an assault or battery.
What up, T-Main?
Do you want the public defender?
I got a lawyer, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Finding probable cause, because I'm looking at Judge Durden. He's retired now, but he signed this back in November of 24. Finding probable cause, holding you no bond. You'll go see a circuit judge on April the 20th. Have a great day, sir. Luis Ruiz Martinez.
He got transferred also.
Did he? All right, thank you. Yeah, he has stuff out of Hillsborough County, so he's been transferred. All right. I also show that Waleed Safwat has bonded. Do y'all agree?
Bonded.
Bonded, got it. Trevor Shoemaker has been charged with burglary and grand theft. I think it's that shed we were talking about. Mr. Shoemaker, do you want the public defender?
Yeah.
I'll appoint them provisionally, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $5,000 on the burglary, $5,000 on the grand theft, making those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you post bond, check, immediately sign up with pretrial services, sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, all the standard conditions.
Hey, I want to know what's going on with that shit now.
21,
I'm curious.
No intentional contact with the victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim's home as well as a vehicle, place of employment or school, and stay 500 feet away from the victim's shed. Have a great day, sir.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
I'm guessing they had more than power tools in there.
Smith has been charged with possession of cannabis, possession of paraphernalia. You want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint him. Finding probable cause, your bond on each of these two charges is
Burglary shed
$1,000
crew.
apiece, $2,000 total. Have a great day.
You know my court date?
Sure, I can tell you if the clerks
right.
have it. It looks like it's May the 8th. May the 8th. Have a great day. William Smith is charged with a warrant out of Hillsborough County for VOP.
Good. William Smith was transferred.
All right, you guys are on the ball today. A lot of transfers. Yep. All right. Jerome Southall.
Hey, officer, sir.
Hold on, Mr. Southall. Let me get this out. You're charged with leaving the scene of a crash involving property damage. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
I tried to get RR to go get my van. It's sitting on side the road. That's right by the bingo place. But they only got like 2 days before they impound my van. And I got nobody else to go get it. It's sitting right there. Just sitting there. And I can come back to court or whatever. But I need to get out to go get stuff before I lose that. I ain't got nobody else. It was just that simple situation. I need to get my vehicle, sir. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Yeah, it's gonna be about to be gone.
All right, sir. Do you want the public defender? I think
Yes,
you said
sir,
you did. I'll appoint them to represent you. Mr. Southall, I was prepared to find probable cause. I was going to bump your bond up based upon that impassioned argument. I'm not going to bump it up. I'll leave it at the standard bond of $250. Have a great day, sir.
What?
When I go to court, my friend.
May 8th.
That was
May
it, my
8th.
friend.
Next up is Toron Spain.
This is a movie. I know it's actually AI generated.
So you're here for 1 VOP and 4 different new charges. Do you want the public defender?
No, I got a lawyer though.
Fair enough. If you change your mind, you can always ask for a public defender later. I've looked over the paperwork. I find probable cause for all 5 of these things that are holding you. For the charge of cannabis possession, it's 1,000.
Smoke weed every
Paraphernalia
day.
possession, 1,000. Driving while license suspended, I'll set at 1,000. For the charge of domestic violence battery, it's 5,000. And for the warrantless VOP, it's no bond. I'm going to make the 4 bonds that you have totaling $8,000. I'm going to make them a condition of pretrial release. If you post bond, immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up in person, calling them on Fridays. All the standard conditions plus special conditions 16 and 17. You can't have weapons or firearms in your possession, and you can't have any intentional contact with a listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles.
Can AI do this?
Where they go to school. Have a great day, sir.
Can AI put 3 fingers in front of their face?
You too. Marquise Taylor is
I think
charged
not.
with knowingly driving while license suspended. It's a second offense, making it a first-degree misdemeanor. Sir, do you want the public defender?
What up, Lisa? Lies?
What happened was my
You shouldn't really talk about it.
Polk County, Florida.
I
Yeah.
just
Can I get a flush? Hell yeah.
That's okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just a lot of people want to talk about the time, and they say things that really get them into some trouble.
They're in jail already. You can't lock them up anymore.
on me since November. I had got laid off from Coca-Cola, and I had tickets that would got my license suspended. I didn't know, and
Yes, sir. Well, hypothetically, sir, if that's your situation, the clerk's office has something they call Operation Green Light.
Green light.
Believe it or not, the state of Florida wants people to have good licenses. Because when people have a car and they go back and forth to work, people are more productive. More productivity means more taxes, and things are better for everybody. So they come up with these programs to help people in your situation get their license back. So if you get out of jail, you might want to reach out to the Polk County Clerk of Courts, say, hey, Judge Davey was talking about some Operation Green Light. It really is meant to help people pay their tickets and get their driver's licenses.
Okay, yes, sir.
So, sir, I'm going to find probable cause, going to set your bond at $1,000. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Hey, don't forget to hit that follow button. Hit that follow. It's free for you. It's free for me.
Jaquana Thomas is charged with possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of cannabis resin. The big one there is the resin. That's a felony.
Smoke weed every
Do you want the
day.
public defender?
Yes, sir. I would like a public defender, sir. And I got a lot of questions for this one right here because I bought edibles. I came down here.
Edibles?
Mr. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thomas.
So do they have shorts on?
This is Deborah Goins from the Public Defender's Office. Please don't say anything else about your case. The judge is not going to change anything about your case today, and I don't want you to make statements against your interests, okay? That's for your good. I do have a challenge to make on Mr. Thomas, and what I wanted to tell the court is I'm looking at his affidavit, and I don't see any evidence about the rosin, which is
it rosin
like a brownish
or resin?
Substance that they find in pipes and such things.
Potato?
I don't see that in the affidavit, and therefore I'm moving to find no probable cause on the rosin.
Resin?
When I hear rosin, I think of a baseball pitcher. You got a rosin bag?
That's exactly what I think about. But the thing is,
rosin up your bow is what Charlie Daniels said, right?
But it is a felony, and I'm
A felony?
probable cause on that.
Sure. So I'm looking for Mr. Thomas's paperwork. Bear with me.
Does he have his chest puffed up?
I provide my copy to the court.
I got it right here. Yeah, it's just I had to get to it. All right,
Polk County, Florida Court.
I'm reading. Just love to hear your thoughts on whether or not there's any support in here for the rosin.
Rosin.
That's referring to the THC infused gummies that have the various
what chest?
listed on them. That's the only thing I see related to that. Judge, if the court is not inclined to find probable cause on that count, it is the only felony count in the case. So if the court is not inclined to find probable cause, we'll be asking for 24 hours to perfect and would not object to a presumptive bond in that event.
Ms. Goins, interesting question. Like I said, I agree with you. Most of the time, the resin is like in a vape pen or a pipe or something like that. That's,
Pipa?
That's generally how we see it. If it's in a gummies.
How do we know that? We don't know that. The point is the affidavit is void of information upon which this court could make a determination that there is probable cause that rosin was found. That's the extent, that is the whole and simple truth of it. Okay.
No, I'm just asking. It's like, so what?
Void, that might be an overstatement.
So and I'm just kicking it around. So when there's gummies that are not CBD, but gummies that have the requisite percentage of THC.
D9 plus HHC plus THCP, with THC above the 0.3.
The proper way in which the law enforcement would file that, would that be just possession of cannabis, or would, in your case that you say they...
I think it's the infusion of the essence of cannabis that led to the charge. That would be what I read from the affidavit. Obviously, that's what I'm reading from having read a number of these, as opposed to a green leafy substance being folded into gelatin.
Okay. Yes. So it sounds like Mr. Matthews acknowledges that pretty solid argument that gummies versus resin in a pen or a vape. So what I'm going to do is find probable cause for the possession of cannabis. Bond is $1,000. Paraphernalia is $1,000.
Smoke weed every day.
Cannabis resin, states ask for 24 hours. I'll give them 24 hours.
Judge, may I, in having had time to consider with the discussion with the court, I think the court has the information I would be able to obtain between now and court tomorrow morning. So I do see that the officer put a fair amount of detail regarding what the CFA found, so I think that is before the court. So I will withdraw my request for 24 hours.
Okay. So, sir, on the possession of cannabis resin, you'll be ROR'd. Now, I always tell people,
what?
All I'm doing today is deciding, sir, I'm over here. All I'm doing today is telling you where you're going to be held today or tomorrow based upon these charges. So the fact that I'm letting you out of jail on the resin doesn't mean the state's dropped the charges. They have every right to investigate and charge you with that felony.
Oh, they won Florida too.
Letting you out of jail on that charge. On an ROR, your bond on the other two is $1,000 apiece.
They do.
Have a great day, sir.
Fifth release of the day.
Next up we have Joey Thompson.
Joey Thompson, come on down to the Price is
Thompson's
Wrong.
charged with attempted tampering with evidence, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine. Do you want the public defender? I'm sorry, I didn't hear if you said anything. Okay, you're a little bit soft-spoken. I'll appoint the public defender, finding probable cause. Your bond on the attempted tampering, which is a felony, is $5,000. It's $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and it is $5,000 on the meth. $11,000 total. Have a great day, sir. I've been told that Carlos Vasquez was in the process of being released. Can y'all confirm that?
Transfer.
All right, there you go. John Walsh, charged with DUI.
Bonded.
All right, thank you. Cody Weintraub. Mr. Weintraub, you're charged with domestic violence battery.
You can watch it on my YT page.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender. Sir, I've looked over your paperwork, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $2,000, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, you must immediately check in with pretrial services, sign up with them in person, calling them on Fridays. Just taking a look at your affidavit here and looking at your alleged address and the alleged victims, which is a different address than yours. So condition 16 and 17 says you can't have weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives. You're not allowed to have any intentional contact with a listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a great day, sir. So you didn't have any contact with the victim, right?
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Can I post bond today? Are they opened over the weekend? How does this work?
Well, yeah, if you got $2,000, you can post it at any time. If you want to go through a bondsman, I suspect many of them will probably answer the phone over the weekend, but that's between you and them. But you can bond out at any time you come up with the money.
Who do I pay $2,000 to? Anytime.
You go through the jail.
Oh, the
and
jail.
The bondsman, if you go through a bondsman, they'll go through the jail.
So I can have somebody come to the jail in the next couple of hours and pay that $2,000, and I'll be released soon?
Yes,
Will it be Monday? Will it be over the weekend? Will it be...
Sir, the sheriff runs the jail how he wants, but I can tell you that if you bond out, he's motivated to get you out of jail, but there's a process. You have to be processed out, and it goes through a, like you got booked in or you get booked out. It's a process. So it doesn't happen like this, but yeah, he's going to want you to get you out of there if you bond out, so he didn't have to keep paying for you to be fed and housed and clothed and have people watch over you. So yeah, as soon as you bond out, he'll want to let you out of there.
So it's really like a 24-hour...
I'll explain it to him, Judge. Come on.
Hey, do you guys, who wants to watch some Board of Parole hearings after this is about to be done? I could switch on over to Connecticut Board of Parole hearings, if you will, if you guys are interested.
I am. I've been shooting for 3:30.
How many people do we have left?
So let's get going.
Let me see. We got 4 people. All right, we'll switch on over when it's done.
Don't get there by then, hey.
All right.
Mr. Wells, you're charged with dealing in stolen property, felony petty theft, identifying yourself falsely to a pawnbroker as far as the ownership of property. Sir, do you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
California hearings are closed.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally. Looked over your warrant, got it right here in front of me. It was signed by Judge McDaniel yesterday. With probable cause, I'm setting your bond on the false verification of ownership to a pawnbroker at $5,000. Felony petty theft is $5,000. Dealing in stolen is $15,000. Those
I do Arizona courts.
A pretrial release. If you post bond, immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up in person, calling them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Special conditions are
I do Henderson.
you have no intentional contact with the listed victims. Stay 500 feet away from the victim, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. Have a great day, sir.
If there's any courts that you guys want to watch, if you guys have any links, send them to me and I could stream them.
Wells is charged
Send me
with
direct
domestic
links, por
battery
favor.
with prior conviction. That's a felony. Do you want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint them. Looked over your sheriff's
Thank you, Royal.
affidavit, finding probable cause, setting your bond at $5,000 cash or surety, making it a condition of pretrial release. If you're able to post that bond, immediately check in with pretrial services. Sign up in person with them, calling them on Fridays. You have all the standard conditions plus the following special conditions. You cannot use, possess, or carry firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Thank you, Jen.
No intentional contact with the listed victims. Stay 500 feet away from them, their home, their vehicles, where they work, or where they go to school. It does appear from the affidavit
Lake
that
County.
you shared the same address. So I'll give you one time to go back there within 48 hours with the police to retrieve essential items, but the police have to go with you.
Thank you,
Have a great
Kristen.
day, sir.
You too.
Cameron Williams, thank you.
Do you got any links for New York? If you got some links, I could check them
Mr.
out.
Williams, you're charged with possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you want the public defender?
Smoke weed every day.
I'll appoint that office. Finding probable
That's right,
cause
Colton.
in the sheriff's affidavit.
Suffolk
Your bond
County.
is set at $1,000 for each of these two misdemeanors. Have a great day.
This is Polk County, Florida.
Terrence Williams? Mr. Williams, you're charged with domestic violence, simple assault. Do you want the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint you to represent you. Sir, I've looked over the sheriff's affidavit, got it right here in front of me. Finding probable cause, setting your bond at $2,000. Actually, he's been recommended for straight pretrial? Okay. Let me take a look. You've been recommended for straight
Kings County,
pretrial.
Brooklyn, New York.
Let me see if I agree. All right. No prior record at all that you know of. All right. So, Mr. Williams, I'm going to go along. You've been recommended because you have no record. Recommended for straight pretrial. So I'll do it, but I'm just going to warn you. You can't have any contact with the alleged victim. And I understand that that's your, I believe it's your significant other's mother. Okay?
What?
You can't have any contact with her, okay? You
Beating
gotta
on
stay
your
500 feet away.
girlfriend's mother?
Let's go ahead and tell you that I'm going to straight pretrial release you. If you get out of, once you get out of jail, it's probably going to be too late today to go to pretrial, so you have to do it first thing Monday morning. But these conditions I'm giving you start right now. They don't start Monday morning. They start right now. You have all the standard conditions that everyone else has, which includes calling pretrial on Fridays. Call on Fridays. You got to report there ASAP or first thing Monday morning. Conditions start right away, including calling on Fridays. All the standard conditions plus special condition 16 and 17, which says you can't use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Anybody can get it.
You're not allowed to have any intentional contact with the listed victim. This means directly, indirectly, or through a third party. Stay 500 feet away from her home, her vehicles, where she works, or where she goes to school.
Thank you for the follow.
It looks like you had the same address prior to being arrested, so I'm going to let you go get your stuff. That has to be within 48 hours of right when you get out. So you have 48 hours to get over there, sign up, to get over there with the police to get your essentials like medicine and clothing and things like that, okay? So 48 hours once you get out of jail to get your stuff with the police, and then Monday morning, if you don't get there before then, go sign up and start your pretrial release. Have a great day.
And we're up to the last contestant of The Price is Wrong. Joshua.
Sir, you have 3 new charges and a warrant out of Pasco County.
Does he have shorts on?
On a charge of driving a license suspended. Do you want me to appoint the public defender on the 3 new charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and, the 3 new charges I'll appoint, the local ones, I'll appoint the public defender provisionally. I've looked over the paperwork and I find probable cause for all 4 charges, but the 3 we're talking about now is the 3 local. On the charge of resisting without violence, your bond is $1,000. On the charge of on this one, they have a sexual cyber harassment.
What?
It's normally an M1. They haven't charged it as an F3. Is there some enhancement that I overlooked? You know, and they could,
I'm happy to look up this.
I mean, the allegation is that he sent inappropriate videos that he took to people, so that would typically supports a sexual cyber harassment. My concern is more with the F3 versus the M1. Yeah, see that they did 2 F3s, yeah. So the last sentence is, says defendant was criminally charged with 1 count of aggravated stalking.
Stalking?
Maybe that's where the F3 comes in. And then 1 count of sexual cyber harassment. That's a misdemeanor typically. So.
Judge, I'm still.
Yeah.
The way the file came to me, that affidavit was not in the folder that was labeled. So let me go to someone. Bear with me for 1 moment.
Yeah, no problem. And I can pull it up if need be. I'm just, as a county judge, I deal with this a lot, the sexual cyber harassment, people sending pictures and things. So I get it all the time as a county judge. So when I see this as an F3, I'm just wondering.
I understand. Yes, sir.
I agree, because I did have a concern about that, about whether we have the correct charge.
Let the record reflect, Ms. Goins, we're giving Mr. Matthews time.
What's this? I took the over, Judge, so.
I know you take the over, so
I'm joking, I have no idea.
You're burning the clock, aren't you?
I don't, but, Judge, I'm reading 784.049, 3A from the statute. Except as paragraph B, it's a first degree misdemeanor, paragraph B, if they have a prior conviction, then it is a felony. So the question would be, I think, whether there is a prior.
Yeah, and more importantly, is there any allegation of a prior?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It took me about 8 minutes to read this, Judge, hang on.
Oh, Ms. Goins.
I don't need to, this is jocularity, Judge.
Jocularity.
I'm Judge, I do not see an allegation in the affidavit regarding the prior, well, hold on. Sorry, that's the wrong affidavit. I really am trying to hurry.
No, you take, I'm not rushing you. We have a few minutes. I'll give you all the time you need.
Reviewing the correct affidavit for that charge, Judge, I do not see an allegation of a prior.
So I think that last line is really telling. I think the police officer attempted to charge 1 count of aggravated stalking, which would be the felony of the 3rd degree, of 1 count of misdemeanor sexual harassment. So, sir, I find probable cause for resisting without, bond is 1,000. I find probable cause for the aggravated stalking, which I'll set your bond at $5,000, but I do not find probable cause for the felony variety of sexual cyber harassment, but I do find the misdemeanor version. So I'm going to set your bond on that at $1,000, $7,000 total. Going to make those bonds conditions of pretrial release. If you're able to post those bonds, immediately check in with pretrial, sign up in person, calling them daily. You have all the standard conditions that everybody else has, plus the following special conditions.
What's up? Can everybody hear me?
You are not allowed to use, possess, or carry firearms, weapons, or ammunition. You can't have any intentional contact with a listed victim. Stay 500 feet away from her home, her vehicle, where she works or where she goes to school. If you're able to post those bonds, I'm going to order you to be held in the Polk County Jail until such time as you've been equipped with a GPS monitor. I'm not putting you on house arrest, but I really want you to stay away from the victim. The best way I can make sure that you do that is to put you on a monitor so I can make sure you don't go within 500 feet of her home, her vehicle, where she works or where she goes to school. Now, as to the warrant out of Pasco County, you do have a bond for driving while license suspended out of Pasco County. I find probable cause. The bond is $1,513. So, have a great day, sir.
It was
I have one more question.
513.
I'm on count 4.
The lesser sniper, sexual sniper.
It's 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, 5, 1, and 1, 7,000 total.
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead, sir. Just don't talk about your charges.
Who's pressing these charges? Is it her or the county?
Well, those are things I'm not going to get into with you. I read the affidavit. I found probable cause. You certainly can talk to your lawyer about those. Have a great day, sir. And so he got the public defender on the 3 of them.
And like that, he's out.
Oh my God, thank you. Well, what I'm trying to do is...
You got 3 whole minutes to get down to the 3rd floor.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get out of this meeting. We're going to jump on over to the parole board hearings.
He's in rare form today, Miss.
Damn, this is going to be a long one. Woo, it's 5 hours. I'm not going to be able to be here for 5 hours, but I will be here for as long as I can. See, let me fix everything up here. All right, and this is going to be the state of this is the state of Connecticut. For those of you that are not familiar with this one, these are Board of Parole hearings. These are real individuals with real problems. Let's see, let me fix everything up here. Let me see. And for those of you that were in the other stream, what ended up happening, my phone ended up running out of juice. I didn't realize that I wasn't charging. So it happens sometimes. Then we had some good numbers too. We had over 600 people watching. But oh well. It's water under the bridge now. Here we are. We got 200 people. It looks like P. Diddy. Hey, what's up, señorita? That's Diddy right there. Damn it. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Hey, Colton, I'm feeling a lot better, man. I'm feeling a lot better. I had my last procedure done on April 6th, and once they did that procedure, man, it's like I bounced back. The only thing that I'm working now is on my leg strength. My leg strength is really I can't really run, and I could walk, but it's when I'm on my feet for a long time, my legs start really dragging and whatnot. So other than that, everything's good. Let me see. Do you go to Google and type everywhere? Yeah, that's pretty much what I do, JJ. Yeah. I mean, that's the easiest way to find your courts and whatnot. Ring, collect call from T Main. Will you accept the charges? Hey, in California, hell yeah, I'll accept them all the time if you're in state prison. But if you're not, then I'm not paying for it. You know what I'm saying? In California, if you are in prison, phone calls are free. The taxpayers pick up the bills for the phone calls now. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. For those of you that are new here, coming across this stream, wondering what this is a parole board hearing from Connecticut. The date is of today. What's in store for us today? I don't know. It's like life's like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get. So we get all kinds of different types of individuals coming in front of this board of parole. All kinds of excuses. Some people are ready. Some people are not. But at the end of the day, if you know anything about the parole board, it's pretty much a numbers game. Whether you feel like these individuals have been rehabilitated and are ready to get out, they gotta let a certain amount of people out. I'm sure either on a weekly basis or on a daily basis or on a yearly basis. So they definitely gotta be mindful of the numbers to allow people to come home. Hey, thank you, Fuentes, for the follow. Highly appreciate that. Giovanni, highly appreciate you. Fat, thank you for the follow.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning, Pam.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
Say that one more time.
We're about to begin.
Just first and foremost, I just want to apologize to the
No,
victims.
sorry, hold on a minute. We're about to begin. I'll let you know, okay?
Hold your horses there, buddy. Hold your horses.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17, 2026. And
Did she say smelly?
Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Tarkoff.
Robert Sisowskis.
Joy Chance.
Joyce
Please
Chance.
state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Hey, what up, Uncle Cash?
My name is Jerome Lewis, inmate number 238798.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for Jermaine Lewis, 238-798. He is serving a sentence of 4 years jail for a violation of probation with underlying assault first, extend to life. As of today, record like a parole eligibility date of October 23, 2026 at 85%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices and remains on the wait list for addiction services, a job, education, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Lewis, this is your opportunity now to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin.
Like I said, first and foremost, I would like to apologize to the victims in this case, VL and AL. Besides that, I'm not want to be able to sell myself, but I did complete voices, and I've stayed out of trouble. That's all I have, guys.
That's all you got?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your opening statement. We
Didn't
have
even
some
a paper?
questions for you.
Yes,
and
sir.
we'll deliberate about your case, and we'll give you our decision. Mr. Sisowskis will start questioning today.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, good morning. How are you?
I'm all right, yourself?
Okay, so I'm going to start by asking some questions about some of the things that have happened, and then we'll move into like your programming and what you want to do when you're released.
Okay.
Let's talk about what happened with this situation with the 15-year-old.
15-year-old?
Any names of any victims on the record, just to put that out there first, okay?
This already started all bad.
We've read all the documents. We know the situation.
Gotcha.
Did you expose yourself to this child?
Oh.
Pending the appeal, my lawyer
Is he
suggested
laughing?
I shouldn't answer any questions pertaining to this case.
Okay, but you've already been, is it still ongoing? Is there an ongoing case or no?
Yeah, it's an ongoing appeal case, yes.
Oh, an appeal case. Okay, I understand. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. I'll make a note of that.
This is wild.
Okay. Why do you think your probation was violent?
Honestly, the charges seem to be,
okay.
The allegations were.
So so your understanding is mostly that incident was this the reason that they brought the violation of probation?
That's how I interpreted it.
Okay. Okay. All right. And I was going to ask you if you had texted the victim after you did this, apologizing for your behavior and flirting with the victim, but it sounds like your answer would be the same as to my first question. Is that right?
It will be.
Okay. I just wanted to put it on the record. Okay, let's talk about the disciplinary report you received in prison in 2024 for fighting. Can you talk about that?
I can talk about. I'm sure you guys are aware there's a high, I guess it's called deuce or some type of stuff these people are smoking. I entered the cell on a Friday, and the guy was smoking, and he attacked me on a Sunday. I was just defending myself.
Well, of course, people are attacking you. I mean, what do you expect? Messing with minors.
So this was your cellmate?
Yes.
And you believe that he was
Teresa, thank you.
Using illegal drugs, and he
Yes.
attacked you, and you were defending yourself.
Yes.
Have you seen him since then?
No. we would have I'm sure the system's set up where we won't be able to see each other from, I did see him when I was in segregation. He came, when he got out, he apologized to me.
Okay, so that's what I want to know. So he apologized. He later apologized to you.
Ain't nobody apologizing to you in prison.
Okay. Is there anything you think you could have done differently to try to avoid receiving a disciplinary report in that situation? It's not good, you know. Disciplinary reports, it's something that we look at when we're making our decisions. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
Prior to the incident, I tried talking my way out of it, but the individual was content on attacking me. So he closed the door inside the cell, and there was no way I can get out of that situation.
Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to get paroled. I don't think he's doing a good job at it.
Department of Correction drug and alcohol score of a 4, and 5 is the highest. Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're on the wait list for the addiction services program. You haven't completed it yet. Have you written to them? Have they said anything to you about taking like a tier program or something?
I've been around. I'm waiting. I was waiting for them to contact me. There's.
Okay.
I know the system's been.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that need these programs. I get it. I'm just curious if there's been any communication. Have you heard anything? Is there a start date set? Anything like that?
I've spoken to Counselor Samar, or her title's changed. Counselor Samar, and she, in the hallway in passing, and she informed me that I was on the list and that she contacted somebody to reach out to me, but I haven't heard anything since.
I mean, it's important for us for you to address all of your needs. That's one of them, you know. And have you had any opportunities to attend NA or AA, anything like that outside of a formal program?
No.
Okay. How do you plan to stay sober when you're released? Do you have any kind of a plan? So that way, go ahead.
From my perspective, sobriety wasn't the issue that should have been tackled. I did have a mental health issue that was underlying that I did attempt to attack, that I did attack. Started taking meds, started seeing psychiatrists, and things did improve heavily.
Yeah, I read about that. So you don't think that, in your mind, that addiction services is, you know, something that's like a main problem for you, that's going to lead to recidivism?
I'd be naive to say no, but that's a.
You recognize it plays a role. Can I say? Is it fair to say that you recognize that it plays a role in what's happened? Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
Randy. Yeah, practically this is like a job interview, but that some of these individuals can't connect the dots.
You've been in prison.
I'm a little more patient now. See things a lot clearer now that the medication gave me a different perspective on life, a different view on life. I'm just more aware of what my actions can cause.
The hand movements are a little bit extra. I mean, I when I talk, I do some hand movements too, but in this board of parole hearing,
you're doing great. I
no go.
Understand what you're saying, and I'm glad to hear these kinds of things from you. You know, that you're aware of, more aware, right, of your actions and the impact they have on other people, right?
Yeah, extremely.
And he's not looking at them. He keeps on looking down.
These things, you know what I'm saying? It's a ripple effect. It's not just the victims; it's their families, your family. All of these people are all affected by these things that happen. You know.
And voices was part of that to allow me to see that. In this situation, the son AL. I recognize now how his issue with me and his mother probably matriculated into his life, and that's something he didn't ask for. And that was, that kind of gets to me.
Yeah, think about when you were a child, right? The things that have happened to you and the things you remember, right? And we've all experienced things, right? And so now these other people are experiencing these things because of the actions that you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it stays with people forever. They don't forget, you know.
Especially children.
Yeah, especially, right? I know.
Yeah.
So you can think of things that happened to you when you were a child and remember them vividly, you know?
Yeah.
For anybody that's wondering,
out in the community,
this is
probation,
Connecticut.
You were supposed to complete the Evolve domestic violence program. Did you ever complete that? Did you get around to doing it?
We, the probation officer and I, he suggested that we do one program at a time. So he sent me to MCCA first, which I was evaluated for drug and alcohol and mental health. They said I didn't have a drug and alcohol problem. We went to the mental health, and that's where I started taking the medication and seeing the therapist. By the time that finished, that was an extended period of time because I kept seeing the psychiatrist. So he wanted to wait until that was completely finished before he started me on the domestic violence program.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's what I thought probably took place, and I think your probation officer was right. You know, putting too many things on at once is not going to be beneficial. You just tackle one thing at a time and deal with it.
I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, regardless of what happens today, sir, you have to be ready because there's only 4 months between your parole eligibility and a sentence. You're getting out soon, you know?
Yes.
And then you don't have any supervision to follow. How's that going to be if you go to end of sentence with no supervision? How are you going to do in the community?
I believe I'm going to do real well. I believe I'll do well. One of my issues with probation, obviously, as I couldn't leave the state, I did want to try exercising my Class A driver's license to go across the road and just explore the United States.
Yep.
But that was, I was always being hindered because I was always on paper, but that's something I'm going to definitely look forward to.
Okay.
Either way.
And you want to live with, you have the support of your mother and you can live there? Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
And it says that you wanted to look for a construction job. Have you done that kind of work before?
Yes. For years, probably about 12 years, I was, I paid and drove trucks.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Lewis. That's all I have today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you guys think he's going to get out?
Ms. Chance.
What do you guys think?
So, Mr. Lewis,
Yes, Mr. Chance.
have you ever completed a domestic violence program?
Yeah. As you guys know, this is a violation of my probation. So the prior sentence I have, I don't know if that counts towards the sentence, but that's I have.
So it's important for, when they ask you to do the Evolve, it has to do with your criminal history.
Understood.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
And not allowing you to go out of state. And I just wanted to remind you that the extension of charges that you have as part of your criminal history is part of the reason why.
I understand.
Okay. And so I know for this offense, you were saying that you believe you were having a mental health episode. And I know from way back when you went to MCCA, I do agree that they said you didn't need substance abuse at the time, but that you needed mental health.
I hear you.
Your substance abuse history also plays a role in your criminal history. So it was really appropriate at the time for you to do both.
I
at
I
the
agree
same
with you.
time?
I agree with you. Like I said, me and the probation officer just came to agreement and take one at a time. He didn't want to put, I was working at the time also, so it was, he didn't want to put too much on me with the job and multiple programs.
Yeah. So,
What up, Edward?
right now, the only one, let me ask you this. Are you still working in the clothing factory?
No,
When did you stop?
I've never worked in a clothing factory.
You never worked there?
No.
Okay. So maybe that was an error or oversight. Did you have a job assignment?
I haven't had a job assignment on this go around.
Yeah, I was just wondering why so far you only did the Voices program. And why you weren't able to do addiction services.
The bureaucracy, you guys know, what this is.
But the fighting ticket didn't help.
You say that again?
Okay, well, you know, my colleague asked a lot of the questions already. And I know that you still have an appeal case going with your current charge, so there is not much that we can do here. But we would have liked to see you complete other programs on your OAP. And part of that just has to do with the number of failures that you've had. You know, where you were given 6 opportunities and you failed 5.
Thank you, Giselle.
Yeah, so that wasn't a good history.
I understand.
Okay. But I think you're at a place where you understand what it is that you have to do.
Yes,
so even if you go out with no probation or discretionary parole, you know what it is that you have to do.
Of course, and I'm tired of this. I'm tired. Can I interject and say something? I just want to point out that those charges were subsequently dropped. Just for the record, that you guys know.
Which charges?
Whatever the violation was for, the charges were subsequently dropped.
I thought you said it was still under appeal.
It's in my appeal. I'm appealing the issue, but the charges were subsequently dropped.
The violation of probation.
Right. The DOP was dropped.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Okay, Mr. Lewis, I think we're all set with questioning. We're going to enter into deliberation and we'll give you the decision shortly. Okay?
Yeah, take your time.
Mr. Sazaskas.
Okay, so, Mr. Lewis said he wasn't able to articulate himself well, but I understood everything he was saying. I thought he did a good job.
Sure did.
Yeah, answering the questions that he could answer. And I understand his position on some of answering the questions for underlying offense. I mean, it doesn't help us any, but his lawyer gave him that advice and he's decided that that's what he's going to go with. So we weren't really able to get to the bottom of why, him taking any responsibility for why he was violated. We were never really able to get to any of that. So we're left with just what he's done since he's been incarcerated, really not being able to explore how he feels or remorse. Although in his opening statement, I was happy to hear that he apologized to all the victims in his cases, kind of a general thing without going into specifics. So I was glad to hear that he started his discussion with us, today by apologizing. I think that was the right thing to do. And I hear some maturity in his voice, and he described how he sees things clearer now. He's been, sounds like he's taking a more proactive approach to his mental health needs and starting to see things a little bit more clear and the things he needs. My concerns with all of this, with all that said, is that he rates high for his recidivity, has a concerning criminal history, right? It's not his first assault or his first violation of probation. There's only 4 months in between these dates, so he's getting out in February. He rates 4 for his DOC drug and alcohol score out of 5. He has not completed addiction services program yet, and I think through our questioning, through myself and panel member Chance, that he recognizes that substance abuse at least plays some role in some of this, right? It may not be the sole driving factor, but it's certainly involved in what's going on here, and he hasn't addressed that yet. He did not take the Evolve program when he was out because he got violated. He was dealing with his mental health situation, and then he gets his fighting ticket. I know it's it's like 18 months ago, but it piles on to the other stuff. He's been denied a halfway house. He does have support in the community from his mother. So if he goes to end of sentence, he's going to have somewhere to go. And, he has some work history and skills that he says that he believes he can find a job when he gets out. So, for me today, based on his criminal history, his inadequate program participation, and his poor performance on community release, which would include his past violations and this current one, I don't find him suitable for release today, although, I wish him the best of luck, and I think he's on the right path, Thank you, Mr. Sadowskis. Ms. Chance?
Let him sit down and max out.
I agree with everything you've said, Mr. Sadowskis. The one area that I was concerned about was when, and it's not his fault, when he was told that he only needed mental health, when he really needed both, and should have addressed both. But just talking to him from now, he understands that he needs those two. And so I am with you. He is rated high. He didn't do well on previous community releases, which I pointed out to him. So I'm in favor, and I had the same reasons: criminal history, poor performance, and inadequate institution programs.
That we have, Mr. Sadowskis, for reasons?
I do. I have those 3.
Yeah. In that case, I think we're ready for a decision. In the matter of Jermaine Lewis, inmate number 238798, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the criminal history, your poor performance while community supervision, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The parole is denied. Hey, Mr. Lewis, we were not able to give you discretionary parole today, but we all recognize you sound positive today, and sounds like you're on the right track. We wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here for Jermaine. Good luck to you.
So he was already on parole, and then he cut a new case. The new case was the one that they asked him about the 15-year-old that he didn't want to answer because supposedly he said it was under appeal, which I don't think that was true.
Can you stop it?
So he's gonna have to serve out the remainder of his sentence, which is only like 4 more months or something, not that much longer. But I guess it's better than nothing at this point.
I'll back up a little bit.
Yeah, back up, homie. Back it up.
This is Mr. Butler.
Hey, what up, Chad? Live PD for Clayton County that you did. Yeah, Clayton County is wild. All right, so for anybody that's wondering what state this is the state of Connecticut. This is from today. This is not live right now, but this is from today. These hearings took place today. I don't know what the outcome of it was because I was in the middle of doing some other streams and whatnot. So this is going to be a long one. From what I originally saw, I think it was going to be over 5 hours. I'm not going to be able to do the 5 hours, but if you do want to continue watching it, once I do get off, you're more than welcome to jump on over to YT. Same name on all across my platforms at Collect Call From. I normally have more than one live stream going on at the same time on YT. So you just want to make sure the one that you're looking for reflects to what you're currently looking at right now. I also have Maricopa County, which is live. Maricopa County is first appearances, and they run every 3 hours. Next one coming up is about to start at 2 o'clock. Obviously, I won't be able to attend that one because I'm here with you guys watching the Board of Parole hearings. Let me see. James, can you come help me battle if you will? Man, I wish I could right now, Chad. I wish I could. I live in Atlanta. Clayton County is no joke. Yeah, I seen it. I stream Clayton County sometimes in the morning. Why is he smiling? You see, good afternoon. Hey, what's up, Boston? Boston guy. For anybody that doesn't know who I am,
Mr. Butler, good morning.
I'm James.
Good morning.
We're about to begin. Are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you, Brett.
Stand by.
Stand by. Very feminine. Woo-hoo! She
Good
gator.
morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly.
Smelly?
Today's Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of
Must
Parole
not
Parole. The
be
following
seen
board
my
members
comments.
are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Sarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Elijah Butler, 430623.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Elijah Butler, 430623. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, execution suspended after 4 years and 6 months jail, followed by 5 years of probation for attempt to commit assault first, larceny second, carrying a pistol without permit, and escape first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 3rd, 2026 at 5%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed tier 2, voices and anger management, and remains on the wait list for new thoughts, a job, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Butler, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted, sir. You may begin.
It looks like he has a note in his hands.
I have something I've written down. Is that all right if I read?
Let's see let's see what he got in his hands right there.
Dear members of parole, I am respectfully writing this letter to be considered for release on parole. First, I want to acknowledge the responsibility for the actions that led to my incarceration. I understand the seriousness of my offense and the impact it has had on others like my family and my community. I do not take that lightly, and I am not trying to minimize or excuse my past decisions. Since being incarcerated, I have used this time to reflect deeply on my life and the choices that brought me here. I have worked to change my mindset and to take accountability for my actions. I have focused on personal growth, discipline, and becoming a better person than I was before. While incarcerated, I have made efforts to better myself, finishing tier 2, anger management, and voices. Thank you for taking the time to review my case and considering my application for parole.
Hey, how many bags of chips do you guys think he paid for that paper right there?
Mr. Butler, for your opening statement.
Or do you guys think he wrote it himself?
Then we'll enter into discussion and we'll give you our decision right there. Okay?
Yeah.
I will begin the questioning this morning. Can you tell us a bit about what happened that led to your incarceration?
A close friend of mine had died, and I wasn't in the right set of mind. So I was feeling very vengeful and angry, and I did something that shouldn't have been done or didn't need to be done.
He did get denied, yeah.
Which was what?
I tried to assault someone.
You fired the weapon, right? At a car?
Yeah.
Did you know the person you were shooting at?
Yes.
Okay, and why did you pick that particular person? Like, what was happening? Why did you shoot that person?
Like I said, I was very angry. I told you I had lost a close friend of mine, so I just wanted someone to feel how I was feeling.
Revenge.
Very angry, vengeful, and
Vendetta.
being in jail told me I
Avenge.
didn't need to even do that. That one reaction isn't gonna.
No, this
bring
is not.
anybody back.
This isn't real. This is AI.
Okay, what about the escape conviction?
To be honest, I was just young and I
La primera
wanted
vez.
to just run around. So being cooped up was just like too much for me. But yeah, I ran. Shouldn't have done that either. It led me here again.
Okay, let's move on to your time while you were incarcerated. You received 8 disciplinary reports, right?
Yes.
The last one was, it looks like in June of 2024, so almost 2 years ago.
Yes.
I mean, of course, this is not real. I mean,
Can
people
you
don't
speak
do
to your
these
growth
type of
this
actions
time?
out in
It looks like you were getting
public.
constant tickets in the beginning, but lately you've been staying out of trouble, right?
Yes.
How did you manage to do that?
I just really stick to myself and try to focus on bettering myself every day. Like, instead of trying to like be mad at stuff from past and when I was right before I came to jail. It's not going to help me in any type of situation.
Nope, I'm not convinced.
Stay to myself and do what I got to do to put myself on the right mindset.
Let's talk about the programs you've taken. You've done anger management, right? You completed that, looks like in November of last year.
Yes.
What did you get from anger management?
Like how to control my anger more. Like sometimes I react a little bit fast than thinking. It taught me to think before I do, breathe and just think about my consequences before I even lash out and do something.
You tried to take this program before, right? A couple of years ago. That didn't go well.
Yeah, no.
But do you feel like you got more out of it this time?
Yeah, I got more out of it this time. I got a lot out of it this time.
What about Tier 2 and Voices? Talk to me about those programs.
Tier 2, it just taught me, Tier 2 taught me like stuff with my anger too. So it helped me out in both ways. Like, yeah, they taught me the same thing, really. Like I have a rush for when I like get mad and I want to do something. So it's just like really a rush. So I shouldn't even be putting myself in those type of situations. Like.
And what about Voices?
Honestly, I don't really remember a lot about that.
What's about the victims, right?
Huh?
About the victims.
Yeah.
You don't recollect anything from taking that program?
Yeah, I did, but I had stuff written down, but when I went to the box, I lost all of it.
I think he's just young.
Okay. Talk to us about your plan when you're released
I never really had a job, so I've been writing down these re-entry programs. Best chance program. I have the address, the number, and the people that are in charge of the program, I think. And I have another one just in case called Greater Hartford Reentry Welcome Center.
Yep.
So I'm gonna try to call them and tell them about my situation and how I'm looking for a job. And
What was the name of the first program?
Best Chance program.
Best Chance, and you reached out to them already, or?
No, I was gonna reach out to them like a week before I was released or something like that, but I have them all written down.
Okay. What jobs are you thinking about in the community?
I heard they help you get certificates for like flagging and I don't know the word. I don't remember the word. I meant the forklifts.
Mm-hmm.
They help you get your certificate for forklifts and stuff like that. So I was hoping to do that a little bit because like I said, I never really had a job. So I want to learn something new, and I feel like those are two things I would like to do.
Yeah. Have you thought about getting your GED?
Yeah, I want to get that too. I have been on the waiting list. They said I have to wait a couple months because they don't really have a teacher or something like that. I don't really know. The person who wrote it has terrible handwriting.
Mm-hmm. Is that something you're interested in doing in the community?
Yeah, I want to at least get my GED so I can just say I got it. So I'm not like, oh, I'm just wasted time.
Yeah, it'll open up a lot of opportunities, right?
Yes.
You know what? I could talk
How do you
about.
think you're going to do on community supervision if you're released?
You said what happened?
How are you going to do on community supervision? Whether you're released on parole or you go to the end of sentence, you have 5 years of probation to follow. How are you going to deal with parole or probation?
I feel like I was gonna be good. When I came in, I was a kid still. So now
Still a kid.
I'm a grown adult. I see everything differently, and I want to move forward. And I feel like the stuff I've been doing is only setting me back.
Okay, Mr. Bato, I think that's all the questions I have. I'm going to see if my...
Yeehaw! Thank you, Chad. Appreciate you. Did you just get paid today? Is it payday yet?
What were you doing with a gun?
Gang banging.
Like I said, I lost one of my friends. I was feeling very angry. I just wanted someone to feel how I feel, but that wasn't the right.
Ah, snap. No bueno. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Having some technical difficulties over here. Let me see here. Are we back on? My internet is giving out. Okay.
When I call my case,
Yeah. Who are you living with?
All right, we're back.
I ran from the halfway. I was living with the person I called my case with.
Times are rough right now. I'm 6 paychecks behind right now, Chad.
But now you want to
Barely scraping by over here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be right
Now,
back.
when all of that happened, did your sister have some advice to give you?
Yeah, a lot of advice.
Did you listen to her?
Since I've been down, yeah, she only knew
Well,
about.
at the time you didn't.
You said what happened?
No, I said at the time when your friend got shot, did your sister have any advice to give you?
Oh, yeah, she did, but I wasn't really listening to it because I was just so hurt.
So you want to go live with her now. So are you going to listen to whatever advice she gives you? And if she has a concern about something that you're doing, that you're going to listen to her?
Yes, of course. She helps me a lot since I've been in here. Like when I get angry, I call her and I ask her like what I should do and like how I should. She just tells me like calm down, like breathe, like don't just react because it's gonna have bigger consequences when I've been doing so good.
And then you took anger management last November, so hopefully that also helped.
Yeah.
So the other thing, I noticed that you smoke marijuana.
Yeah.
Did you smoke it often? Do you feel it affected you in any way?
I did smoke and I felt like it clouded a lot of my judgment.
So obviously that's not a good thing for you to do, right?
No.
Okay. So when you took tier 2, I know Mr. Chair asked you, to talk about tier 2, and you referred tier 2 to anger management, but I'm hoping that tier 2 would have also highlighted some facts regarding drug use, whether it's marijuana or any other drugs, and the effect that the drugs can have on your body. Do you remember any of that?
Yes, they had told me to find something else to do that makes me not want to smoke or do things.
Okay. And I know my colleague also asked you about your GED. So you do know that when you do eventually go back in the community, that you could also take your GED in the community.
Yes, I'm trying to at least obtain one of them here.
And I know you also, I read in there that you said what is it that you want to do when you go back in the community?
Be a flagger.
But as a young man, you're not going to be able to do that for the rest of your life. So what is it that you enjoy doing that you would like to pursue?
I would like to make clothes.
And you think you can make a living from making clothes?
At least try. I never tried, so.
Well, it's something for you to think about. But I also heard you told my colleague that you are going to seek employment through community-based programs that will assist you.
Yes.
So one of the things that you're going to have to practice to do, Mr. Butler, is when you are given advice, you go somewhere and you're seeking help, that you're going to listen.
Yes.
And I'm sure you see in the community that gun violence every day results in someone losing their life or, permanent damage.
Yes.
So, going forward, no more guns. And you said you didn't know the car that you were in was stolen.
No.
So how did you get it?
My co-defendant had it.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you, Mr. Butler, that one of the things that you're going to find out whether you're on parole or probation.
He got it?
Is, I remember parole and probation officers used to tell their clients, you don't take rights from anyone, even someone that you know. Someone offers you a ride, you don't take it.
What about somebody offers you candy?
Public transportation, because you never know what that person's history is or whether the car is actually theirs or not. So that's something that you're going to need to think about. I'm sure your friend was not in a position to own a car.
Yes.
So those are the kinds of things that you recognize as you're growing up. And you are 24 years old, 24 and a half years old going on. So your brains are still developing. And I'm hoping that because you're going to live with your sister, that you're going to seek her advice, seeing that she's been so good to you, even during your incarceration.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions today, Mr. Buckland. I wish you the best of luck.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's me, Mario. Thank you for that daily heart.
Yeah, I
that
just have a couple
heart
follow-up
fingers.
questions. So, Mr. Butler, why do they call you Millie? What is that name?
Millie.
I always had nappy hair, like the rapper Big Mill.
Oh.
So people gave you that name and it kind of stuck. They still call you that?
Yeah, but I don't really like it anymore.
Yeah, it's probably, it was what they were using back then when all these things were happening. You need to reinvent yourself. You know what I'm saying?
I thought he said he was a nickname after Milli Vanilli.
I hear it in your voice saying you don't like it anymore. So glad to hear that. What about your co-defendant, Mr. Perry? Have you seen or heard from him?
No, I heard he's back in jail.
Yeah.
I haven't spoke to him or even thought about him.
I'm going to read something from the police report. I want you to give me what you think about this statement, okay? It says, they were informed that Butler and his co-defendant were part of a gang set that have been involved in multiple shootings in their town and other towns, including Waterbury. You involved in a gang with Mr. Perry?
No.
You were?
No.
So how are you going to deal with that when you get out, when these gang people come around? How are you going to manage that?
He's going to be like Rambo.
To be honest, I'm just not going to be around nothing. Like nobody, or try to even antagonize anybody in that way to do something to me.
Yeah, there's going to be some exposure. People are,
He's going to lock himself in his room and never come out.
do you think people that you were friends with or people that you weren't friends with are going to try to contact you when you get out?
Hey, you said it right there. Buy a pew-pew for protection.
Yeah, I haven't really answered anybody through my text message on the tablet. So it would be the same way when I get out of here.
It's going to get you right back into trouble, regardless if you're on parole, probation, or on any supervision. That kind of behavior, being involved in those types of groups, it's going to lead you right back to prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes.
Alrighty. And then, you talked about the car a little bit, and in the police report, it says you gave a statement to the police. And it says that you were driving around in this Subaru by yourself, and then you had driven out to Meriden and picked up your co-defendant, Mr. Perry. Was this a car that you had? You had the car, or he had?
No. But he had said that.
This was a statement from you. Butler said that after he picked up Perry, he drove to Wallingford, they were smoking weed. Says that you drove from Waterbury out to Meriden and picked them up, that you were in possession of this car.
Smoke
But you
weed
told my
every
colleague this was
day.
your friend's car, that he had stolen it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to sort that out. Did you steal this car and were driving it around, or was it your friend that did it?
Nah, I just owned up to it.
That was lying.
Okay, I see. So you just, in the police interview, you said, oh, it was my car.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that explains that. Okay, thank you for answering my questions, sir. It's all.
Why? It was my spirit.
Deliberation now, and we'll give you the decision shortly. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
No, you can say it.
No,
stay there.
Oh.
You can
I thought I had to leave and come back.
No, you can sit and listen. Just don't interrupt. That's all.
He could listen to them? They gotta talk about him in front of him?
So Mr. Butler rates very high for risk of recidivism. Here on a number of very serious offenses, most of them stemming from the same incident in May of 22. I do take into account his age. He's 24 today. He was, of course, younger at the time of commission of most of these offenses. He did receive 8 disciplinary reports, but it's been almost 2 years, which I think shows some growth and maturity, which is what we want to see. Same with the programs. He tried to take a couple of programs back in 2023, was kicked out from anger management and from voices for failure to comply with the rules. But he went back and completed anger management, completed Tier 2 addiction services program, and voices. So again, to me, it shows some growth, some maturity. It's not a huge difference between his end of sentence and his parole eligibility at 85%, about 4 months. He does have probation to follow. I think he could benefit from a parole supervision for about 4 months before moving to probation. So I will be prepared to support this discretionary parole stay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree with you. I know he's rated very high, but just listening to Mr. Butler today, I hear some maturity in how he responded to some of the questions.
Obviously, she wasn't part of this hearing.
What he did was wrong, and gave examples of how the programs were able to help him, along with support from his sister, who is going to be his sponsor. So I do hear some growth, and yes, he did receive those 8 disciplinary reports, but I think he shaped up and was able to go back and take those programs. During the time that he got those programs was shortly after he was incarcerated. And we see that in young people, that when they do go in, that they're experiencing a lot of negativity. And along with that goes DRs. But he was able to get out of that and complete the programs. And, it was very concerning because he did shoot at someone. He knew the person.
I want to know where he got his gun safety training from.
His maturity and growth, I would be willing to give him that 4 months to go out on discretionary parole, despite being rated high.
What up, Aunt?
His 2
Thank you.
previous failure. But today he has expressed some growth and maturity.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Zazaska.
Thank you both for insight on this. Not easy. And I agree with what both of you have said, but for me, the nature of circumstances combined with his very high rating, risk to be surveyed, I'm going to be dissenting on this. So those are my two concerns.
Okay.
It's stressing me out.
For conditions, I have no victim, no contact with co-defendant. Do we want to do anger management?
Yes.
Yeah.
There might be more victims in the coming months, in the future, in the near future.
No driving without PO's permission was the other.
So that, anything else? Okay. The matter of Elijah Butler, inmate number 430-623, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 3rd, 2026. Do I have with the following conditions? All right, anger management, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, no contact with co-defendant or Montage Perry, and no contact with victim MA. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have everybody in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. The motion is granted. Parole is granted. Mr. Butler, did you get all that?
Yes.
You've been granted discretionary parole by majority vote. We expect big things from you, so keep up the good work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope not to see you back here, Mr. Butler.
No, you won't.
No, you won't.
This concludes the hearing for Elijah Butler, 30623. You'll receive this in writing.
What do you guys think? I think he'll probably be back. Unfortunately, he's still young.
Hi, do you have,
It's hard, you know, especially if he's in a messed up environment. It's going to be hard for him to get back on the right track.
Figueroa. Yes. Okay, so that's one of theirs.
What's up with this guy wearing his little
yes, Figueroa.
This that'd be
little hat? I gave him a couple of rights, right, Victoria. And for anybody that's just coming in, somebody across the stream, this is we're in the state of Connecticut here. These are board of parole hearings. These are actual individuals. This is not AI generated. This is not a figment of your imagination. This is not a bot. At least I'm not. I don't know about you guys. You guys might be bots and stuff, but not me over here. I'm the real deal, Holyfield. Come on, take off your little hat. You're in a official hearing here with the Board of Connecticut. And for anybody that likes to watch these hearings, if you jump on my Discord, I provide direct links to these hearings. If you want to hear the hearings with my commentary, you could jump on over to my YT account, same name as my profile, @CollectCallFrom. And I do these hearings whenever I have time. So today I have a little bit of time, so that's why I'm on today. I probably won't be on until sometime next week after this, but you know, if you want to be alerted to whenever I do go on, hit that follow button, join the Discord. It's all free. I don't ask for gifts. I don't beg for gifts. It's not a requirement, but I do ask for hitting that follow, tapping the screen, dropping comments. You know, anything that's free, I need that.
Yes. Good morning.
Hey, thank you, Dre. I highly appreciate you. Hey, the gangs are always going to retaliate.
Today's Friday, April 17th, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partners and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify if they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Tarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Ramon Figueroa, 335015.
The UK. I love you guys from the
This
UK.
hearing is being conducted for in consideration of the parole application for Raymond Figueroa, 335015.
Did she say
He is
5'5"?
serving a sentence of 6 years jail, followed by 6 years special parole for manslaughter second, assault second,
Manslaughter?
severely injured with weapon, run from police, cause injury, death, and criminal possession of a pistol, revolver. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 22nd, 2026 at 85%. There is victim input in this case. We also had.
Hey, thank you, Josh, for joining. I saw it pop up.
Office of Victim Services. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed voices and is currently working in the clothing factory. He remains on the wait list for addiction services and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Figueroa, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin.
Oh, well, I want to start off by expressing my condolences to every single member of my family for the recklessness and the selfish decisions I made on the night of my Uncle Miguel's untimely demise.
Damn.
I understand what I did was, uncharacteristic of myself. I just pray that my family forgive me or have forgiven me. Also extend my apologies to Desire Lopez. She was hurt in the car accident. Never my intent to hurt anyone. And I'm just, and I feel like, I have served my time, without any faults, no tickets, doing multiple programs as much as I can. I've been working in a clothing factory, since 2024. I had previous jobs before then. I'm utilizing myself to, to develop myself, and
did anybody catch his name? I'm gonna look him up.
Try to learn different grammars, different languages.
If you will.
I'm just trying to better myself. Even if I don't get parole, I just know I'm just trying to better myself, not only for me, because for my family, what I put my family through. And
manslaughter.
I think I got it this time. The leniency, the
Figueroa, okay.
Past, I took advantage of that, and I'm not trying to take advantage of this situation now. And if I'm given the chance, I could definitely show and do better.
Thank you, Maria. Today is what day is it today? Today's the 17th.
Yes.
Well, thank you. We do have some questions for you today, and Ms. Chance will begin
Ramon, thank you.
The questioning this morning.
Mr. Figueroa.
Ramon
In your
Figueroa.
opening comments, you said you took programs. What other programs besides Voices did you take?
Well, there was a program provided in McDougal by Mrs. Porter. It was something from when I had took tier 4 in the previous bid. It was the previous incarceration. It was something like to refresh. It was a program that was enrolled with. I'm not sure the program name. It was like to reiterate something that I learned in tier 4. That was when I was incarcerated in McDougal.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this incarceration.
That's what I'm talking about. In 2023 with Miss Porter.
But you don't know what program it was?
No, it wasn't a program for me to get a certificate. It was just like, how like AA, NA.
Not off to a good start.
I definitely wrote in a lot of programs to be involved in, and they're telling me I'm on the waiting list.
All right, Mr. Figueroa. So how many gun charges do you think you have today?
3.
Very good. So you know how serious what gun charges are doing in our community today.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So concerning for me are those 3 that you have. The other thing is you have a drug score of 5 and you haven't completed an addiction services this bit.
I have tried. I'm on a waiting list.
Right. Now, you completed Voices earlier this year.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
insights did you gain from voices?
Well, I gained a lot of knowledge when it comes to looking at the victim's point of view, basically assessing the situation before, interacting, to reacting. I learned there's always a reaction to every action, when it comes to the victim's feelings, voices could be raised. People can take things
Manslaughter.
out of content, choose my words wisely, and always, understand that, when it comes to the victim, they understand that they are that they matter. Like, what they trying to express to me matters if it comes to a verbal argument or, if it leads to a physical, just,
Yeah, he took his uncle's life,
Okay.
but we don't know any of the details yet.
Just sort of, looking at your history, Mr. Figueroa, it's very concerning. I also looked at the number of times that you have been out in the community and have failed. But even more importantly, you were out on special parole, okay? And one of your charges was a criminal possession, gun possession. And you were given a 4 years with 6 years special parole. And you violated that. And here you are given an even longer sentence. You're given 6 years with another 6 years special parole.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was not the first time that you violated your special parole, because you have that first special parole running until May of next year. You are aware of that, right?
Correct.
And you know that you could stay until you finish that time.
Up until the May.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that.
So, it's concerning. I would like to see you complete some more programs. For example, addiction services. And I appreciate you working in the clothing factory. And you've been there since when? 2024?
2024.
Yeah. Have you ever been asked to give it up in lieu of doing a program?
No, I've never been approached with the opportunity.
Okay. But you say you're on the list for programs, but they knew you were working in the clothing factory, right?
Yes, but I can still do the programs and work if they're, maybe 2 days out the week.
I would have taken the programs.
Mr. Figueroa, you're still a young man. You're 36 years old. Where do you see yourself in the next couple of years?
Well, I definitely see myself, trying to, start my own business, but I just want to be a father of my kids and do, just be a family man, try to build a relationship back with my mother, build a relationship back with my brothers and sisters, because
how old are your kids?
My son is 11 and my daughter is 10. They will be turning 12 and 11 this year.
But you've always been their father since the day they were born.
Yes, but
so why haven't you acknowledged that before? Why is this time going to be different?
Good question, Joyce. Good question.
I honestly think that being in the car accident as well was a life-changing and traumatic for me as well, and it changed a lot in my thought beliefs and I was taking advantage of life, taking advantage of the opportunity that was given to me, through friends, family, parole, courts, just taking advantage, not really taking responsibility for my actions. And I would just just really just lost and not caring about anyone or anything. Now that I've been parenting behind the walls with no physical, like haven't touched or seen my daughter, just video visits for going on 6 years, and as well as my son, just parenting through the phone calls and video visits is really not enough for me. And just watching them grow to the, to the person that they are now I feel like they need more guidance, and I know I can give that to them. I just have to, just really, really just forget about my whole past life and just focus on what I want to do now. And what I want to do now is just really be a father.
You don't want to
Yeah,
forget about your past life.
I just want to tell you, Mr. Figueroa, that's a really difficult sell for me, because when I read about this incident that happened quite some time ago, back in 2020, okay, it was pretty serious, and your recklessness and carelessness, resulted in an injury and a death. And I know you said, you expressed remorse for the victim. You said it was very uncharacteristic of you, but looking at your record, that doesn't sound right.
Well, I'm not a violent man. I make dumb decisions, and I definitely take things for granted. I was young.
Minimizing.
I was still young, being
He's
in and out of
minimizing.
prison. I always feel like I have to, speed up to catch up to life, to, follow the trend. I felt like I was trying to like be something I wasn't, and I was always trying to catch up. And that's not me. I'm not a violent person. I don't hurt nobody.
No, really. Your actions say
I'm
different.
not a violent man. That's not my character. Yeah, I do dumb decisions, and I make, sell drugs and have a weapon on me, but I've never had no intentions of hurting anyone like that. I don't know, maybe it was just the trend, that everyone was following the urban lifestyle I was living at the time.
But you keep saying you were young. 6 years ago, you would have been 30.
Yes.
5 years before that, you would have been 25.
Yes.
Your criminal history goes back, as an adult for 13 years. And your offenses are just pretty serious.
I understand.
And, your first opening comments was, condolences to your family for what you put them through. And then secondary was the remorse for the victim. And that was a little concerning because, your first condolences should have been for the victim and the victim's family. And you indicated that you feel that you served your time and taken programs. So those are kind of debatable. But looking at
What up, make money?
your previous history doesn't speak well for, you asking to go back out on special parole, which you were on before.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a very tough sell for me personally.
Okay. Well, the victim is my uncle. He's my relative. So I was pointing out that. But that's why my family and his family is one and the same. So that's why I was giving remorse to my family, which is his family as well.
Right.
Damage control.
Then you said remorse for the victim and the victim's family, and I understand, that he was your uncle, which makes it even more difficult.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, with that on my heart every day.
Yeah.
Manslaughter. He took his uncle's life.
For me today, because I wish you had completed an addiction services, and I know you said you did tier 4 before on another bid, but
On another
this
bid.
one, it's 6 years with 6 years of special parole. I would have liked to see you do that again.
They haven't got into the details yet, and I couldn't find any articles about it.
I appreciate that you've been working in the clothing factory for the past almost 2 years. So I don't have any further questions for you, but I wish you the best of luck.
Rollover crash?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Tasasas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Figueroa, I just have a couple follow-up questions to my colleagues' questions. The day of the accident, you know, prior to the accident, had you used any drugs or alcohol that day?
Well,
hell yeah.
I was smoking marijuana prior to the accident. I wasn't intoxicated.
Smoke weed every day.
I wasn't on any, you know,
Percocets?
Percocets, nah.
What about alcohol? Did you have a couple drinks or no?
No, I didn't have no drink. Probably 2 nights prior.
Okay. But you think that the marijuana might have slowed down your reaction time and maybe you could have done something different?
Smoke weed every day.
Before the accident?
Could have, perhaps.
I mean, I know there's no way to know, you know, go back in time and know this for sure, but that doesn't help anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
Especially driving, it kind of slows down your reaction time a little bit.
Yes,
and
sir.
It sounded like that the police were trying to pull you over. So I know at first when they first approached you, I get that part. It sounds like you didn't know what was going on. But at some point you recognize that these were police cars now behind you with the lights on, right?
Yes, I did recognize, I do acknowledge that that red and blue lights were behind me. They were undercover cars though, but I didn't see them.
But I know in the beginning, I understand your confusion in the beginning, and I've read stories like that before I get it. But once you see the lights and everything, you kind of figured, yeah, this isn't a robbery. They're trying to stop.
Yes, sir. Again, I was scared, didn't know what to do, and my first
pull over
was just to get away from the whole area, and it was a selfish decision.
I don't want to use any names of any of the victims or the victims' family members or anything in our conversation, so I just want to put that out there before I start talking about this next part. I understand that your uncle passed away in the accident. There was another person in the car with the initials of MG. Is that person related to you?
MG?
Yeah.
That is my uncle.
That's your uncle, but he's the survivor.
No.
Okay, so
DL is the survivor.
Okay, and is that person related to you?
No, she was my girlfriend for.
Okay, all right. So I was just trying to understand these two people and who. Okay.
That's wild.
So you have no more contact with DL. Do you have any reason to have any contact with that person?
Well, we haven't had any. We had contact, but not contact to the extent of a relationship. You know, just.
But you're still friends. You're still friends with that person, DL.
Yes, we're still in good standings.
Okay, all right. So that's something I needed to know. Now, I want to know more about what the relationship is like with family members that were close with your uncle. You know, is that still straight? Have you apologized to those people? What is that like?
Well, my mother.
Without using names, we know other people. You know.
Okay, so my mother. We haven't spoken since the accident. I understand her grief and her hurt, but I've spoken to both of my little brothers and my older sister, spoken to my aunt, spoken to my cousins. You know, they text me, you know, they express their feelings about what happened. They don't fully put the blame on me, but they understand that I was the driver. You know, there
is nobody else to blame.
My cousin and my aunt have forgiven me. My younger brother has forgiven me, but my other brother hasn't expressed that he has forgiven me, or my mom as well.
Have you apologized to these people when you talk to them?
It sounds like it.
Definitely apologize more than words can explain.
Okay, so that's a work in progress. Some people are in different places.
Yes, they're all. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about your grandmother? Have you talked to your grandmother?
My grandmother has been deceased since '99.
Okay, so that person is okay. All right. Okay.
Lucky for her.
I just wanted to understand where you're at, and you're in the process of making amends with those people that have kind of suffered because of your recklessness, you know?
Yes, sir.
We understand, you know, I read the police report. I understand you didn't intentionally, like you said, you're not a violent person. You weren't intentionally trying to harm someone. It was an accident, but you were behaving recklessly, which led to these charges. You know what I mean?
I take full responsibility. Yeah.
And I heard that in your opening statement. I appreciate your apology, expressions of remorse. It's a tragic incident, all the way around for everybody.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I just want to make sure I don't have anything else before I finish this here. So I think that's it. My colleague asked all the other questions I had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa, just a quick question. Do you have a driver's license?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you didn't have it at the time of the offense either?
No, I had an adult learner's permit.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions we have. At this point, we're going to turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Mr. Figueroa, please don't speak during this portion, but then we'll deliberate and we'll give you the decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pegasus.
Yes, good morning, board members. I do have a statement. I spoke with victim DL, and the following was relayed to me, quote, I feel like he did the time. I don't feel he should be in there any longer. It was a car accident. Accidents are called accidents because they weren't done on purpose, end quote.
Which, I mean, she didn't lose a family member.
Okay, at this point, we'll enter our deliberations. Ms. Chance, few possibilities here.
Okay. So, for me, Mr. Figueroa was on special parole when he committed the crime offense. He's had 3 gun charges. He has had 7 previous opportunities in the community. Well, he had 9, he failed 7 of them. And
she's not going to give him a break.
Yes, we're all acknowledging it was an accident. But for me, again, he should not have been in that position where he was in possession of another gun. I would have liked to see him complete an addiction services program, which he has not done. He has been working in the clothing factory. And while I hear Mr. Figueroa saying today he's expressed remorse for his family and remorse for the victim and the victim's family, of which he's part of that family, and feel that he served his time, similar to what was said here. But for me, based on his criminal history with his gun charges, the fact that he was on special parole, he had a 6-year special parole, which does not end until May of 2027, and his poor performance while on community release, relating to his 7 previous failure and inadequate institutional program participation because he did not do addiction services and he has a drug score of 5.
Like 6 years.
So
you found the article?
And for me, I would want to see Mr. Figueroa complete his first special parole, which ends May 14th, 2027.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Sakowski.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with everything that Ms. Chance said. And I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Figueroa sounds pretty good today. And he was, expressed remorse and he said some good things. I am really troubled by the fact that he is a 5. His drug and alcohol score of 5. It's the highest. He has not completed substance abuse program. In addition, he says that he was using marijuana before the accident at some point that day. Whether or not it contributed to the accident, I don't think we really can figure that out right now. I mean, but he does acknowledge that at some point earlier in the day, he was using marijuana. It's not done well in supervision in the past. I mean, so as far as suitability for discretionary parole, I do not find him suitable for discretionary parole. So now we're left with this decision.
He's
Does he
hit.
Go out on his pro eligibility day in October, or should he stay? He's probably gonna need 3 or 4. Should he stay until the end of his special parole that was previously running in May, until May of 27, and then go out at that point with a fresh start? There's only one special parole running, everything else being completed, and go back to his life. One thing I wanted to mention too is when he gave his opening statement, I thought it was good that he had said, I'm just trying to do better for myself. And he said, regardless, if I get parole, don't get parole, I want to be, you want to be a better person and not continue in this kind of behavior. He wants to turn his life around for his children. So I do want to acknowledge that he did say some good things, but based on his previous history on special parole, the fact that he was on special parole when this happened, I'm going to be with his chance on this. And for me, I would have him released on May 14th, 2027. That's the date that I have written down there.
It's the same date I gave, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I do agree with both of you. It's certainly denial today based on everything that we've heard. I do want to acknowledge the positives here, right?
Yeah.
He has been working consistently. He's completed
Right.
voices. There's only one ticket since 2021. The record is just so concerning and sort of like going to take addiction services program too. So I'm with you. It's going to be a denial, and we'll have him released the end of this special parole on May 14th, 2027. Can we talk about the reasons for denial?
So I had nature and circumstances, current offense committed while on special parole, and poor performance on community release. And we can add inadequate institution program participation. Those are the 4 that I had.
Okay, so we want to do both, the current offense committed while on parole and poor performance while on community supervision?
I think we could,
Or do you want to pick one?
I think the special parole is a bigger concern. They're both concerning to me.
They're both concerning. And
I swear, you know how I've been doing this? Kim, a chance really, for me, it's up to what you say, because you're going to be,
the poor performance, its previous 7 failures was also concerning because.
Okay. That's both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
Because they're two,
Yeah, it's 2 different things, yeah, in this situation.
Right. It is.
Yeah.
Okay. And can we talk about conditions for the special parole?
So I had no contact with the victim without PO's permission.
That's DL, right?
DL, yeah. And then no consumption of alcohol. I wasn't sure about his driver's license.
Yeah, I don't think he should be driving regardless.
So I said no driving without PO's permission.
When I looked online, there was a person listed as a surviving victim of MG. That person's initials were CG, victim tab. So I don't know. We didn't hear from that person today. But I'm assuming it's one of his family members.
Right. And they chose not to come forward. I think I read
So
it
do you
somewhere.
think that we need to add that CG, or we could just leave it just with the person from the I mean, he's in the process of, we could probably just leave it with,
I would just leave it as it is, and if anything, the parole officer will come back, if anything.
The only other thing that I wanted to just talk about was, a halfway house. I know he has a sponsor now, but we're talking about almost a year from now, over a year.
That's just in case.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if that person, right? It's gonna be.
Well, you know, he's gonna have a parole officer. And I mean, we can add it, but for me, because he has a special parole officer, they would want to come and see him and determine, you know, whether he goes back to his sponsor or whether he needs to go to a halfway house. And if he doesn't have one, then they would add it.
Okay.
So you don't think we need to do it now? Probably not. It's fine with me either way. I'm just thinking of saving us a case review later.
Well, either way, there will be a case review, because if we put it down and they don't need it, we have to remove it. And if he needs it, it's still a case review.
Okay, let's leave it off for now then.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. We're ready for the motion then?
Yeah.
Okay. In the matter of Ramon Figueroa, inmate number 335-015, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole at this time and sanction him further on the running special parole through the end of that special parole till May 14th, 2027. Do I have a second?
Needed to deny reasons.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The denial reasons are a nature, circumstance of the offense, current offense committed while on special parole, poor performance while in community supervision, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The discretionary parole is denied. I further move to set special parole conditions, which is 6-year special parole following his sentence. No consumption of alcohol, no operation of motor vehicle without permission of a parole officer, no contact with victim DL without PO's permission.
And there was a hearing when.
Did I miss anything?
No, that's it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need.
Okay, Mr. Figueroa, we cannot give you discretionary parole. I hope you're able to understand that, given your record and the nature of these offenses. But wish you luck.
All right, but you said something about the previous special parole overlapping this current incarceration.
Yeah, so you will go at the end of your special parole, May, and then you have 6 years of special parole in the community.
But when did I violate special parole?
When you committed this new offense.
Right.
That was on regular parole. Special parole condition didn't start until after I maxed out of regular parole, because I caught this offense on regular parole. Then I maxed out to make bond to special parole. Never violated special parole.
Yeah, but your special parole is running until May of 27.
Exactly, my point exactly. When I caught the offense was on regular parole. Then I served 7 months in prison to max out the regular parole to make bond to special parole. Then the manslaughter warrant came about.
Says he got special parole.
You were discharged to special parole in 2021, and then in May, and then in August, you returned with new charges. So you were on special parole.
Yeah, but you're violating me for something I never get convicted of. I didn't get convicted on charges. The charges were dropped because they wasn't found on me. I had a warrant, so they arrested me. So
You're still
my
on
thing
special parole. So
I
let me just
understand.
explain it. Yeah, so we are just gonna, we, as part of this hearing, we are revocating that special parole, and you're gonna stay until the end of that and then go out with a clean slate, just with one. So the old case will be all over with, and then you'll start in May. That was our decision.
I'm saying I understand your decision, but based on the decision, you based your decision on the fact that I violated special parole when I was on regular parole when the offense happened. So therefore, I didn't violate special parole conditions.
Yeah, it wasn't just that. I think we articulated, it was a couple things, the nature and circumstances of what happened. You know, your poor performance in the past on community release is a big factor in this, as like
Of
my
course.
colleague said. Yeah.
No, I understand that
So
part, but
it's not just,
He did
But I'm
not
saying-
complete
if I max out this 6 years in February, you're gonna hold me until May, 3 months extra, because I didn't violate special parole conditions. That's my whole thing. If I max this bid out in February, why am I not allowed to leave in February?
Because that's what we have decided today. Yeah. Based on all of the facts. Yeah, all of the facts.
But the fact did not, you got the paperwork in front of you, I'm explaining the facts. I did not violate special parole conditions because I wasn't on special parole when the incident happened.
It's not just one thing, sir. It's the totality of circumstances. It's everything that we've talked about and considered.
So you're holding me accountable for something that I was not on special parole conditions for. That's what I'm trying to elaborate.
We're holding you accountable because you've had special parole running. So that's our decision, sir.
Yeah, special parole
And
running.
it's basically for the nature and circumstances of the offense that you committed and your past failures and the fact that you were not able to complete the programs on your OAP.
What up, Maria?
That doesn't mean just because they didn't hit me up saying they wanted to do that does not mean I didn't want to do the program. That's the DOC facility. I haven't caught any tickets. I'm not a violent person, but I understand why you deny me. That's cool. I understand that. I'm gonna take that. But you deny me to only the February. You deny me a 3 months extra, meaning I have to do another bid on top of that when I didn't violate that special parole conditions. You're making you're assuming that I violated special parole due to my past, that I wasn't on special parole conditions when the incident occurred.
I understand what you're saying. That is our decision. So
the decision is correct.
That's our unanimous decision. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Raymond Figueroa, 335015.
All right, do you need anybody specific?
Yes, for Bose.
Who?
BOSE. Boss.
Hey guys, so my daughter just got home right now. I gotta go ahead and become an adult right now. So I'm gonna get out. But if you guys want to continue,
You can call him in the meantime.
if you guys want to continue watching this parole board hearing, I am gonna.
You go with somebody else or no?
No,
I just need somebody to fill out this form.
Oh, okay. So you can call him down. How long do you think it'll take? Maybe
About 15 minutes at least.
Oh, no. So we'll,
Whoever's next.
yeah. So can you bring in Chambers next?
If you guys want to continue watching this stream, I am gonna leave it up on YouTube. The name of the channel is @CollectCallFrom on YouTube, and you can watch it there. I am gonna leave it running. Just I won't be on there with you guys. This hearing has, I think, maybe about 4 hours left on it, so it is gonna be a long one. I do appreciate you guys. I am Collect Call James. You guys are watching. You have a Collect Call From, and like I say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it slices out. And with that, I'm out. But the stream's staying up. All right, I'll see you guys. I'll pop in the chat from time to time, but I gotta go and take care of some stuff. I've been on for way too long today, almost 5 hours at this point. But I do appreciate you guys, for you guys that have been here, whether you're following, lurking, dropping comments, forwarding, and all that good stuff, all that free stuff. I highly appreciate you guys. All right, I'm out. Hey, bye, Maria. Thank you. Gracias.
Hi, Mr. Chambers. How are you?
And how are you?
We're about to begin, okay?
Good.
Searcher, ready to go?
Yep.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
William Chambers, 511-021.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for William Chambers for 1101021. He is serving a sentence of 15 years jail, execution suspended after 7 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell dispense narcotics, 2 counts of violation of probation with underlying 2 counts of underlying burglary second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 7, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed embracing fatherhood and remains on the wait list for a job, addiction services, education, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Chambers, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate given this opportunity to present myself for parole. I want to start by saying that I take full responsibility for my actions and the things I was doing when I was out there in society. I realized while being incarcerated that I harmed the community and myself and my family. I want to also say that I learned while being incarcerated the skills and the right knowledge I need from my programs. It helped me be more responsible as a person, and gave me structure that I need for within myself. And that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers, for your opening statement. We do have some questions for you, and we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision right then. Okay?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowskis will start us with questioning today.
Okay, Mr. Chambers, thank you for your opening statement and taking responsibility. And it seems like you understand the harm that you caused in the community and to yourself and even your own family. You have a 5-year-old daughter, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's one of the victims of this because now you're not able to be there with her, right?
Yes.
Why were you selling drugs when you were already on probation?
To be honest, I just feel like I made a poor decision. I was struggling at the time. I didn't have no support. I was just in the streets, so I made a bad decision, and I just thought doing what I was doing was good because I was providing for the meanwhile, and I didn't look at the bad of it.
So we all have struggles and difficult times throughout our lives, right? So what are you going to do the next time that you run into some problems and stress or financial problems? How are you going to handle it so you don't go back to jail?
Well, I want to say I learned a lot within myself, so I have a better idea now of what I need to do. Decision making and choice making. I know that if I mess up or do anything negative, it's just going to lead me back into the same predicament I'm in right now. And I don't want that. I just want to be positive and do positive things.
Okay. Like you've had 6 disciplinary reports since you've been incarcerated. See how long it's been. So October was the last one for out of place. Why have you had trouble with the rules?
I want to say when I was going through a lot. I was having frustrations. I was stressed, thinking of stuff that was going on the outside about my daughter, and just hearing about the struggles and stuff. It kind of had me a little overwhelmed, but I figured out how to get myself together and try not to worry about the outside and think about things that'll keep me on the straight and narrow path. I was just making the wrong decision, trying to do stuff for myself and not thinking about the rules and regulations at that time.
Yeah, I mean, the violations, the tickets are like out of place. They're simple things. It's not, there's no fighting here, any kind of like violence or assaults.
Yeah.
How have you managed over the last 6 months to be able to follow all the rules? Have you changed, or what happened that you're able all of a sudden now you haven't had any trouble?
Like I said, it's just having structure within myself. Like I know what I want to do, and I know what I need to do. So I just was able to keep a clear mind, stay positive, be around positive peers, and get help from the programs that I was going to, and help me guide me into the right direction I needed to be in.
Okay. One of the things that I was just a little concerned about that I wanted to talk to you about was that you have an addiction services program on your list of programs. Looks like you're on the waiting list for that. But I do see that you're attending NA meetings. Is that right?
Yes.
How often does that take place?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you.
How often do the meetings take place?
It's every Monday around 6:30 p.m.
What are you learning when you go there to the meetings?
Pretty much, I'm learning from other people's. I'm hearing other people's stories and how they had their own struggles and with drugs and their decision making, and I'm taking from that and just looking at it as if I was in their position and what would I do? Like, I'm asking myself, what would I do if that happened to me? But it has, since I've been there, it has helped me stay positive, just being around positive people, just hearing other people's stories. It just kept me thinking positive.
Okay. Do you have plans to keep doing that when you get out?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you have plans to keep going to NA meetings when you get out?
Yes.
Do you know where the meetings are? Do you know where the meetings are at, where you want to go to?
Yes. It's one station in Waterbury. It's a couple stations in different towns, Hartford, Waterbury, but the one in Waterbury is stationed downtown.
Okay.
It's a C-card program. It's called C-card.
Right. So C-card is different than NA a little bit, but it still could be helpful to you. You know, have you contacted C-card since you've been in?
Yes. I have my family members contact them, and I have a card, and I have a brochure of, you know, where they're located and when their programs, when I can attend their programs, what hours and days.
So you have all the information. Okay. Now, something else I noticed is that I see some certificates for reentry life skills courses.
Yes.
Did you do those through the mail? How did you do those programs?
So, like you said, I was having a hard time. I don't understand why still to this day, but I was writing multiple requests and they kept telling me I was on the waiting list for Tier 2 program. And when they told me that, I was trying to find other programs I can attend. So that's why I was able to get an NA. But the life skills program, I had went out my way and I had got that program through somebody else that I knew. And they told me to reach out to my people, and I had my people contact them, and they sent me a program, a booklet of basically a program.
So there was two different ones I saw, substance abuse and another one about employment. You completed both of those in 2025. What the substance abuse one is the one that I want to know about a little bit more. What did you learn from that?
Well, it asked me multiple questions that had to do with the mind. It gave me what I got from it. It gave me like just looking from other people's perspective, like on who's going through drug problems, and me even being a person selling drugs, contributing to selling drugs on the streets, asking me what led me to the decisions, and it asked me what will I get out of making these decisions.
You haven't done well on supervision in the past, on probation and so forth. Why will this time be different?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay. You haven't done well on probation and supervision in the past when you're out in the community. Why is this going to be different this time?
This time is going to be different because I have a good support system. I have, since I've been here, I have been studying for trades. I see myself doing a couple trades. I actually did barbering school while I was here. I did 40 hours worth of barbering school. I attended. I see myself doing welding, going for a welding trade. I have support from my father who does real estate. I've been thinking about taking that opportunity to learn that, and I just focus, like I just want better. So doing all that, studying all that stuff, it just has me like focused and ready to just do what I have to do.
Okay, just a couple more questions. I see your sponsor, you put down a name on here, Queen Thompson. Is that person related to Devondre Thompson?
No, her last name is Queen Robinson.
Oh, Robinson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I wrote it down wrong. I got the two names mixed up. Okay. And you have any more, do you need to have contact with Devondre Thompson for any reason?
No.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you want to live with your sponsor, and you have your father's support, but he lives out of state, right?
Yes.
You stay in touch with him?
Yes, I stay in touch with him all the time. Even when he's out of state, he comes and checks on me when I need to be checked on, and we speak a lot frequently through the phone.
Those are all the questions I have, sir. Thank you for answering them. Let's see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Ms. Chance, do you have any questions?
Can What was concerning to me, Mr. Chambers, is despite the DRs being simple DRs, they were a lack of not obeying orders. And I'm wondering how you are going to, and I asked that because I looked at your probation record. And part of the problem that you have is not abiding by probation. There are many times when you didn't report to probation. And so those were concerning facts for me.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You said that there's plenty of times that I didn't report to probation. I don't recall none of that. I don't recall that. Only one incident, that one time when I went to court in New Britain and I misunderstood what they had told me. I was supposed to report to probation at court in New Britain, and I didn't know that. I thought I had to report to probation in Waterbury, so it kind of...
I'll give you some dates, Mr. Chambers. November 30, 2021, December 3rd, 2021, December 13, 2021, December 27, 2021, January 13, 2022. And probation has to keep record, because if you're on their schedule to check in, and I believe at one time they considered you an absconder. So that was concerning to me by seeing that you had those 6 tickets and it all had to do with not obeying.
I understand what you're saying, but I have a different mindset. I was young at that time. I didn't want to abide by the rules. I'm gonna be honest. I thought me doing what I wanted to do, like it was just I was at a point in time I didn't care. Now that I'm here and I learned a lot that I know now, I just look at things differently. Like I want to be on time. I want to do everything I'm supposed to do. I want to get a job. I want to just stay productive and do the right thing.
I also read that at one time you were in a treatment program, but they discharged you because you were paying full-time employment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you were employed at Bazooda, so what happened?
At that time, I didn't have a car, so I struggled with being attendance. I mean, that's not an excuse. I still made my way there, but I was just always late. And it's not that I never came in, I was just always late. So I would get basically tardy checked for that.
So how are you gonna correct that when you go back out in the community and has a job?
I'm gonna make sure my timing is on point. Whatever I have to do, if I don't get a ride, whether I don't get a ride from somebody that I know, I'm just gonna make sure I learn the bus schedule, make sure I get on to the bus, wait for the bus on time, get to work earlier than expected, an hour earlier, even if I, have to, like.
So you want to go to Waterbury?
Yes.
So there are buses and there are trains, so you have no excuse.
Yes, you're right. And
I know you said you wanted to participate in CCAR, but CCAR will help you in learning how to live in a sober community.
Right.
Okay? But your drug score is a 3. I know at one time they were treating you for alcohol and drug dependency. So I hope you will connect with them so that they can offer you some assistance.
Yes.
You also indicated, I read somewhere, did you say at one time you wanted to start your own rental business?
Yes, I wanted to start my own rental business. I was always like into cars. So I just thought of that being incarcerated here this time, and I studied on it, read books on it. So I think about pursuing that when I get out.
But that's kind of a long way off. And you say you want to participate in raising your daughter.
Right.
You mentioned to my colleague that you want to do welding or barbering. So you're now, 29 years old. So there are times when we love to do things, but at that time it may not be practical. So I'm hoping that you're going to choose a job that will provide you with the financial means that you need so that you don't go back to selling drugs.
Yes. I want to say that right there is just long term, like when I work my job and I eventually can get up there, go to school, you know what I'm saying, and make enough money to invest into that. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions and thank you for sharing.
Here's a chance. Okay, Mr. Chambers, we're going to discuss your case now and we'll give you the decision shortly. Mr. Zaskas.
Thank you. So Mr. Chambers is here for this possession of narcotics with intent to sell and a violation of probation. His underlying offenses are burglary second. It looks like those were related to breaking into cars, if I'm not mistaken. Homes and vehicles.
Yeah.
Right. He rates high for risk to recidivate. When I look at his criminal history and his DRs, what I don't see is violence anywhere.
Right.
And Mr. Chambers was not able to get into addiction services programs, but he wanted to try to make himself better. So he found a way to get himself into the NA program and goes there every Monday. In addition to that, he reached out to friends and family and got himself into some correspondence courses. So he does show some initiative to try to find ways to do better for himself. He is rated at a 3, but like I said, he's in NA and he completed this this life skills course in substance abuse, also did one in employment, talks about his short-term, long-term goals. And sounds like he has some support in the family from his friend who was willing to sponsor him, and also his father, who he speaks to on the phone. He has a child he wants to be back involved in the child's life, and he went and completed a fatherhood program that seems appropriate for that. I don't like the disciplinary reports at all, but I did go through them all, and it's stuff like he said, out of place and these kinds of things that are, rule violations that he shouldn't have gotten. And he says that he's now figured it out. He has gone for a little stretch here without any problems. So based on everything I'm reading here today, I would be in support of granting his discretionary parole. That's where I'm at.
Ms. Chance?
I agree with everything you said. And I'm also in favor.
Okay, thank you.
And I do too. He sounds positive today. Sounds like he has some plans when he's released. His father offers some structure and guidance and employment in the letter that he sent to us. I would be in favor too. What do you have for conditions?
Okay. So I have no contact with the co-defendant. Says that he has no reason to be in touch with this person anymore. The only other thing that I have is no operation of a motor vehicle, but we really didn't ask him what his status was license. He was driving around and selling drugs at the time. Let me just ask him, Mr. Chambers, what's going on with your driver's license right now?
I set an appointment up to get my driver's license. At that time I was working and I had put it on the wrong day of when I was attending my job.
You have no driver's license right now, as of right now?
No.
Okay. Yeah, and he was driving around selling drugs, so no operation of motor vehicle without the field permission, and then the code offender, that's all I have.
That's all I have.
We don't need a halfway house, right?
Oh,
That's what I have.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you for that.
She never.
Okay, I think we're all set. In the matter of William Chambers, inmate number 411021, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 6, 2026. I think it might be October 7th. Is it 7th?
7.
Sorry about October 7th, 2026. With the following conditions: halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without bureau's permission, and no contact with co-defendant Devondre. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The parole is granted.
Good luck, sir.
The Chambers, did you get all that?
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it.
Let's conclude the hearing for William Chambers 411021. You'll receive all this in writing, Mr. Chambers. Good luck to you. You're all set. You can go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Voss,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
he's in protected custody. So if I bring him here, I gotta kick out all these guys.
Yeah.
So that's why he's not here, because I put him for last.
Who is that?
That's,
For Voss,
I know,
You
yeah.
appreciate that.
So you know what, like,
We'll have to do it after.
we'll go with the guys
Start throwing.
in order. So go back to, you have Cox?
I have Roberts right now, Vatier and Roman.
All right, we'll take Roberts.
Robert,
Hi, Mr. Roberts, how are you?
I'm okay, good morning.
We're about to begin. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and about state their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Quincy Roberts, 232602.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Quincy Roberts, 232602. He is serving a sentence of 66 months jail for criminal possession of a pistol/revolver, possession with intent to sell dispensed narcotics, violation of probation with the underlying possession with intent to sell dispensed narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 16th, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices and new thoughts to date. He remains on the wait list for addiction services, a job, and education. Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Roberts, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I wrote something I'd like to read.
Go ahead.
I stand before this board of parole and take full accountability for my actions and poor decision making, speaking with a deep sense of remorse for the harm and distress I've caused to the victims in my community. I come before this panel seeking the opportunity to demonstrate, along with taking responsibility for my actions, I have made the necessary and meaningful contributions to change, to ultimately have a better life and outcomes, to eventually use and properly prepare myself for release back into society. I do not minimize my involvement to my past, nor do I take lightly to the effects that I have left on victims of my actions and the lifestyle motivated and centered around drugs and crime. These are the actions that have me incarcerated today, along with the life-altering events. Today, I'm motivated to make a better quality of life through proper perspective and rehabilitation. I have taken my incarceration time and applied changes my community can be proud of. I have gained essential tools and positive mindset to help myself change for the better. I took the initiative to search out literature and better methods to stay committed to knowing and reflecting on how having insight alone at times can help on a course to show that I'm worthy to be trusted. I had the opportunity to participate in two very influential groups. One is New Thoughts and the other is Voices. Two very similar curriculums, yet two very different effects they took on me. Voices enhanced the kinds of traumatic pleas I never heard while I was victimized in my communities, or seeing the negative effects I left on the victims to go through, to rebuild themselves and restore to a stable mental health status. It really is hurtful and emotional for me to know my actions caused such tragedy. New Thoughts has broadened my view on accountability and change. From conflicting situations to using tools learned and provided to better judgment at all times. Being better equipped to use and know thoughts, feelings, behavior, and outcomes. The process of thought has the power to restore and rebuild and make better. I'm committed to using these learned skills throughout my life. I'm enrolled in addiction services and watch self-victimized people use distorted thinking to think they need the drugs and will use and victimize anyone to get what they need, even risk their life or death, which says so much more to the non-user, which is me. I jeopardize much more than my sobriety and I jeopardize my mental health, making me just as dangerous or worse. So I read about rehabilitation and sobriety methods and goals added with two tools to stay focused on my initiative to change. My own motivation comes from some lifelong and altering events. Today, incarcerated, I lost my grandmother 2 weeks into my incarceration. My youngest daughter developed a gastrointestinal complication that keeps her in chronic pain. She's 9 years old. Her mother and mother to my other children suffer from epilepsy from a head injury. I suffer from obesity, diabetes. I have mobile issues needing both knees replaced. And I need a more frequent special physician for congestive heart failure treatment. I once was shot with a friend randomly. She lost her life tragically. I carry that with me daily.
In short, I stay committed to the change of my life, to changing my life for the better. I have and still look for various employment places who are second chance willing to hire and educate while I work. I also look forward to possibly being an employer to people with my family's delivery service. Also the opportunity to put my best foot forward and enjoy my journey as a law-abiding member of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for your opening statement. You covered a lot of ground. We do have some additional questions for you, and I will begin the questions this morning. Can you tell us why you were selling drugs in the community?
I sold drugs because of poor decisions. That's the main thing. Like, I did have a job, just poor choices.
Was it a full-time job that you had?
Part-time maintenance job.
What were you doing?
Maintenance at a food franchise, Hooters, actually. I had that job for years. I got certified as a mason to do odd jobs, stairs, sidewalks, porches. I actually liked it.
And did you think about the consequences of you selling drugs? You were on probation for selling drugs, right?
Yeah. To be honest, no, that's the distorted thinking that drugs will do. Like, it makes you believe that you can actually beat the system to an extent.
Were you doing drugs too at the time?
Not necessarily, but yeah.
What were your drugs of choice?
Smoked marijuana for a while, alcohol. Those were enough to distort anyone's thinking.
Do you feel like you have a problem with alcohol?
I did, yes, and yes, I do.
Have you been able to do anything in the facility to address that?
I'm on the addiction service list. There's a long waiting list. So the tablet that I have, it offers podcasts and drug addiction services through the tablet. Mm-hmm. And I was on a Christian support thing through the mail, but the mail is so backed up, it's hard to catch up with that. But I stay focused on the literature that they offer us through the tablet. Mm-hmm. To focus on my rehabilitation from drugs.
Good. You also had a possession of a weapon, right? Conviction. Why did you have a gun?
To be honest, a friend of mine had that gun, and I took it from him, and it was in my tool bag on my back porch. And when the authorities came to arrest me, I told them where the gun was at. I had totally forgot. I was actually going to go because I live maybe 2 blocks away from the Hartford police station, and I was going to go when they had that gun drive and bring it down there. Like, that's he didn't need to be going around with a gun. His life is not like that, and it just all turned bad too fast.
Okay. You talked about the 2 programs that you've taken, New Thoughts and Voices. You have no disciplinary reports, right?
No disciplinary reports.
How did you manage to do that? You've had quite a few in the past.
Yeah, just having a change of thought. Not dealing with the people you know who are problems, knowing the warning signs, seeing who to avoid. My life is really different now. You know, I don't blame anybody but myself. So I have to pick myself up out of this situation the best way I know how. And I feel like changing is the best way I can offer some healing.
Mr. Roberts, let me see if my colleagues have questions. I'm not sure I'm there in discretionary parole today. I really would love for you to take the addiction services program. And she'll come back, but let me see if my colleagues have any questions. Ms. Chance.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
why are you still involved in the criminal justice system?
48 years old and been out of the criminal justice system for 10 years. I still ask myself that question every day. So
what's your answer?
So it's to actually get to a place, pay off my debt through parole or probation, whatever I have, get a respectable employment to keep me from ever looking back at a troubled time or things that can keep me in trouble or put me in trouble, people that I can get in trouble with.
You know the puzzling part for me, Mr. Roberts, you spent an extensive time in the criminal justice system before. I just don't understand why you're still there, why you think it was okay for you to be in possession of guns and selling drugs in the community and thought you could get away with it.
Like I said, poor judgment. I can't say much else to that except it was just poor decision making.
And have you corrected that poor decision making?
I have. I have by putting what's worth more than being isolated here in prison ahead of even my own selfish desire, which was selling drugs or poor decision making. My children, my family, they deserve better. You know, I had 2 small children and I was selfish to think that I could even continue such a life and know that they need me. But like I said, drugs and distortion kept me from properly processing my thoughts and behavior and feelings. And this is what brings me here today.
I read that you attended treatment at Wheeler Clinic at one time, but that you didn't complete it.
No, I completed it through my probation. It was supposed to be a addiction service class, but it wound up being a one-on-one service because of the hours I was actually working doing cement work. So the lady named Jen Wheeler, I'm actually still in contact with her today. I call her every few weeks or so, and she mentors me and helps me get my things in order. And she waits for opportunity for us to join back up and continue her services.
Why do you think that you got too much time? Why do you think your sentence was unfair?
I think it was unfair because the lawyer that I had, why didn't I have became disgusted with that lifestyle? So I was I wasn't even involved. I was on the GPS. I was isolated to my homework and my kids based on school and doctor visits. So only other thing besides going to my lawyer's office to see what his next plan is, and he had none. So it was like he didn't care that my grandmom had become terminally ill, and I knew that she knew she wasn't going to make it to me coming back home. But he didn't even take that into consideration to bring it up to the judge or the prosecutor to say, maybe we can give him a short amount of time, or developments with my kid. That didn't just happen. It happened all prior to me coming to prison. And these were the things that, it's not for the judge and prosecutor to say they sensitive to my issues because of my actions. But
exactly. I mean, yes, your grandmother was sick, but your offenses are pretty serious. You had a gun charge, and, selling crack cocaine and fentanyl in the community is pretty serious.
Yeah, I know. This I know.
Okay. So you had indicated that you were in business with your brothers?
Yeah, my brother started a furniture and merchandise delivery service that we buy contracts through major distributors, and we deliver their goods. From New York to Massachusetts.
So if you had a business with your brother, why were you selling drugs?
No, my brother started that just recently.
Okay.
That's what I plan on going home to, probably being an employer one day.
Okay. All right. They have a trucking company?
Yeah.
Okay. And so they're gonna assist you with employment?
Yeah.
And part of your plan is to reunite with your children. But what about addiction services? Because you haven't taken one.
Well, due to the waiting list, they say they are, they take on people who are ready to go to parole and those ready to go to halfway houses and home right within the next 3 months. This parole hearing was it was a surprise to me this quick, and I've been writing to get an addiction service for the last 18 months.
So you did New Thoughts, and I'm hoping that you learned a couple of things during that. And as 47-year-old Mr. Roberts, you really need to focus on making better decisions and be a support to your children and your families. I do feel that you need to complete that addiction services program anyway. Okay?
Okay.
So thank you for talking with me.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Okay.
Mr. Sadowskis.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions. My colleagues have asked everything. You have a concerning criminal history. My colleague had mentioned it, but you have one charge in there that stands out. That was a long sentence. I don't want to go into the details of it, but was a firearm involved in that?
No.
Okay, we don't need to go any further into that. Your brother owns this trucking company. Do you think that he could write you like a letter saying that? Yeah.
Actually, my brother is a mentor and teacher at Job Corps, and he had this. I used to bring the students to their basketball games. They all were writing letters, but this parole. I just found out I was coming to this parole here last week, so I didn't get to get it. But it
still might help you. It still might help you if you can get your brother to send you a letter of support saying that he owns this company and that he'd be willing to employ you in the future, and that he's going to help you when you get out. You know, to be a supportive person. Do you think he would write something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that would help you to have that on file for us to look at, because anyone could say anything. I'd like to see something from your brother written.
Yeah, definitely.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
It's brothers, it's a group of his brothers that
Yeah.
belong to him.
Yes, but if they could get some kind of confirmation.
Yeah,
My
I
main
agree.
one- It's one brother who's starting it,
Okay,
and he's using the people that he grew up with to start this business right now.
Yeah.
So right now he's in the process of getting people to donate to the cause of this business.
okay. Well, I mean, just for us to see letters of support, it's important. So we understand there are people in the community besides just your words. There's a letter from someone. So if you could
definitely.
get something like that, yeah, it'll be helpful if you could. That's all.
Of course.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, we're done with our questions. We're going to discuss your case and we'll give you a decision shortly, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I sense that we may be in the same place here. Mr. Roberts does rate high. He is here on a number of concerning convictions, including sale of drugs, while on probation for sale of drugs. He does, as we discussed, have a long criminal history. While incarcerated, he received no disciplinary reports. He completed a couple programs, New Thoughts and Voices. And he still has addiction services on his OAP, his DOC and DOC Alcohol and Drug Sports 3. And he himself admitted that he's had issues with alcohol. So my preference would be to deny today and bring him back. He's not eligible until October anyway. I'll suggest December, but I'm open to hearing other ideas. Chance?
So we're in April, so December would make it 6 months.
So
December will make it 8.
8 months,
8
yeah.
months.
If they put him in tier 4, it should be enough time if you go to December.
Yeah, so 8 months.
What is
So
that next
we're in
one?
April. Yeah, 8 months. Yeah, I'm not it's off.
So you're okay with December? Remember, Chance?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. You know, I'm concerned about the gun charge at his age. It seems it's foolish for him to be still engaged in this kind of behavior after all he's been through. I mean, so
That's why I asked him why he's still in.
but he does express some good insight into this. I mean,
Yes.
he did say he understands, you know, it's just foolish and mistakes. And he actually had a job. He was working.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he said he's been asking that same question to himself
Yeah. So,
and wasn't able to answer it until he came back to jail again.
yeah, I
So-
hope he continues to, you know, use this time that he's got. So he's really here to do programs, focus on his mental health and keep doing what he's doing in a positive way.
And I would like to see him obtain a letter and include it in his release plan,
Yeah,
to do a release plan.
yeah.
I have criminal history, offense committed on probation, and inadequate program participation.
That's right. Or, yes. That's
Okay.
right.
All right, in the matter of Quincy Roberts, inmate number 232602, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Parole is denied. We will rehear the case in December of this year, 2026. And make recommendation to complete any positive programs, including addiction services. Prepare for release plan.
To include a letter of, recommendation from your brother.
Letter of employment.
Yeah, for employment.
Okay,
Did you catch all that, Mr. Roberts?
I did, thank you.
We'll see you in December. Your eligibility is not until October anyway, so it's only a couple of extra months, which should give you an opportunity to take addiction services.
Okay,
And you should be in a good spot. Nothing is guaranteed, but try to prepare yourself.
And no DRs.
okay,
This concludes the
Thank you.
hearing for Quincy Roberts. 32602. You receive all this in writing. Okay, Mr. Roberts, good luck to you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Forget your ID. Hi, Mr. Patera, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
We're about to begin, okay?
Excuse me?
We're about to start.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, October 17th. This is a hearing. It's a hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names of their records, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Tarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Peter Viteri, 358623.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Peter Viteri, 358623. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, 2 years mandatory minimum for possession with intent to sell, defense narcotic, criminal possession of a firearm and defense weapon, sale of narcotic substance, larceny for possession of controlled substance 1 and a larceny 6. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 24, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed tier 4. The recovery coach, Voices, Second Chance Health Program. He's currently participating in Smart Recovery and embracing fatherhood and remains on the wait list for a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Viteri, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Yes, I just want to read a letter.
That's great. Go ahead.
All right, good morning. I would like to thank the Board of Parole for letting me attend this morning's hearing in regards to my parole eligibility. I would like to start off by apologizing in hopes to amend the damage I have caused to the community and my family. I acknowledge that my actions were selfish and not only affect me, but has an impact on others as well. During this time of incarceration, I have been making daily efforts to change my past behaviors by focusing on my addiction and maintaining my sobriety. I have suffered from this disease for 36 years. I realize that all my crimes are a direct result of my addiction. It has taken me out of my children's and family's lives numerous times in the past. This is why I have decided to make good use of this time, something I have not really done in the past. Being involved in multiple programs, I've gained valuable information and knowledge that will help me promote effective, positive change. For my participation in Voices program, I learned about the traumas victims go through when they're victimized. So many individuals
are affected when these crimes are committed. The victim, family members, and society as well. Voices help me improve my awareness when it comes to my actions. I also participate in Embracing Fatherhood. This program really showed me the importance of staying present in my children's lives and the impact it has had on them being incarcerated. Next, my favorite program and a big part of my success is the Tier 4 TC. As I reside in this therapeutic community, abiding by the structure helps me be accountable, receptive, and become vulnerable. In facing self-help groups, I've learned many things about my criminal and addictive behaviors, including the thoughts behind my thinking patterns. My dedication and commitment to recovery and change has earned me as a job as a mentor in the program. This not only allows me to work with other addicts and help them with their recovery journey, it allows me to continue helping myself as well. I also participate in smart recovery and aftercare groups to help further my knowledge of addiction and maintain sobriety. Today, I'm happy to share that I have over 4 years clean, which I never thought was possible for me. Last but not least, I have become a certified recovery coach through CCAR. This program emphasizes on empowerment and encouragement to help guide individuals who struggle with substance abuse and mental health disorders. I really enjoy helping other addicts and plan to use this for a job opportunity upon my release. In closing, I would like to ask the members of this parole board to please consider my accomplishments as proof that I'm a rehabilitated individual who no longer makes childish decisions. I am confident that if I can manage a productive routine while incarcerated, I can do the same on parole. I will remain committed to my recovery and helping others. If I am granted parole, I'll be sure to understand that this is a privilege and will utilize the values, skills, and principles that I have learned to make a positive transition into the community. Thank you for allowing me to share with you a little bit about the person I've become. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vitier, for your comprehensive statement. I just thank you for your comprehensive statement. We do have some additional questions for you.
Yes.
Then we'll deliberate, we'll discuss your case and give you our decision right there, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Chance will start us with questioning today.
Mr. Vitier?
Yes.
It is a big ask that you're asking today. You have such an extensive criminal history that spans Florida, New York, and Connecticut.
Yes.
30 years, and it includes 3 gun charges, 2 in Florida, the one that you're serving time for.
Yes.
I listened to your opening comments about having an addiction, which you have a substance abuse score of 4. But I look at the variety of crimes that you have committed. What else is going on with you?
Everything I've done, you know, the larcenies, the firearm possessions were anything that I had at the time that I could buy, sell, trade for drugs, you know, steal, anything. It was all about my drug addiction, you know, and you know, the multi-state, I think I understand it, but wherever I go, you know, I brought my addiction with me. I tried running from my addiction down in Florida. That did not work. Where I live where I was raised in New York, it's right on the Connecticut border. So that, you know, it's like right there. But everywhere I've been, you know, I brought my addiction, and I've never put so much work into myself as I have this time being incarcerated. Everything I've done was about my addiction and getting it, understanding it, and becoming honest with myself and vulnerable not to make the same mistakes.
So after 30 years, you think you're done with it?
I have never put this amount of work into myself, and I know that in my mind and in, you know, my heart and soul that I don't plan on ever using drugs again. I have come so far. I've never been clean this long before in my life, you know, in jail, out of jail.
4 years? You said you were 4 years clean?
Yeah, 4 years and 2 weeks.
I know you've also participated in previous treatments, both inpatient and outpatient.
Yes.
And one of the things that you had told the parole officer that high risk for you is running into old friends. So how do you handle that? I know you said you would leave the area and connect with sponsor, but.
Yes, I have a strong network in New York, Westchester, Danbury area, a strong NA network. Even before I came in, I was deeply involved in NA. I have a lot of people in my recovery, and those are the people I choose to surround myself with. I have a friend of mine, Lea Taylor. She's been clean 17 years. She does, counseling, recovery coach stuff, and I have a lot of positive people in my life. It's just that the drugs brought me to those people. I wasn't raised or brought up around people. I put myself in that situation due to the drugs. So I do have a lot of positive support and a positive support system.
I hope so, because, you have like assaults, criminal mischief, a whole variety. But the majority of it is either possession or sale. And I was a little bit taken back by the current gun possession charge that you have.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you stand with guns now?
I mean, as you can see from my record, I have never used a firearm in anything. Like I said, if it was, when I got arrested, if there was chainsaws or other tools and stuff, that's not a crime. So these are just things that I came by, and anything I could make $1 on to get what I needed to get high, I did. So I don't run around the street with guns. I don't plan to carry guns. And as long as I'm not doing drugs and getting high, which that's why I put all this work into myself, I won't have a gun or committing crimes.
Because, Mr. Patir, guns and drugs, go together. Or at least that's what I'm finding out. So I do hope that your drug business is at the end after 30 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You can also consider yourself a sort of lucky person, because your daughter and mother sent in letters of support. How did you get that to happen?
Take note of everything I'm doing. As soon as you mention my daughter, she goes. I have a good relationship with both of my kids. My daughter, my daughter's in the military, and for her 24th birthday, she was here visiting me. She could be anywhere she wanted. She came from Lemoore, California, to be here on her birthday, and it just everything I do is for them, and the support I have from them is unbelievable. The support I didn't deserve for everything I did. When they were little, as a father, I'm sorry.
That's okay, but the good thing about it, Mr. Patir, is that you did all those positive programs. And so I think your daughter feels that you have value to her and, to other family members. So she must see some good in you, especially when I read that she was in the military.
Yes. For years, I was, justifying my actions that when I was out there, I spent time with my kids, I took them fishing, I do whatever I can, but, it took me years to realize that all this time away has a big effect on them as well. So And everyone, you know, I know they see the changes in me. People that I talk to, that people know me have seen a lot of changes in me. And it took me a lot to see the changes in myself, you know? But.
So, I listened very carefully to what you said about each of the programs that you took. You know, I like the idea that you've completed the recovery coach program.
Yes.
But I want to say to you that you should always remember that you come first. I'm glad to hear you have that big support group in Danbury, because that's where you want to go. Yes. And that your aunt is, wants to, she is your sponsor. Yes. And you want to go live with her. And I guess she must be a bit blessed person to know that with all that you've carried on with over those 3 states, they still see some good in you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, whatever opportunity that you get, I hope that you do take advantage of it. Did you finish the Smart Recovery, or are you still in it?
I'm still taking Smart Recovery. We go through that every week. Okay.
Can you share some of what you learned in the Smart Recovery?
So Smart Recovery is more or less like, I'm big in Narcotics Anonymous and 12 steps. Smart Recovery is like a different approach, more cognitive therapy, the thoughts and process behind our criminal behaviors and stuff. And it's like totally the opposite of the 12 steps, which I believe in. But the biggest reason I'm doing that is because I plan to do the C-Cut recovery coach, and I have to be willing and understanding of other people's routes for their recovery. Some people might not take the 12 steps, but they might do the Smart Recovery, the thinking, process behind that. So it's just a few things that I've learn the thought patterns behind my behaviors, why I have those thought patterns.
And it will help you to understand that the damage that you've done to the community that you are selling drugs to.
Yes.
So I'm looking for, how do you hope to give back to your community? At least the one where you're going to.
Yes, I don't know if you saw my recovery plan, but in the past, I've always worked trying to volunteer in soup kitchens and help out with people. And I plan just going out there and promoting change, because if someone like me could change, anyone could change. And I plan to I want to do the C-Card shit. I want to be one of the people that comes back in here and shares my story. I don't want to be the story about that, I want to be the one to come in here and plan. And I just want to do good and help other people. But with that, I understand I have to help myself first before I can do any of that.
Yeah. You also mentioned that you want to enroll in CDL.
Yes, that's another thought I had, like maybe not a thought, but I've been in construction my whole life. My family owned a construction business. I could pretty much do anything, but I've had a few accidents. I have a fake hip, knee, ankle, wrist. I have a laminectomy and fusion in my spine. So construction for the rest of my life isn't something that I really could do for much longer. But, one of the big things I want to do is the counseling recovery coach stuff. But on the back burner, in case, I can't find a job doing that, I'd like to get my CDL. So that would be consistent employment is something that I could do physically.
Just one more thing. So, excuse me. How do you still have to repay the child support that you owe in Florida?
As far as I know right now, what I have is back child support from when I was incarcerated. As of right now, there's no payment on that.
that would be something when I got out, if I would have to look into. As of right now, I know the last letter I got from them saying everything was stopped. It was like the back child support. But if I do have to pay it when I get out, I'll be more than happy to pay it.
So there is a child support enforcement agency that if and when you go back in the community, that you need to contact.
Yes, ma'am.
And work on that. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing, and I really appreciate your opening comments. So good luck.
Thank you.
Chance. Mr. Salaskas?
Thank you. So, Mr. Viteri, I just have a couple quick questions. You were a mentor in Tier 4, right?
I still am, yes.
Can you talk about that? What do you do? What do you do in that position? You help other people?
So I help other people. I assist the counselors in faith groups. Homework, I help other people with homework. I hand out like homework. I participate in faith groups. And basically my big thing for me in there is the self-help groups, the NANA meetings. You know, a lot of people, you know, like I'm open and honest about my addiction, and that helps more people than I ever imagined would. When someone comes and tells me, no, what you shared in group today really helped me. It really help me open up about my addiction. So that's like for me personally, that's my biggest part in the program, is just to share my experience, strength, and hope, and where I've come from to where I am now.
Okay. Very good. And I just want to thank you for doing that and helping those other people. Some of the people are not in the same place that you are and need someone to try to get them, you know, so they can put 4 years under their belt, you know?
Yes, it's hard, but it gets me prepared for the future.
Some of your crimes involve you driving a car. What's the status of your driver's license?
I have a valid driver's license.
You do? Okay, that's
Yes.
good. Okay. And then my colleague touched on this. You have a lot of letters of support. I mean, it's surprising considering you have a 30-year criminal history. People haven't. None of these people have given up on you. You know.
No.
There's one particular letter here that I just wanted to talk to you about from Lea Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Who is she to you?
Lea Taylor goes back to when I first came over. Crossed the line into Connecticut. I met Lenny and we used to get high together on the street. There's another thing. And now she's got over 17 years clean. You know what I'm saying? And she's a recovery coach. She's a counselor. She's a big inspiration to me. When you see someone else that you ran the streets with, you know, when I go back to why couldn't I do it then? But I guess that wasn't my time. You know what I'm saying? And it's a big inspiration to myself.
Well, she sent this nice letter offering you a job within her company. Yeah. As a recovery coach, she owns a recovery coach, you know, business, and she's a consulting business where she helps people. And it sounds like, you know, according to this letter, that you'll be able to work with her.
Yes.
The last thing I wanted to ask you about was that you have a list of co-defendants. I'm going to read off the names, okay?
Okay.
Let me know if you're related to any of these people or you need to have contact with any of these people for any reason.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Kathleen McKinney, Miranda Pope, Matthew Malillo, Cassandra Richter, Amanda Fitzgerald, Jordana Perdomo, Anthony Ramirez. You friends with any of these people?
No.
You don't need to, you're not related to them. You don't need to have any contact with them.
No.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I missed a couple of victims.
Can I ask the appeal to verify something for me? Can you go back and tell me the eligibility date? Because I had a date.
I have September 24th. Here's the list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know where I got April 28th.
No, September.
Okay.
You can use that if you want to make the motion now, but everybody.
I have all the.
All the names of people.
Yep.
Quite a bit of stuff going on here. Yeah. It's amazing recovery. Yeah.
Ms. Chance?
Okay, so Mr. Vatier has an extensive criminal history, which consists of he had an addiction and he committed offenses in Florida, New York, and Connecticut. But they were all centered around selling drugs. There were a few other charges that he had where he had, like, an assault, criminal mischief, some domestics, which he has not had any of those offenses in quite a long time. Mr. Vatier has not received any disciplinary reports. He completed several positive programs. The Tier 4, which he became a mentor. He completed the recovery coach, which he's thinking of getting involved in once he goes in the community, and the Smart Recovery program, which ends for him in July of this year. And that Smart Recovery program is very important to him because it helps him to, understand the effects of all the drugs he was selling, to his community. And his intentions are to give back to his community, either through volunteering or doing his recovery coach programs. He has received several letters of support from family members. And that woman that you asked him about, I had read her letter. She used to do drugs with him.
Yeah.
She has been clean for 17 years and made several attempts to help him. But as he said, he wasn't ready then. So I do think he's ready now, and I am willing to grant discretionary parole for Mr. Vatier.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Salaskas?
Yeah, that was very well put. I really don't have much to say. Ms. Chance really went into detail with all of that, and I agree with her 100%. I mean, this was a big hurdle for him to get over. Like you started to mean, it's a big ask, right? You look at this criminal history, but he's done it. I mean, everything's here. So
He's done the work, which is really what we expect, given his long criminal history and long
And no
sentence.
DRs.
No DRs, and he put himself to work.
And he's rated at a moderate range. So, I think he's done the work and that he just presents as someone who he's been clean for over 4 years.
Very good, yeah.
And he has an extensive network because I read about all the support he has in Danbury.
Do we need a halfway house placement? Should we confirm sponsor?
Well, he's going to his aunt. Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, okay.
The aunt. Yeah.
Just confirm. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
So I don't have any other conditions. Did you have anything else besides the co-defendants?
Just the co-defendants.
All right. In the matter of Peter Vatier, inmate number 358623, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after September 24th of 2026 with the following conditions. In addition to standard conditions of parole, no contact with co-defendants, Kathleen McKinney, Miranda Pope, Matthew Melillo, Cassandra Richer, Amanda Fitzgerald, Giordano Perdona, and Anthony. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Discretionary parole is granted. Did you get all that, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Good luck to you. Good work, and keep it up in the community, please.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Peter 358623. Not you. You'll receive all this in writing.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Alex. Start off.
Robert Sakowski.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and image number for the record, sir.
Ricardo Roman, 37-20-26.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ricardo Roman, 372026. He is serving a sentence of 20 years jail, 10 years mandatory minimum, followed by 5 years special parole for illegal sexual contact with the victim under the age of 16. Sex 1, victim under 13 years old. Sex 1, use of threat or force. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 26, 2026 at 85%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed short track sex treatment program thresholds. He is currently participating in Second Chance Pell and remains on the wait list for addiction services, voices, and the job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score for within the low range of recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism fall within the low static 99 range. Mr. Roman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Right. Thank you, parole board, for seeing me. First of all, I would like to take accountability for behaviors that accumulated, which led me to this point of my life. Although I don't agree nor accept certain claims of the case in question, I do accept my role or lack or poor use of judgment and irresponsible behaviors. I say this reluctantly, knowing it could harm my chance of being paroled, but I'm not here to open no wounds. Believing these proceedings are to determine whether I'm a threat to society or not. I plead the latter, and please keep in mind, this being my first time in prison, that I'm somewhat naive to the proceedings and incarceration in general. I've missed many of birthdays, graduations, holidays, and other special occasions, moments that can't be retrieved. Knowing the value of those memories, I yearn to experience those days again. I'm not a lifetime criminal. What occurred was an aberration or anomaly of judgment, not at all habitual, an isolated exception of the norm of my previous everyday life. A life consisting of work, leisure time, paying taxes, and doing the best I could given circumstances to provide and take care of my family that I love very much, and sorrowful for cutting those moments short and would love the opportunity to provide again. Currently, I have a daughter suffering with mental health issues, another with a learning disability who could use my support emotionally, physically, and to say the least, financially. Any loving parent can relate to worrying, knowing, not knowing the maladies of day-to-day life could bring to our children. The unbearable guilt of not being able to deter terrorist problems with just my presence or counsel. My mother is elderly and can also benefit from my attendance. My remaining time with her is limited. There are plans in motion with my support system to have gainful employment and eventually be able to venture out on my own. I intend to spend the rest of my life helping, supporting my children, grandchildren, and family in any way I can in order to make amends and for lost time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that opening statement. Is it Roman or Roman? How do you pronounce your last name?
You could say Roman, but Roman to make it easier for the sake of pronunciation.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so what's going to happen, we're going to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Then we're going to deliberate about your case and we're going to give you a decision right there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sadaskas is going to take the lead on questioning today.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. So I appreciate your opening statement and I kind of got a gist of where you're at. as far as taking responsibility, but we'll go through the questions and then we'll see where we go from there, okay? In the documents I read, it sounds like you said that you let this happen 2 times, but when I read all the official reports, it looks like you sexually assaulted the victim over a course of many years, according to what I read. Go ahead,
Correct,
Pete.
that's incorrect. I've never coerced or manipulated or forced anyone into anything. And it was initiated by the other party. And again, I'm not trying to open old wounds, and I understand their position and I understand your position.
Yeah, we have to ask the questions.
That's just not me.
Yeah, I understand. We have to ask the questions and we'll get through this together and we'll go down the line. I mean, this is what we do at the hearing. We ask questions about what happened and then I'll go into stuff about how you think you've changed after that, okay?
Okay.
So let me say this, let's not use any names, but how old do you think the victim was when this happened?
Around 12, I believe.
Okay. Do you think that a 12-year-old has the ability to give consent for this kind of activity?
It wasn't consent, it was initiated. Yes,
No,
I do.
You think they do?
Yes.
Okay. Was alcohol ever involved in any of this before these assaults took place? Were you drinking?
There have been times that I was drinking, but I can't recall whether, I can't say whether when anything was happening or happened, whether I was drinking or not. I can't say for certain. There are days that I drink.
You said you did in your opening statement acknowledge that you've made some bad decision making. I guess the way had poor judgment. How about that? You said you had poor judgment.
Yes.
Do you think alcohol played a role in your poor judgment? Let me say it that way. That's a long time ago, but.
Right, I really can't, I wouldn't say for certain. I don't think so.
Okay. Do you think that some of what happened to the victim was their fault?
No, I would have to say that some things are either inherently, it was my position to coach or to not allow certain behaviors to progress or to excel.
So I'm going to summarize that. So what you're saying is that you're saying that you, as the older person, it was your job to not let it get as far as it went.
It was my job to not let it, not to encourage or to allow, which nothing finished, nothing, it was initiated and stopped. But it shouldn't even came to that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. All right, let's move on to what you learned in the sex offender program. You completed that while you're incarcerated, right?
Right.
Can you talk about some of the techniques or tools, things that you learned there that you could use when you get out so that you don't have any other problems?
I gotta be honest, it's enough not to, want to come back here for certain. I don't believe I have a problem. I don't. I'm not. It's nothing that I desire or, as I said, habitual. I certainly won't be able to put myself in a position where something like that could occur.
Do you think that there's anything specific that you learned in that program though, that helped you?
I could see how the victim may have felt or what they have gone through, things like that, of that nature. So it's disheartening to say the least, and no one should have to go through that.
What do you think? What kinds of things do you think that the victim may have experienced after this happened?
The shame, anger, and we're talking about the program, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. So, what are the kinds of things that you learned in the program about what victims might experience? Yeah.
Shame and anger and regret.
Yeah.
Fear.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison all this time?
Well, I gotta say that I know what I don't want to be. So whatever that's worth, and I do appreciate the Pell program and the vocational study that I took here. I was able to better myself that way, and hopefully I can use that in the world when I get out. And it was definitely a humbling experience.
Right. It looks like you have an addiction services program on your list of programs right now, and you're on the wait list for that. Have they ever said anything to you about doing that program?
No, they haven't. I know I wasn't even aware that I was on the list at one point. I was made aware during the interview, and I haven't heard anything. I wrote, and I guess they said that I'm on the list. But I don't foresee that being I'm not the type of guy that wakes up in the morning with a drink in his hand. It was more of a social thing, so I don't have an issue with drugs or alcohol.
In the records that I wrote, it said that in the past you had a problem with alcohol.
My father.
Did you go to, you went to AA in the past?
I have, because of a DUI.
Okay. So what, do you have any kind of plan to like maintain your sobriety when you get out? Have you thought about that so you don't fall into any kind of, traps with alcohol or anything?
My social life will be practically nil. So and I have no intention of resuming that type of life anyway. I just want to work, be able to put some money away and be able to help my kids out as much as I can. Hopefully I can leave them something before I go.
Your eligibility is in October and your end of sentence is in May. So, you're getting out soon. Regardless of what happens, you have 5 years of special parole, it looks like, to follow.
Right.
Okay. And you received one disciplinary report, but it was long ago, like 10 years ago.
Correct.
Okay. I read that you want to go to a halfway house, and it looks like you have a couple job offers, but I didn't see any letters attached in here in the files about a job. Can you talk about your plans for employment?
I have a couple of friends out there with, I work in construction, I'm an electrician, so I have a couple of friends that, and a good networking system through them to in order to provide me work. And the plans are to eventually build my capital up to venture out on my own.
So your long-term plan is to have your own construction business?
Yeah, home improvement or involving I'm artistic, so including my artwork.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else that you wanted to add before I finish my questions?
The end of May or middle of May, I have my associates in business. So June being the graduation ceremony.
For you? What college is that, sir?
The Pell program here, the Asnatuck.
Asnatuck, okay. Okay. All right. Just taking a quick look at something here. Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Okay, sir? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So that's questions.
Chance, do you have any questions?
Yep. Mr. Roman, did you take your case to trial?
Yes.
What happened?
Found guilty.
So I wanted to ask you just so that you could be a little bit clearer. You said you didn't accept responsibility for everything that happened. So could you be a little bit more specific?
I was referring to my behavior, to the things that I'm maybe guilty of as far as that goes, but
how old were you?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know.
How old were you at the time?
In my 30s, I think.
Okay. So you were in your 30s and you were dealing with someone that was 12 years old.
Say that again?
You were in your 30s.
Yes.
And you were talking about a 12-year-old who you indicated initiated the contact.
Right.
So I also read where you said, I allowed it to happen on 2 occasions.
I don't, that's misconstrued. I didn't allow anything. I was and as I was trying to explain to the interviewer, she called it fluff. I assumed she figured that I was lying or whatever, and I didn't want to get into an argument.
She wrote what you said, so let me finish. I allowed it to happen on 2 occasions due to the child going through puberty and masturbation frequently.
That's correct.
And you also said
Not to call her out.
the child's mother was cheated on you and that the child, you know, it was offered to you by the victim who was the 12-year-old child.
Correct.
I just want to say to you that, Mr. Roman, a 12-year-old cannot give consent. A 30-plus-year-old person should be the one in control.
Exactly right.
Put a stop to it and say no, and then have a conversation with the mother, but you didn't do any of that.
We had conversation.
And I am truly concerned about the fact that, you know, you say you accept, you take accountability for your role, but you don't accept everything that happened. And I find that concerning. You took your case to trial because you did not agree with some of the facts, but the jury found you guilty. So because you were found guilty is the reason why you were given the 20-year sentence followed by 5 years of special parole.
The narrative was untruthful, it was embellished, and I had an issue with the narrative of what happened, yes. So.
And I didn't hear much of any insights that you gained from the short-term program that you did. So that was also concerning to me. But you do know that if and when you go back in the community, that you're going to have to take a sex offender treatment program. You do understand that?
If I have to, yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I don't have any further questions. I think my colleague pretty much asked you all the questions. So thank you for answering.
Thank you.
I'm all done.
Thank you. If you have any questions, though, at this point, we'll go on to enter into deliberation and we'll give you a decision shortly, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Daskas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Roman is here for these concerning sexual assault charges that we spoke to him about. But again, lengthy sentence, 20 years for 5 years of special parole after he took this to trial, was found guilty. He rates low on the evaluations, the risk of evaluations, both for sex offender and his overall risk. It's like from my records. Doesn't have much of a criminal history here. He has completed a sex offender program, although when we spoke to him about it, he really couldn't tell us much about what he learned. Some other things. You know, my biggest concern, I think, which, you know, I'm gonna hear from my colleagues before we finish this, but was, you know, not so much of, you know, just like taking blame, but just understanding that 12-year-old cannot initiate these kinds of things.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he still seems to think that that was okay. That she did it, and it said she did it, then that was okay.
It was on her.
He did at one point acknowledge that I understand that I was, you know, person that should have stopped it. There was a little bit there later, you know, but it is very concerning that after all of these years, we're not hearing, you know, our insight into that. Did talk about the harm that could have been caused to the victim from things that he learned from the program. One of the things I was concerned about is addiction services. He wasn't certain if alcohol played a role in it, couldn't really say one way or another. And he has an addiction services here program that he has not completed. And it's been many years, so I don't understand why he wouldn't be able to somehow get something done. He says that he doesn't think that's gonna be a problem for him when he gets out. Records indicate that in the past he didn't have a problem with alcohol. You know, it's just really concerning, some of the facts of this. So I'd like to hear some input from my colleagues, and then maybe we can come to some decision together on how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
So for me, very concerning, Mr. Roman's opening comment. He took accountability for his role, but he never explained what his role was. But that he did not accept responsibility for everything that happened. He did say he used poor judgment, but didn't say what the poor judgment was about. And he indicated that the victim was the one that initiated it, but that he stopped it. Okay. When I asked, the age, he was 12, said, and he was 30 plus. And I couldn't figure out, but I wanted to hear from him. I don't think he has a clear understanding that a 12-year-old cannot give consent. He did complete the short-term sex offender program, but did not appear to have benefited from it. From what I heard him say, he felt that parole officer misunderstood what he said, but in quotes, it said, I allowed it to happen on 2 occasions and explained why he did. But that he also added that it was due to the mother cheating on him. And said it was the child who offered herself to him. All very concerning. So today, I don't find Mr. Roman suitable for discretionary parole. I have him denied and to set in special parole conditions.
Thank you. I'm in the same place. I really was hoping for a greater level of insight, after all this time. I understand that he denies committing this offense, or at least most of what I've heard from what I gather. But there's just such a huge divide between what we read, official documents, and what we hear from him. According to my records, I read the victim was between 5 and 11 years old.
Yeah.
So,
and I asked his age, and he said 12.
Right.
So, and it does like he admits to some things, but even when he admits to, he kind of makes an excuse that she was more initiating.
Right. So perhaps you can gain greater understanding of what occurred and great insight from sexual behavior in the community that he'll have to do in special parole. So I'll be in denial today also. Let's talk about the reasons for denial.
I did nature, inadequate evidence of offender change, and he didn't have a proper release plan.
Well, the addiction services program.
Inadequate program participation.
The program. I was thinking evidence of offender change and inadequate program participation in nature and circumstances. There's 3 of them.
Oh, you want to add inadequate?
Inadequate program participation instead of release plan?
Addiction services.
No, it would be 4.
You sure you want to keep it release plan? Okay.
Nature, inadequate program, inadequate evidence, and inadequate release plan, because he did take the most important program, which is the short term, but did not appear to have benefited from it.
He didn't have his release plan as inadequate completely. There were some things, What do you think?
So I did not have a release plan, but
we don't have to. You can remove it, but
we could do the other 3.
I do nature.
Those other 3 were better for me. I think he had a couple of things. It's not perfect as release plan by any means, but
So the issue is if he the reason why I say inadequate release plan is because he says he has a job offer and what he wants to do, but nothing about following parole and participating in whatever programs that he has to participate in. And when I said it, he did say, well, if I have to.
Yeah, I did hear that.
So That was concerning.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning, but I mean, I prefer just the 3 if it's okay.
Excuse me, board.
Just give us a few minutes. We're almost done. So then we'll answer questions. All right, let's talk about special parole conditions.
And halfway house. Sexual behavior.
Mm-hmm.
No contact with minors without the co-officer's permission.
Mm-hmm.
Restriction on pornography.
Mm-hmm. Enhanced intent.
I don't know if there was, I mean, what do you think about the Joy in enhanced internet monitoring? I don't think there was anything with the internet with this, was there? There was something on TV.
But I don't think that was enough to add that. But, you know, if his parole officer feels that it's significant enough. But I didn't.
I don't have it either.
Do we want to do no alcohol?
Yeah, I don't know.
How do you feel about no alcohol?
See the alcohol problem in the past, and he wasn't certain whether it was a factor in any of this.
And that was concerning, so I would add it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Victim SE?
Yeah, I had 2 victims' initials,
AR and SG.
AR and SG. That's what you have, Joy?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that's it. I don't think but.
Okay. In the matter of Ricardo Roman, inmate number 372026, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstances of the offense, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. I further move to set the conditions of special parole following his sentence: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors without PO's permission, restriction on pornography, no contact with victims, AR, SG. Did I miss anything? Okay. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Parole is denied. Okay, Mr. Roman, I think you heard that right. We weren't able to give you discretionary parole today, but we wish you luck.
Thank you.
This is the hearing for 372-026. You'll see all this in writing, Mr. Roman. To you.
No.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cox. How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
We're good. We're about to begin, okay?
All righty.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, and this is a hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Alex Sarkoff.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Rashid Cox, 356669.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Rashid Cox, 356669. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, execution suspended after 3 years jail, 2 years mandatory minimum, followed by 5 years of probation for attempt to commit assault first, criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, defense weapon, assault first, and a criminal possession of a firearm, defense weapon. As of today's records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 19, 2026, at 85%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed Voices program and remains on the wait list for education, addiction services, new thoughts, vocational referral, and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within a very high range. Mr. Cox, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I got a question, to be honest. I don't have no address though, so I don't think it really makes a difference. No disrespect. I mean,
He doesn't have any address?
Your address has nothing to do with your parole. You discussed the halfway house option as a backup.
oh, okay. My sorry. I'm sorry about that. I feel like you should give it to me because, I mean, I think I'm a good person to help the community. And I got goals and things I want to do in life. I ain't going out there to harm nobody or nothing like that.
Is that it, Mr. Cox?
I said, I ain't going out there to harm anybody, nothing like that. I'm just going out there to try to change and be a better person.
Okay. Is that it for your opening statement? We have some questions for you.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. So we're going to take turns asking you questions, and we're going to discuss your case, and we'll give you the decision later today. Okay.
All right.
Right. Can you tell us why you're incarcerated?
For two separate shooting cases.
All right. So let's talk about each one. What happened? The one from 2020.
I was at a bar and a fight had broken out, and somebody said they was gonna kill me and some people I was with. So I told him, don't talk like that. And then he said it again, and I shot him in his arm.
Why did you have a gun to begin with?
I don't know, stupidity. I don't know. Not using my head.
All right. So somebody said something to you in the bar. They may have threatened you.
Outside the bar.
Outside of the bar, and your reaction is to get a gun and shoot them?
That's what happened.
How would you handle that today?
I probably won't go to no bar today. I got more important things to worry about than a bar.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part you said.
I said I probably won't go to a bar today. I got more important things to worry about than a bar.
Okay. What about the second shooting from 2023?
Second one, I was defending my friend. Yeah, somebody hit my friend, and then we exchanged fire, me and two other people. Well, me and two other people, I was exchanging fire with two other people because it so happened to one of my friends.
Why did this happen?
I don't know. Ignorance, man.
Sorry?
Ignorance.
You understand from where it was said, this is very concerning, right? You discharged your weapon twice.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I mean, I'm in jail. Yeah, I know that. Wow, man. Yeah, I don't know.
What did you learn from Voices?
Huh?
What did you learn from the Voices program?
Make better choices, and man, your life is in your own hands. And if you want better, man, you better do better. And know that life ain't no game. from me, man. If you got opportunities to appreciate it. Because they don't always come around another time.
What about the impact of your offenses on the victims?
What you mean? I kind of know what you mean, but I don't specifically know what you mean.
Well, how do you think the victims of your offenses, let's take these two offenses that we talked about, I mean, one person got shot, right?
Yeah.
Probably talk about how their life was affected by what you did.
I don't know. Affected, I mean, he was hurt. And I mean, yeah, he was hurt.
What about after they were hurt? They were hurt physically, obviously, by you shooting at them, but there are long-term consequences after that too, right?
The trauma.
Right. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Tell me about this DR that you got for insult in September.
There was a dude, a guy, he was in jail for child pornography. So I punched him in his face.
Okay, so he's in jail for child pornography and you punch him in the face because of his conviction?
Yeah.
Right. You stayed out of trouble before that, at least during this period of incarceration, and you know you have parole hearing coming up. Then you do something like that because of his conviction. Was there another way to handle that?
Mind my business.
Yeah. Mr. Cox, I don't think I have any more questions for you, but I'll see if my colleagues have any. Chance?
So, Mr. Cox, why did you think you had the right to punch the other inmate because of his crime when you shot someone?
I ain't have the right to do it.
You do?
Huh?
You said you had a right to do it?
No, heck no. I ain't had the right to hit him. But
how many gun charges do you have?
Two before this, two. I only got caught with 2 guns before this, but I've been charged with, I think, a gun charge 3 times before this.
I count 5, and then there was one that they subbed out.
Yeah,
so I count 5. So for me, Mr. Cox, I consider you a public safety risk. Do you understand why?
It's there on the paper.
Why do you think you need guns? I know you said you were trying to protect yourself, but trying to protect yourself from what?
I was trying to protect myself and my friends, but from harm. I don't know if somebody tell me it's gonna kill me. I think that's serious. I don't think that's a joke.
How else could you have handled that?
Man.
What was it?
Right.
How about reporting it to the police?
I don't think it was I don't think we got time. It was time for that. I didn't know what he was doing. He talk about killing people. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what he had on him.
So you had a gun on you. He had a gun on him.
I don't know what he had, listen.
You didn't know, but you still shot at him?
Yeah, I fear for my life.
Do you see the danger in having a gun?
Yes, I
Because
do.
you could not prove that he had a gun. People can say anything that they want to say. Now, if he said he was gonna kill you, you did not see a gun.
Yeah.
So it's very, concerning to me, the number of gun charges that you have for a young man who's 36 years old. And I was looking at your record and you were on special parole, weren't you?
Mhm.
So I also looked at your previous community failures and you have 6 of them. So what is it that you aim to do with your life? You aim to do with your life, Mr. Cox? You're 36 years old.
You said that I want to do or that I need to do.
Either one. You have to want to do something.
I just want to be a good dad.
That's it?
The best dad in the world. And I don't know. I want to be a good provider. I just want to be a good person.
So how do you get to be a good person?
By doing good things.
Right. So you have your GED.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good thing. So at 36, what about a vocational program? You say you want to be a good dad. Good dad includes.
So vocational and here, no, excuse me. Well, I'm going to cut you off.
No. You live sometime in the community. So don't you want to have some kind of job training that will allow you to have a job so that you don't have to go around with guns?
I had a job when I was just out there at the casino. I was just working when I was just free at the casino.
What were you doing at the casino?
At BK Lobster.
What did you do?
I cooked, I washed dishes, and they let me close up. When everybody left, I stayed there, cleaned everything, closed up. Locked the gate.
Do you have a cooking certificate? Did you do any training?
I got landscaping experience. I made I built houses. I did basketball courts.
What is it that you like to do? What kind of career or job do you enjoy doing?
I think construction. I like to be hands-on. I like to move. I like to work my muscles. I don't like to just be sit.
So then, Mr. Cox, you need to sit and think about what kind of training that will get you a job in construction. Jobs where you don't need guns.
I think I got enough experience for construction.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, you don't have a good criminal history. You have a lot of gun charges. You completed the Voices program. You're attending in a meeting. I wish you had taken the New Thoughts program.
They're not to sound like, because you're not in here, so you wouldn't know, but it ain't organized in here like you think it is. So
well,
I tried to take all those things, but I don't. The way it's ran in here I think it's kind of slow. I don't know.
Well, find something constructive to do with your time.
I go to church and I read and I work out.
No more DRs. Just think about how you want to do your life, because, you know, your record is very concerning to me right now. Okay? And you need to consider a good full-time job for you so that you can be a productive person and you figure out how you can give back to your community. Because right now your background is that of public safety issue with all the gun charges. So consider that you need to stay away from guns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
And I wish you the best of luck.
God bless you, miss.
Thank you. So that's it.
I have a question.
So that's it. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Cox rates very high for risk of recidivism. He's carrying a number of concerning offenses that involve him discharging a weapon on 2 separate occasions. He was on special parole at the time. He has taken voices, but still has addiction services on his OEP. I was very concerned about the recent DR he received for an assault. As much as I appreciate his honesty, but what actually happened, seems like this was an unprovoked attack on another inmate based on their conviction. We just can't have that. He's also not done well in supervision in the past. So I'm going to be denial today. It's not a huge difference between his parole eligibility at age 85% and his EOS. So he's coming out relatively soon anyway. That's where I am. Makes sense?
I have a denial hearing.
Justice?
Yeah, I agree with both of what you said. I will point out in his opening statement, he does have some life goals. He wants to be a better father. He did say some positive things. He's trying to participate in AA. I hope he can continue that kind of momentum and those types of things. He says he goes to church and he reads. I heard, in between all the other things that we're all concerned about, I heard a couple of things that were positive. And I just wanted to mention those things. And I'm hoping that when he gets out to end of sentence, that he can pursue those things. Because I think there is some value in him to being a good father and being a good dad and being a good person. And there's children somewhere that need him to be that person. So I'm hoping that he follows through on those things. But for today, I just don't find it suitable.
We have nature and circumstances of offense, poor performance while on parole, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation.
Yeah.
You don't? Good. All right, in the matter of Rashid Cox, inmate number 356669, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstances of your offense, poor performance while on parole, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The parole is denied. Okay, Mr. Cox, we weren't able to give you parole today, but we wish you luck.
God bless y'all, man.
Thank you.
You say you about to leave.
Class 356669.
It's how you ain't gonna kill you. Same is wrong. That's my killing. That's another thing, but killing people. I kill you.
Mr. Gallimore, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, we're well. We're about to begin, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, April 17th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon. I state their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing. Served here.
Alex Sarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Frederick Gallimore, 384-295.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application for Frederick Gallimore, 384-295. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 3 years jail, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics, violation of probation with the underlying offense of robbery second with the weapon. As of today, records reflect the past parole eligibility date of January 27, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on July 18, 2025. Was denied parole. The hearing date was set for April 2026. The board recommended that the inmate successfully completed Voices, Fatherhood, and the programs on his OAP and not obtain any new disciplinary report. Since his last hearing, Mr. Gallimore and rehear interview reported he completed Voices, New Thoughts, and Tier 2, which was all verified. He stated he also has been waiting to be called for fatherhood, but it has not been called. He has not been called for the program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate falls within a moderate range. Mr. Gallimore, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir, if you may begin.
Well, I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be in front of y'all again for the reconsideration of the chance of early release. And I've learned my lesson. This jail being in jail at this age is not it. I just turned 38. I have kids that need me out there. My family need me out there. And I have a plan now. Before, when I was out there, I didn't have a plan. You could say I procrastinated a lot. And I had the mindset of thinking for the moment and not long term. But since I've been in here, I've been doing nothing but thinking and reevaluating my life. And I have a plan now. And the programs that I completed, they also helped me see like what type of life I could have if I did everything correctly. But when I get out there, I would like to get my license. I have guaranteed jobs waiting for me. I would like to enroll in welding school, and be present for my kids and stay on the right path.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gallimore, for your opening statement. You know how this works?
Yes.
We're going to ask you some questions, and Ms. Chance is going to start us with questioning.
Mr. Gallimore, do you remember me from your last hearing?
Yes.
So we asked you to do a couple of things. Do you remember what they were?
Keep a job, stay out of trouble, and complete the programs on my OAP.
And no DRs.
And no DRs, yes.
So tell me what happened.
To be honest, lust got the best of me that day. Not to put my fiance's business all out there like that, but she had just got she's going through a transition to where she had a weight loss surgery, and I haven't seen her for like 2 months prior to that because of the surgery. She couldn't come up here to see me. So when I seen her and I seen her new look,
I'm not gonna lie, the lust, and I touched her.
Okay. So since the last hearing, you completed a PEP program.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share what you learned from them?
Yes. Voices, it gave me more aware of, you know, the emotional, financial, and physical suffering that I put these families through, as well as my own. And I never looked or thought like that there would be other victims. I thought it was just, you know, like the people that I was dealing with when I was, you know, doing whatever I was doing. I didn't think that the families or, you know, my family and stuff like that will become victims either. So that gave me insight on that. Tier 2, that program helped me with learning triggers. You know, I felt like I had, or I knew everything, but I didn't. Because once I joined the programs and I started, you know, listening to people's stories and stuff like that, I thought Tier 2 was just for people that use hard drugs, you know, like in drinking and stuff like that. But I learned that's not the only thing that you could be addicted to. So, you know, that was like a big eye opener too. And triggers, like I learned triggers, you know, it could be like the smallest thing as a smell, a person, you know, a place, a sound can make you relapse. Like, and I thought that was like real funny, but it's honestly the truth. So, you know, that was real helpful. New thoughts, that was, you know, like help me with how I think. And to, you know, to really sit there and think of the consequences of my thoughts if I react on the things that I'm thinking about and really put, you know, effort into what I'm thinking about. So if I'm thinking about doing something stupid, then I know the results is gonna be, you know, my consequences is gonna lead me like where I'm at in front of y'all. And you know, and to put for the Tier 2, you know, it's about growth and, you know, like accepting responsibility and accountability for what you do. So, you know, they had a word called grow, and it's get rid of old ways. And I don't even want to think of or even go back to the way that I used to think before I got here, like, because it didn't lead me nowhere but here. So I'm definitely not going back to that mindset or have to feel like I even have to even think about going back there or anything like that.
Very good, Mr. Gallimore. I appreciate you sharing what you learned from those 3 programs. Tell me what your release plan consists of.
Getting back out there working. I have guaranteed jobs. I could go back to my old job in Danbury working at OBI. That's a warehouse where we build pallets and ship things out to businesses. I'm supposed to be going to the halfway house. I got a guaranteed job for when I get out there. Somebody that's a realtor, you know, they want me to help maintain their properties and stuff like that. So that's a guaranteed job for when I get out
But
there.
you're not going to your girlfriend?
It's not a guarantee that I will be able to go there. So if I go home to my girlfriend's house, then I will be able to definitely get back into my old job. But if I go to the halfway house, I definitely got guaranteed work for when I get out there too. So I can stay busy, stay productive. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I also want to obtain my driver's license. I want to get that because I know if I get my license, I got, you know, good friends out there that work in jobs that, you know, that you got to drive. So if I get my license, I know that's
extra guaranteed work. I would like to also enroll into welding school. I would like to try welding. You know, that's a good guaranteed job and good money. I would also like to, you know, take small business classes because I want to be an owner. I want to open up a laundromat. You know, so, you know, a long term, you know, so I could be able to have my kids in good position. You know, I could leave them some type of business or, you know, keep them on the right path too, to show them like, you know, we can do whatever.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 of my own and I have a stepson. So I have 3 boys and 1 girl.
Where are they living now?
Two live in Bridgeport, 1 live in Stanford, and my stepson live in Danbury.
With his mother?
Yes.
And that's your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay, well, you know, Mr. Gallimore, apart from the year that you got in October of last year, and you were honest about why you got the DR and the circumstances under which you did. And I look at the release plan and I asked you to share it, but everything you said, I had them written down. I just wanted to make sure that you were still going to follow through. And yes, you do have a plan now and you didn't have one before.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate that honesty. And I think it was one of the reasons why my previous colleague and I decided to give you the rehear opportunity. So thank you for sharing how you did.
Can I add something else? I wasn't able to get into the Embracing Fatherhood program, but there's a good dude in my block that I'm at, and he's enrolled in that group. So when, you know, I gave a couple of requests to him to give to the counselor that's running the group, and he saw that I was having a hard time getting into it. So, you know, I asked him if I could look at the package that he was getting from the group so I could, you know, like just learn some new things. Like, I feel like I'm already a great father, but it's nothing wrong with, you know, getting, you know, learning something new to better, to making yourself better at being a dad. So
I think when you go back in the community, there are a variety of fatherhood programs that you could probably participate in. And you could speak with your parole officer, who could probably help you with that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right, well, thank you for answering my questions. I'm off. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
So I have last questions. Thank you.
All right. At this point, we'll enter deliberation and we'll give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Chance.
So this is a rehear from Mr. Gallimore. And we did ask him to complete his OAP programs. And he did that. We also said no DRs, but he did receive 1 DR in October. And we asked him about the circumstances, and I appreciate the fact that he was honest today. So that was last October, and this is now April. So I find Mr. Gallimore suitable. He had a very good release plan, potential employment opportunities. He outlined he's going to get a driver's license, get a welding certificate, and try to attend school for business. So, and he was very honest. He said the last times he did not have a plan for going back. So now he does. So I would like to give him the opportunity. I find him suitable for discretionary parole today.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Sadastis?
I agree. He's very well spoken, intelligent man. I think has a very positive future in front of him. So I do find it suitable also.
I do too. What do we have for conditions? Halfway house, right, if needed?
Standard parole conditions and halfway house.
I have no driving to without.
Yeah.
That's the driving, because he was driving, selling drugs from the car, and he says he's got no license. So,
Right.
And halfway house just in case.
yeah, it seems like there could.
Yeah, I had halfway house,
Anything else?
no driving.
What about these people, the victim of the underlying robbery? Have the initials FM? Want to add that person? Should
I did have those.
I have an FM?
FM?
Yeah.
Okay, let's add that, right?
Yeah. And it's part of it.
That's from the underlying, right?
Yeah, it's the underlying charge, yeah, robbery second. I don't see any reason why we need to have a contact with him, yeah.
Okay. All right, in the matter of Frederick Gilmore, inmate number 384295, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date, April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions. Halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without PO's permission, and no contact with victims FM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Parole is granted. Okay, Mr. Gilmore, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes, that was it for Frederick Eleanor 384295. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, I just called for votes. It's gonna be like 5 minutes before he gets here. Thank you.
Phone for Yes, it is.
Right here.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Here?
No. Now a little bit, but I can't hear you guys. I apologize.
Okay, she'll start over.
Okay, there, I can hear you now.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Snelling. Today's Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Alex Tarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jonathan Vos, 437-727.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jonathan Vos, 437-727. He is serving a sentence of 18 years jail, execution suspended after 6 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for assault first, extend to life, threat first, armed, display firearm, and unlawful restraint first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 8, 2026 at 85%. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed domestic violence and remains on the wait list for voices, addiction services, education, and short-term sex treatment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Bowles, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. At this time, it's okay to read the letter that I prepared for you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I would like to start off by thanking the Board of Pardons and Parole for their time and attention to this hearing. I would also like to thank Parole Officer Smalley for her time in conducting my pre-hearing interview. At this time, I would like to apologize to the victim for what I did. I regret the event completely and wish that it never occurred, especially because at the time, the two of us were living together at my condo in an ongoing, loving relationship in which we cared deeply for each other. I sincerely apologize for hurting her and for any emotional scars that I may have caused her. I know at the time I should have been concentrating and being more diligent in taking care of my mental health, especially due to the fact that I was working in an environment that contribute to many stressors. I know I should have known that drinking alcohol in excess after a shift at work would only compound any lingering negative effects. I knew at the time how important my mental health was because I sought out treatment, because I was diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
I would also like to apologize to my family, friends, and coworkers for any discomfort that my incarceration may have caused them, as I know they miss me dearly. As I stated before, I was being treated for PTSD at the time of this incident. This stemmed from an inmate assaulting me when I was employed by the Department of Correction and was working as an officer at the Level 5 facility, Northern Correctional Institute. I want to make it clear that this incident does not define my character or represent who I am or was as a person. From an early age and throughout my life, I was taught how important one's character and work ethic is and how it is essential as a foundation for a successful adulthood, with respect for other people being a cornerstone in that foundation. Several values were instilled in me at an early age by my parents, family, and friends. Helping my parents, family, and friends to enforce these values was the Catholic Church. I volunteered as an altar boy for several years at St. Aloysius Church in Planceville, Connecticut, where the priest reiterated good morals, love, and forgiveness through the Bible. Not only did volunteering as an altar boy teach me good morals, it taught me discipline and responsibility, as I had to be prepared to serve early on Sunday mornings and on several holidays such as Christmas and Easter. Being an altar boy in the community, alongside my brothers who were also altar boys and my grandmother who was a Eucharistic minister, brought me great joy. I also enjoyed working in the community with my family as a paperboy for the Meriden Record Journal at the age of 10. Getting up before school and delivering over 100 papers daily with my dad and brother taught me great responsibility and time management skills, as we had to complete our routes early in the morning to be able to get ready to attend school shortly. The greatest part of being a paperboy was building great relationships with customers and learning to have meaningful conversations with people who I lived in the community amongst when I would collect payment door to door. Being involved with sports from the age of 5 also gave me great ties into my community and also reinforced the values of good character, work ethic, and sportsmanship. In high school, I was elected captain of my football team my senior year by my fellow teammates and coach Jude Kelly, as I demonstrated great leadership characteristics. I was also named the captain of my wrestling team my senior year by my coaching staff. Being a leader of my peers and in my community transitioned into my career as a corrections officer from when I was hired in 2011. When I worked, I always made it a point to be a leader and treated my coworkers with respect. I always made it a goal of mine to be there for them when daily challenges arrived. I also set goals to advance in the department. I was in the process of applying for a supervisor role as lieutenant and also a correctional canine officer position when this occurred. I always looked up to these staff members as role models. As I stated before, in 2011, after the DOC Academy, I was sent to Northern CI, where level 5 inmates were housed. The facility at the time housed AS inmates, all phases, SRG inmates, gang units, death row inmates, and some special needs inmates. I was assaulted by an inmate, and that assault resulted in me suffering a major back injury that then resulted in me having to get a back surgery, spinal fusion. I was also diagnosed with PTSD from that injury and incident. At the time of my arrest, I was still being treated for both my back and PTSD. I was attending physical therapy multiple times a week, seeing a pain management doctor monthly, who was providing epidural disc injections, SI joint injections, and necessary pain medication to relieve me of excruciating chronic pain that I experience on a daily basis. I was also seeing doctors for my PTSD as well. I worked very hard at managing these disabilities, as I know they could affect my overall well-being. During my incarceration, I made it my goal and priority to keep my core values the same and maintain a good work ethic and show respect to both custody and treatment staff. I was a tierman for approximately 2 years, where I always did my best to help custody DOC staff and also my fellow inmates with any task that they had in the housing unit. Unfortunately, because this medical condition, I was unable to continue working as a tierman. During my incarceration, I have had no tickets and I remained discipline-free. I also attended Catholic services and had a meaningful weekly conversation with the Catholic priest. Due to my back injuries and condition, the priest made it a priority to come visit me in my housing unit when the pain was too excruciating for me to walk and to participate in the service. Catholic services helped me greatly during my time of pain and discomfort. Another beneficial program which I know is very helpful to my future and integration to the community is participating and successfully completing the domestic violence program. This program was very informational and has provided more tools for identifying unhealthy behaviors and relationships. I have maintained valued relationships with my family and friends over the years and made it a point to be the best son, brother, uncle, and friend I could possibly be during my incarceration. I frequently set future goals with them so that I would be prepared for my future. I have been in communication with business associates and I have lined up 2 highly sought after work positions. My number 1 priority is to restore my health as soon as I return home, as it is declining and I'm in constant pain. I am anticipating having to have back surgery to remedy my current condition. I also am on heart medication because my heart is extremely elevated due to the amount of pain I'm in. I know I can overcome these conditions with the proper care required and can return to a healthy and productive lifestyle. In conclusion, I know I'm ready to return home and will have a successful reintegration into my community. I know this because I still have the same morals and character that I was taught from a young age and continue to display throughout my life. I have the proper support and structure waiting for me upon my return, including family, friends, and old co-workers. I have several business owners who have repeatedly told me what a valuable asset I was to their business when I was employed by them, and they are willing to let me work for them again. I am very goal-oriented, motivated, hardworking individual. I am determined to not let this incident outweigh all the positive things I have done in my life, and I look forward to being productive and fruitful. I am truly, sincerely sorry for what I did and the hurt that I have caused. Thank you.
I would also like to add that we do have OVS interest, and our Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. De Jesus, is on the line for OVS interest.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bowles, thank you for your opening statement. We're going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Then we'll turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Then we'll deliberate and we'll give you a decision.
Thank you.
Mr. Sazaskas is going to take the lead on questioning.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. How do you pronounce your last name? Voss?
Voss, thank you.
Voss, okay.
Yes, good afternoon.
I just want to say before I start, I appreciate your apology and your accepting responsibility in your opening statement. You said several times that you're sorry, you apologize. And we don't always hear that, so I just want to thank you for doing that on your own without being prompted. So let's talk about what happened. You were out having drinks and you drank excessively, you said in your opening statement, and then you came home. Why did you assault? Let me just put it that way, because a lot of things happened. Why did you assault the victim at the house? Why did that happen?
So I left my shift at work.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to the next day. We had a family trip planned to New York. I understand that it was a short period right from work. I went right home, changed, and went to the bar just to have a couple of drinks to unwind. Yeah. Typically, I don't do that, but like I said, because it was my Friday at the prison, I wanted to get out and start having a couple of drinks early because we were leaving in the morning for Saratoga. I did run into the victim's ex at the bar, and that's where we had conversation, and I stayed longer than he anticipated. I was going to have a couple, but I stayed to the close of the bar with him. When we got back,
So the
Yeah.
conversations between you and him, did that make you upset? Is that what?
Not at all. No,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
No, I got back, she was upset about the time that I was there, in the status of the Saratoga trip that I said earlier in the week. I said that we weren't, she wasn't going with my family. I had taken her prior, maybe approximately like 2 weeks before me and her went on our own because I knew that I was going with my family.
Okay.
So, yeah, we had a disagreement about a few things. Also, she saw on my phone that, a girl texted me that she was unhappy with.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then at some point, it got turned from an argument into a physical assault, and then there was a gun involved, right?
So I'd like to say that like the event went farther than either of us anticipated.
Okay.
Yeah, it did get physical.
So are you denying, I mean, the police report says this, so that's where I'm getting information from. Are you denying that you pointed a gun at her?
I'm not denying it. I know now that I shouldn't point any sort of weapon at anybody at any time.
Okay.
The circumstances were different for sure. And I completely understand that it's not acceptable to point any sort of firearm at anybody at any time.
Okay, good.
Yes.
What do you think would have happened if she wasn't able to escape and run away? How would this have ended?
To be honest with you, it would have ended, I would have went to Saratoga with my family and she would have either stayed at my house like she typically did after a fight, or she would have went home to her parents' house.
But this wasn't a typical fight. This turned seriously physical. I mean, you think she would have been injured more? Was it over when she left?
Yes, she would not have been injured more at all.
I mean, it sounds like she ran from the house without any clothes on or anything. So I mean, when I read it, it's very frightening. I mean, what she had gone through.
That I can't really speak on it, why she did that. When I saw her leave, she was fully dressed when she went downstairs.
That's not what I read. Okay, so you acknowledge that you were intoxicated when this took place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You have a DOC drug and alcohol score of a 5, which you know is the highest.
Right.
You have an addiction services program on your OAP. It looks like that you haven't completed.
Right.
And I also saw something that you said that you don't need a relapse prevention plan or any kind of outside treatment for alcohol or substance use when you're released. So can you talk about how you're going to stay sober or avoid problems?
I can't actually. I was so I have attempted several times with our unit managers, counselors, deputy warden. I have a verification. I talked to P.O. Smelly prior to this hearing because that was a concern of mine. Yeah. Also what I did was I had my attorney reach out to outside services that could provide this care for me. She reached out to I think New Britain utilizes Wheeler Clinic because I've been sentenced for almost 2.5 years, and we've been asking for these programs for our protective custody unit. So I prepared for my future by asking what I could do upon release for that. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
So your plan, so what you're telling me that is, I understand programs are hard to get into, as you know, sometimes they're hard. It's based on your housing unit, what programs are available, how many people need it. There's a lot of things going on, right? But your plan for when you're released is to attend substance abuse treatment at Wheeler Clinic. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I would do anything required of me as part of my OAP programs outside that I have not completed to suffice the parole board for sure. I understand that.
But do you think that you need that? Is that helpful? Going to be helpful to you?
It definitely would be helpful. The drug and alcohol classes for sure.
Okay, you did complete the domestic violence class, and then I heard you talk a little bit in your opening statement
Right.
about that you learned some tools. Can you talk a little bit more about the domestic violence class and the things that you learned?
Yeah, I mean, it was very informational. We talked a lot of things about different behaviors and relationships that could be detrimental to the relationship, such as verbal domestic violence and physical mental violence. We talked about anything from gaslighting to narcissism. We talked about how like victims, male or female, stay in relationships longer than they need to be because they're dependent on the other person because of financial reasons. They feel embarrassed because they haven't been successful in the past with other relationships, so they feel embarrassed with their family and friends to keep breaking up and going through the same ordeal. Another reason why is that they feel like it's their own fault and they put the blame on themselves. That's just, you know, a few of the pieces of the information that I absorbed, but I mean, it was, like I said, it was very helpful.
Yeah, that's pretty good insight. You rattled off quite a few different things that they would have taught in that program. So that's good to hear that you absorbed the information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I also see that you're on the wait list for the sex offender program. Have you heard anything about when that might start?
I haven't. Again, I inquired about it. I asked several times, counselors, same chain of commands for sure. But again, I didn't want to, I asked, but I didn't want to be retaliated against her anyway, or for just keep bringing it up, or so I kind of stayed out of the way with that.
How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I've navigated through even though our PC unit is very tight, I'm with law enforcement guys, and also people that weren't law enforcement. I've had guys in my unit that I've had as an inmate before. I've seen bad assaults in my own unit. So navigating and using IPC skills, interpersonal communication skills that I had to utilize when I once worked in the department, I've had to use here. I've had to stay in my cell numerous days just because of incidents that were going on that I chose to stay away because I knew my end goal was trying to return home to my family and stay discipline free. I always respect custody and treatment staff, medical at all times throughout my whole incarceration, even though at times the same respect wasn't given back to me. And I'm familiar with, obviously from working in the department, that will happen, but also just the emotions, I know how to control them better. I faced a lot of different types of emotions here. Obviously anger, grief, I could give you an example. I lost my father's father, my grandfather, a couple of years ago when I was at Corrigan. And just recently, unfortunately, I lost my grandmother, my mom's mother. That was my last living grandparent. But I knew that I had to deal with it in a way, and I talked to the Catholic services and priests about it. And I think overall, like, I have a good grasp of my emotions. I understand what happened, being in a working environment at Cheshire Prison after being assaulted. I know now that, like, I can't be in that type of environment and then drink shortly after because I'm not disconnected from that those stressors, and I apologize for that.
Okay, well, it does sound like you gained some insight from the programming that you have been able to complete. Let's talk about your employment leads for when you're released, because I didn't see any letters in the file that I read where anyone was promised you employment, but you say that you have some opportunities.
Yes.
Is that right? All right.
Yes,
can
sir.
You talk about those?
Yeah. So prior to me being corrections officer, I worked at, it was called White Weight Cleaners in Wallingford. It was similar to a Cintas. It's a cleaning uniform program. What I did there, I started off as a driver, and I worked my way up to growing a route over 25% because I was anticipating I wanted to be a full-time sales rep for the company. I did maintain my, my monthly numbers and maintain my goal. So I was promoted to a full-time sales rep for that company. I've had a good relationship with them over the years. I've helped them out in numerous ways, even if I was working in the department. And I kept a good communication chain with coworkers. They were sure that upon my release, they would hire me for future sales.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate you answering all my questions today. I'm going to see if my colleagues have any questions, and then we're going to go from there. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vasquez. Chance, do you have any questions?
I do. So, Mr. Voss, I listened to your opening comments, and I do appreciate you making them, but I wanted to ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
So, in reading some of the official documents, you indicated that you and the victim had an argument and she banged her face against the headboard of the bed, causing facial injuries to herself. You also said the victim struck you in the chest and voluntarily removed your shirt. However, the officer saw no evidence to support that claim. So in your opening comments, when you apologized to the victim for the actions, exactly what are you apologizing for?
I'm apologizing for any verbal or physical on my end that I did to her. I will say that part of the report that you're reading is true. There's the event went farther than we both intended, but that was part of the event.
There was nothing to support what you were saying, but the evidence that they had to support was the physical bruises on her body.
Right.
So that's what they had evidence to support, but not what you said.
I am apologizing.
No, I appreciate you completing the domestic violence and sharing with my colleagues, you know, what you've learned. And I hope you are honest in your belief that you did gain some insights from it.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I looked at your OAP, and I do think you need the addiction services, the Voices program, and the short-term sex offender program. So I'm just going to say, you know, up front, this was a pretty serious offenses, and I do not find that you're suitable today because I do think you need to complete all the programs on your OA. And it's obvious that you have not had any disciplinary reports. So good luck. I'm all
Could I speak on that? Or?
Sure.
So I can present to you right now and read to you the letter that I wrote I forwarded it from my counselor supervisor all the way up to the warden. We showed that I was trying to get these programs. I feel like because I was in a protect.
Mr. Voss, it happens to, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that you did not try to get in the programs. It happens to the majority of offenders that are there, so.
Right, but what I'm saying is because I was a correction officer, I'm housed in a PC unit that these programs are offered to. And I reached out on my own to tell you guys because I knew this could be a problem because I was in the department and didn't want this to happen at the parole board. I had my attorney reach out to Wheeler Clinic and email them because I was in anticipation of that, of you stating that. So I'm willing to do those programs as soon as possible. I'll read you my letter to the warden, please. That would make me, is that okay?
It's his letter asking to be into programs.
Oh, I know. I believe
He
him.
wrote it, yeah.
I believe that you did.
I would like to read it just so you know, because it's very important that that I've tried, and I want to demonstrate to everybody that I'm telling the truth, and I've made it my priority to do everything I possibly could for the last 4.5 years to be the best inmate and model inmate that I can be. And the program's holding me back isn't something that's not my fault. When I'm willing to put in the work and do it, I've shown
For me,
numerous
it's
examples.
it's also more than the program. The program is just one part of it.
Right. Do you guys mind if I read this, or is it?
I think we all understand that you put your best effort to try to get into programs. We do get that.
Okay.
For our purposes, it's important still that you participate, right? But we understand that you've tried to participate, and you're on the wait list, right? You haven't been able to get into the program, so we do get that.
Right. I appreciate it.
All right, so I think we're done with the questions for today. At this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Mr. Wells, you can listen, but please don't say anything during this portion.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jesus?
Yes, good afternoon, board members. I do have a statement and it reads as follows. I'm writing to strongly oppose the parole of Jonathan. I was the victim in the case that led to his incarceration. The violence I experienced was not The violence I experienced was not a momentarily lapse in judgment or a one-time incident. It was prolonged, intentional, and involved threats to my life over a 7-hour period of torture. While being held against my will, I was made to believe that I would not survive. The reality has never fully left me. The impact of this crime did not end when he was sentenced. I continue to live with post-traumatic stress disorder that affects my daily life. I experience panic attacks, sleep disturbances, flashbacks, and difficulty concentrating. Even basic routines can become overwhelming due to the lasting effects of what I endured. My sense of safety, especially in places that should feel secure, like my own home, has been permanently altered. I am also deeply concerned about the safety of others. Based on his past behavior and pattern of violence, I believe he poses a continued risk to the public. This was not an isolated incident, and I fear that if released, he will harm someone else. While I have a protective order in place for myself and my family, many others do not have that protection. I would also like to address concerns regarding his history of substance abuse and compulsive behaviors. Jonathan has struggled with multiple addictions, including drugs, alcohol, gambling, pornography, and other harmful patterns of behavior. These issues, combined with his history of violence, significantly increase the risk of reoffending if he is released. I believe he is highly likely to return to the same patterns that led to my assault. This not only puts me at risk, but also poses a danger to the broader community. Parole should be granted only when an individual demonstrates true accountability, rehabilitation, and a low risk to reoffend. Based on my experience and the lasting impact of his actions, I do not believe that releasing Jonathan would be safe. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that parole be denied. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you, board members. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Jesus, and thank you to the victim for their input. At this point, we're going to enter deliberation. We'll start with Mr. Sakowski.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Vaz is here for these serious charges. So first, writing first, I'm off of restraint first. he rates low for his overall to recidivate. A number of programs on his, that he's on the wait list for, the sex offender program and voices and addiction services. He did complete the domestic violence program. And when we spoke to him today, he was able to articulate, I thought, very well, some of the things that he learned and some of the impacts to victims of domestic violence. It is apparent that he paid attention and did absorb information from that program he did participate in. He said, and I think we all believe him and acknowledge that he's been writing to get into programs, as we other people say. I know he's in protective custody, it makes it even trickier. But he has not been able to complete the addiction services, the voices, and the sex offender program, all important programs for crimes like this. He has not been able to complete those. He says he had his lawyer reach out to Wheeler Clinic, and it sounds like he said he would go to Wheeler Clinic if that's what we wanted. I don't know. You know, it sounds like he's making a plan to do some kind of treatment program on the outside when he gets out. But he has a drug and alcohol score of a 5. And this incident, I mean, by his own admission and all the reports and everyone above us, he was intoxicated. You know, it was violent. It lasted a long period of time. You know, we asked questions about some of the details of the crime and some of the things, some experience on. I was happy to hear in his opening statement and several times throughout his speaking today, his apology, his regret, saying sorry several times. So I was glad he did that without us having to prompt him. And I do feel like he's truly remorseful, you know. And then we heard from the victim today, and you know, as you can imagine, a person going through something like this was like, you know, severely impacted. So I was concerned when I read in some of the documents that he didn't think that he needed a relapse prevention plan or that kind of level of service. But today he says that he has reached out to Wheeler Clinic, so it's a little bit different from what I read in the past. It says that he has some employment opportunities with a previous employer, although I didn't see any documentation of that anywhere, you know, from that company. So my concerns are, as we've talked about, is that he has not completed the programs. I understand that he wrote for them and everything. Doesn't change the fact that he didn't complete it. And he clearly has substance abuse issues. Part of all of it. And the nature and circumstances, you know, of what happened and any impact to the victim. So what we're trying to decide today is that should he be released on early release in October, 7 months before his end of sentence in May. And whether, you know, based on the programs he's taken and things, is he suitable to release? And based on his lack of participation in those programs and the nature and circumstances of this and the impact that on the victim, I don't find him suitable today.
Thank you, Mr. Sadauskas. Questions?
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Sadauskas. I'm concerned about the nature and circumstances of the offense. I did hear him acknowledge some things.
Yeah.
But in reading the police report and the details, they'll have a little bit of a difficulty understanding exactly what he's taking responsibility for. He did express remorse for the victim. I was very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
He talked about his upbringing, but we all grew up in good families, but at some point in our lives, some of us, like Mr. Voss, acts out of character. I'm happy that the church that he was raising, that he seek to go through some meetings with them during his incarceration. And I hope all of that will help him. But today, he's not suitable for me because these offenses are extremely serious. And because of the nature and circumstances of the offense and the injury and impact to the victim, I do not find him suitable today.
Ms. Chance. I agree completely with both of you. I'll just add some positives here too. As we discussed, he has no criminal history. He's done well in terms of not receiving any DRs, which, as we talked about, is not easy.
Yeah.
Given where he's coming from. He has some family support. He's very young. You can, I think, certainly turn his life around. I'm in denial for all the same reasons that you stated. Of nature and circumstances, injury and inadequate, injury and impact to the victim and inadequate program participation.
I think those three are.
Does that work? Yeah.
I had the first two.
So not program participation.
We can, you know, he's in protective custody, so not having access to programs, even though he needs it. I'm wondering how he did the anger manage the domestic violence.
They find a way. There are other people that need programs.
So yes, I would add that third one.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was, you know, if he wasn't a 5, you know what I'm saying, and this wasn't an alcohol fueled incident, maybe.
I think it's more.
It's clearly alcohol played a big part in this.
Yeah, you know, I think everyone acknowledges that, you know. So,
all right,
he has 5 years of probation to follow.
Right. In the matter of Jonathan Bowes, inmate number 437-727, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstances of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Discretionary parole is denied. Mr. Bowles, we couldn't give you a discretionary parole today, but you sounded good today. It sounds like you're on the right track. We wish you luck.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
7727. You'll receive all this, Ms. Ross and Ryder. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
This concludes
Keep
the
it.
hearing. Passport 260.
Wow.
What's that? Yeah,
All right, thank you.
So many
Thank
times.
you for that.
Yeah.
You don't smell it in there?
Who?
The PO or not?
The what?
Oh, I didn't know if the parole officer was in the office. I was gonna. No. Okay. Oh, yeah. This was on the video, right? Oh. Oh. Yeah.